Welcome to Infinite Novel. Dive into epic alternate realities. All rights to original creators. Point of no return.
Trunks eyed his sword carefully, slowly turning it over in front of him, a solemn expression on his face. Beyond the sword, out the window of the remnants of Capsule Corporation, he could see smoke rising in the distance. His eyes focused on the smoke and then darkened at the visual reminder of the destruction the androids were capable of. He put the sword back in his holster and slung it over his shoulder, his blue eyes focused as he looked out the window a moment longer. It was time. Time for him to go back into the past and set everything right. He briefly contemplated his mission, the weight of the heart virus antidote feeling like a brick in his chest. He needed Gaku's help if he was to end the madness. He wasn't sure if Gaku would make such a large difference, and if he was being honest, he was still a bit skeptical. His mother though believed so much in the warrior that Trunks had to believe as well. They had nothing left to lose. Bulma took the cap off the black Sharpie in her hand, before scribbling on the metal of the time machine she had built for her son. She hadn't finished writing when her teenage son came up behind her. The lavender-haired young man tilted his head to the side a little as he peered over his mother. "Hope, huh?" he asked. She smiled, putting an extra exclamation point for emphasis after the word before putting the cap back on the Sharpie. "That's what keeps us going," she said, turning to face her son. He gave her a smirk, and she noted how much he resembled Vegeta when he did that. She smiled nostalgically. "Now, son, do you have everything?" "Yeah, I have everything I'll need," Trunks said, opening his leather capsule corp jacket to show his mother the capsules that were tucked on the inside. "And you have the antidote for Gaku?" she asked, her blue eyes concerned. "Yep, got that too," Trunks replied easily, giving his mother a reassuring smile. "It'll be fine, Mom." "It'll be exciting actually." Trunks' eyes gleamed a little, and Bulma laughed, recognizing that look. "That's your inside talking all right," she said with a chuckle as she shook her head. "It's true though. I'll be able to see Gohan again, and meet his father who I've heard so much about. And I'll even be able to see my own father," he said, not able to keep the smile from growing on his face. Bulma sighed and gave her son a knowing look, making Trunks laugh. I know, you've already told me that he wasn't exactly the friendliest guy around. I just don't want you to be disappointed, Trunks." Bulma said hesitantly, trying to find the words to say what she was feeling. Vegeta wasn't a bad person. Proud, arrogant, sure, but he was a hard man to really know and understand. He never showed me any affection at all, Trunks, and I just don't want you meeting him with these huge expectations that he won't live up to. "I know, I won't set my expectations high, but it's still going to be so awesome to actually see him," Trunks said excitedly, brushing his lavender hair out of his eyes. "Now Trunks," Bulma said, her voice taking on that motherly tone as she placed her hands on her hips. "You're not going back in time to socialize with Vegeta, you know." "I know," he said, his face turning solemn again. He walked past his mother up to the time machine and looked up at it, the machine as daunting as his task. Slowly, he reached out and let one hand rest on the word his mother had just written on the side of the machine. "Hope. I wish you would give me another few weeks to run more tests on this thing." Bulma sighed behind him. He turned to face her, giving her a small smile. "Mom, you're a genius, I'm sure it'll be fine," he told her reassuringly. She nodded, giving him a strained smile before looking away. She unconsciously wrapped her arms around herself, hating the feeling of dread over being away from her son for so long. She was startled when she felt her son wrap his arms around her, as if reading her mind. "I'll be fine," he told her with complete sincerity. She sighed and hugged him back tightly. He let her hug him as long as she needed. "You're all I have left, Trunks," she told him, pulling away from their embrace. She took his face in her hands, simply gazing at the man her son was becoming. "You better come back in one piece, do you hear me?" she told him, and he smirked. "I'll be back in one piece, Mom, I promise." "Good," she told him, letting him go. She gave him a wink. "You stay out of trouble, Trunks." "You too," he said, his tone light-hearted as he turned back to the time machine. In one swift and easy jump, he was in the machine. He took a seat and looked down at the blue-haired woman below him. "You know me, I'll find something to keep me entertained," she called up to him. He laughed at that. "That's what I'm afraid of," he joked, pressing a button on the control panel. The glass top of the time machine whirred and lowered itself around him, closing with a click as the machine came to life. He pressed another button, and immediately the machine began to rumble underneath him. Smoke rose out from underneath the yellow time machine as it slowly elevated into the air. Bulma watched anxiously, a nervous smile on her face as she slowly craned her neck back to look up at her son. They made eye contact, and he gave her a small but confident wave. There was a small flash of light, and then Trunks was gone. Trunks blinked, his eyes focusing as the white light that had engulfed the time machine finally disappeared. It hadn't taken more than a few seconds, and he was somewhat surprised by that. He hadn't known what to expect, since he had never used the time machine before, so he laughed inwardly at himself for finding anything surprising at all. He pressed the button that triggered the release mechanism to his time machine, and the glass top whirred to life and slid up. He hopped out of the time machine, landing gracefully on his feet. He looked around curiously, before pressing a button on the side of the time machine to put it back into its capsule. He picked up the capsule and put it back into his jacket with the other capsules. His mother had given him everything he would need to stay here as long as he thought he needed to. Trunks wasn't planning on staying long though. He just needed to speak to Gaku and give him the antidote he would need so he could live long enough to help them against the androids. He did not want to leave Bulma alone for longer than that, not with the androids constantly hunting them down. Scowling, the teenager looked around him, wondering where he had landed. The coordinates had him landing a few miles away from Goku's home. He had never seen Goku's home, nor would he be reasonably expected to recognize the area 20 years back in the past. But somehow, this didn't seem right to him. The area he had landed in was barren, something like stone or concrete underneath him. There were minimal bushes, more like shrubs, and they looked like they were dying. It was nighttime, and Trunks' scowl deepened as a feeling of unease crept up through him. Somehow, this didn't feel right at all. The darkness and emptiness of the place made even his destruction-filled future look bright. Trunks shot up into the sky and took off, trying his best to locate some type of power that would let him know where the other Z-fighters were. A few minutes later of flying over nothing more than barren land, Trunks began to grow concerned. He couldn't pick up any power signal from the fighters that he was anticipating encountering. Even though Gohan was technically a child in this timeline, he doubted that Gohan's energy level was so low that he couldn't detect it. Gohan's energy level was the only one Trunks had ever learned to read and sense, and he would recognize that energy level no matter what year it was. Oh no, Trunks thought, horrified as a thought suddenly struck him. What if I'm too late and they're all gone? No, it can't be, Trunks thought, arguing with himself as he flew faster through the air. Gohan survived the androids before, he would still be alive. Suddenly, Trunks saw lights up ahead. They were dim, but he could vaguely make out buildings. He grinned and went even faster. There were people up there, he knew it. He would feel much more at ease when he saw them. The closer and closer he came to the lights and buildings though, the more and more his grin slowly disappeared, replaced with a look of concern as his eyebrows furrowed together. The look of concern grew into a look of shock as he suddenly stopped flying. He hovered in the air, gazing down at the panic and hysteria that was engulfing the streets. Everyone was running and screaming in sheer terror, with people running into each other and horrified eyes filled with pure fear. Trunks was also horrified as he watched the scene below him, his eyes also filled with terror. These people weren't human. They were average-sized creatures, their skin appearing hard, scaly, and deep purple. Their eyes were large and yellow, and they had no hands, just claws. They walked upright like humans though, and at the moment, seemed to express human emotion in their eyes. They were aliens, they had to be. Trunks clenched his fists, understanding but not wanting to understand. Where the hell am I? Slowly, he descended, his approach not even registering in the mass hysteria that was engulfing the city. The aliens were screaming in a strange language that he didn't understand. Trunks landed and quickly ran around the corner of a building. He found a deserted alley and immediately retrieved the capsule with his time machine. He clicked it and threw it on the ground. And nothing happened. Trunks felt his stomach drop as he retrieved the capsule from the ground, before clicking it and throwing it again. And again, the capsule just lay there. The teenager just stared at it, his hands beginning to shake. He had no idea where he was, had no idea even what year it was, and now had no idea if he could even go home. He slowly picked up the capsule, fighting his impulsive reaction to throw and destroy the capsule. No, he would have to keep it, find somewhere quiet, and try his best to repair it. As he put the capsule away, he was regretting not having listened more to his mother when she had tried to explain the design of her inventions to him. Just then, Trunks was sent sprawling onto the ground as someone ran into him from behind. He was on his feet immediately, his sword drawn in less than a second as he gazed at the offender. "Who are you?" Trunks demanded, glaring at the alien in front of him. It looked smaller than the others, like a child. The alien was in a sitting position on the ground as it gazed up at Trunks with pure terror. Trunks saw the terror, and felt a pang of recognition. Usually he was on the other side, that look in his own eyes. Slowly, he offered a smile and put his sword back in its holster. The alien backed up a little, clearly afraid of him. Trunks knelt down and his smile grew. "Hey, I won't hurt you," he said sincerely. The creature's look went from terrified to confused. "Can you understand me?" Trunks asked as the creature slowly stood. The alien was only half as tall as Trunks. "Ila yen kai trinkale," the alien said, panic in its voice as it looked at Trunks with pleading in its eyes. Trunks just shook his head, trying to communicate that he didn't understand. Suddenly, the alien was up close to Trunks, grabbing fistfuls of the teenager's jacket. "Whoa," Trunks said as the alien's eyes grew large with obvious fear. "Ila yen Saiyan." Trunks tilted his head curiously, recognition dawning in his eyes. "Did you just say Saiyan?" The alien's eyes grew even more, and before Trunks could ask anything, the alien took off running, dragging Trunks behind him. "Hey, wait a minute," Trunks cried out, knowing he could stop the alien but not wanting to. He wanted answers. "I'm a side dash." The alien stopped running suddenly, pulling Trunks down quickly behind a piece of fallen concrete and covering the teenager's mouth with a clawed purple hand. The words in Trunks' mouth died anyways as they both peered over the concrete. The sight that greeted him sent chills up his back. Not even 50 feet away, he saw a key blast rip through the streets of the strange civilization he was in. Horrified screams filled the air and painfully lingered, tortured wail followed by tortured wail. There was smoke rising, and in the middle stood a tall man with long black hair that went down almost the entire length of his back. The man was wearing a metallic contraption that covered his left ear, with a red piece of glass that stretched over to cover his left eye. The man turned with a smirk, and Trunks and the alien child both lowered their heads behind the piece of concrete. A key blast sailed right over their heads and slammed into a nearby building, immediately engulfing it in flames. Trunks watched the devastation in horror, conflicted as indecision tore through him. Should he step in and end this madness? He had seen the man's armor, had seen the man's tail wrapped around his waist securely. He knew he was a Saiyan. That type of energy could only come from a Saiyan. But all of the Saiyans were gone that he knew of. The only ones who had survived were Goku and his father. They were the only pure-blooded Saiyans left 20 years into the past. Trunks felt his eyes widen. How far back in time had he actually traveled? Saiyan, the alien whispered, motioning back towards the man. Trunks looked at the alien next to him in a daze before feeling another explosion rock the area. Trunks covered his ears, grimacing as he tried to shield himself from debris falling near them. Anger suddenly flared through him. He hadn't left his world of death and destruction asking to enter another one, and he was struggling to contain the fury he felt running through his veins. But his mother had warned him that he wasn't to change anything except giving Goku the antidote, because the smallest change could have huge ramifications in the future. Things could change wildly, and he had promised his mother. Trunks felt another explosion rock a nearby building, and he clenched his teeth together, his body trembling as he ached to intervene. He heard the man laugh loudly, and he couldn't imagine what kind of monster he was to laugh at this. This civilization was helpless, and he had destroyed them and then done nothing but laugh at their pain and deaths. Way to be selfish, Raditz, Trunks heard a deep, gruff voice say in amusement. His eyes widened when he realized they were speaking his language. This voice was closer to him, less than 10 feet away. You didn't even let me have any fun with them before you went and killed them all. The other man snickered. Sorry Nappa, but you have to jump in a lot sooner than that if you want to have some fun too. I just couldn't help myself. The first man laughed. Well, I'm sure I can find some alien freak left to have fun with around here. Trunks and the alien child remained sitting with their backs pressed up against the slab of concrete, and Trunks didn't dare breathe. He didn't know who these Saiyans were, but he was fairly confident that he could destroy them easily and single-handedly. But he had no idea what that might do to the timeline he had always known. He just wanted them to leave, so he could figure out how to get away from there and either go back home, or go back to the timeline and planet he was supposed to have gone to. Just then, there was a low shuffling sound. Trunks' eyes narrowed as he stared straight ahead, where out of the smoking and burning wreckage, what looked to be a female alien of around his height stumbled out. The alien looked at Trunks and the child alien sitting next to him and gave out a loud cry. The child alien returned the cry, before rushing forward towards her. No, Trunks hissed. He turned around enough to peer over the concrete at the Saiyans behind him, and he saw that the one closest to him was a burly, bald, large, and menacing man. The bald man turned and saw the aliens, and raised an eyebrow in amusement. Neither of the Saiyans had noticed Trunks there, but that was about to change if they tried to do what he thought they were going to do. Trunks growled as the bald man laughed and raised his hand towards the aliens, preparing a ki blast. Hey, look Raditz, free target practice. Hold that thought, Nappa, Raditz said. Trunks froze when he heard the other man speak. His hand had already been on his sword, and he had been prepared to leap up and make himself known. He had seen enough destruction, and seeing the child alien and what looked to be its mother slaughtered before his eyes would be too much for him to take. He had been about to jump out and block the Saiyan's attack, but now he sat back against the piece of concrete, his body tense. What is it? Nappa demanded with a sigh, looking over his shoulder at the younger Saiyan. Raditz had a frown on his face as he stared at the aliens that Nappa had been ready to disintegrate. My scouter briefly picked up something, Raditz said, and Nappa scoffed at the ridiculous remark. Trunks closed his eyes, squeezing them shut. How could he have forgotten? Those contraptions on both of their faces were scouters that could read power levels. He had never needed one because Gohan had trained him to pick them up on his own, using just his senses. Even then, it had proven of little value since he could not pick up the power or energy levels of the androids. Now they had picked up a flicker of his power level, and he cursed to himself. He had to keep it suppressed and not let his emotions get the best of him. Well, maybe you should get a new scouter because mine didn't go off, Nappa remarked, his tone bored as he rolled his eyes. Can I destroy them now, or do you have another pointless observation you want to share with me? Trunks braced himself for action as Raditz laughed. I'm not Vegeta, you don't take orders from me. Trunks felt his blood run cold and his heart fall. Vegeta, his father, Vegeta? The man his mother had fallen in love with, that same man? He was behind this? The lavender-haired teenager's head began to swim as he suddenly struggled to breathe. This wasn't happening, there must have been some mistake. Maybe he had been knocked unconscious while taking the trip in the time machine and this was all some nightmare. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance. Nappa and Raditz looked at each other and smirked. Nappa lowered his hand, cracking his neck. All right. Vegeta's getting the fireworks started in the palace. He laughed as he walked back over to where Raditz was standing. What about your little friends? Raditz asked with a sneer. Nappa waved them off without even a glance back. They'll get theirs when we blow this planet to bits, Nappa laughed. Trunks clenched his teeth together as he watched the aliens try to walk away. The mother was wounded, and his stomach churned at the sight of the dead bodies they were trying to maneuver around. His heart ached for this strange alien race that was being massacred right in front of him. Let's go, we don't want to miss the show. Vegeta mentioned he wanted to have some kind of tournament, and we don't want to miss that. That will be fun, even though there's hardly anyone worth fighting on this planet, Raditz said with a shrug. Hey, you never know, someone might actually last more than 10 seconds, Nappa laughed as the two men took to the skies. Trunks let out a breath once he felt their energy levels fading. He closed his eyes and rested his head back against the concrete he was sitting against. The smell of rotten flesh reached his nose, and he fought the revulsion in his body at the sense. Anguished cries slowly started to rise around him, and Trunks slowly opened his eyes to see the destruction. Slowly, he got up to his feet and turned around to survey the damage, feeling a horrible sense of déjà vu rise through him. The fire, the destruction, he thought he would have momentary peace from this by going to the past, but instead, he had fallen knee-deep into it once again. And his father was behind it. He suppressed the feelings that raged through him at that fact. He had known his father had had a painful past, but his mother knew next to nothing about it except that he had been under the command of Freeza since he was a boy. His father had been private and hadn't shared the details of his past with her, which had annoyed Trunks when he was younger. How could he learn about his father when his own mother hardly knew the secrets of his life? But now, he was starting to understand. He walked slowly off to the side, away from the carnage, away from it all. Dazed, his hands shaking ever so slightly, he reached into his jacket for the capsule to the time machine. He tried it again, and nothing happened. Again, and nothing. Again, and nothing. Again, and nothing. Trunks picked up the capsule. He had no time to properly fix it. He had no tools here, but most importantly, he had no time. If he heard the Saiyans correctly, they were planning on destroying the planet, and probably soon at that. Trunks gripped the capsule tightly. "What do I do?" he mumbled, his lavender hair falling into his blue eyes. "I can't wait for them to destroy the planet." Slowly, two options dawned to the half-seen teenager, the only two he had. The first was that he stopped the Saiyans from destroying the planet he was on. The only way he could do that though was if he fought them, and killed them. Although he wouldn't mind getting rid of Nappa and Raditz, he knew he couldn't kill Vegeta because then he himself would simply never exist. He might just disappear into thin air or something if he killed Vegeta. Plus, there was the not-so-small factor that the man was actually his father and that even though his admiration and perspective of the man had been shaken badly, Trunks still loved him deeply. He knew he could never, ever bring himself to actually kill Vegeta, though he was well aware that he was strong enough to. That left only the second option. If he couldn't stop them, then he would simply have to join them until he had enough time to figure out how to get out of this mess. After all, Trunks was half-Saiyan, and he was the strongest fighter perhaps in the universe and the timeline he was now in. He nodded slowly to himself, knowing he would have to suppress his power and be one of them. He didn't want to stand out, but he would do enough to gain the acceptance of the Saiyans, especially their prince. He would hide his identity and his Super Saiyan power and present himself as a Saiyan survivor. One of them. A brother that they would hopefully accept. Determined now, Trunks took to the sky and flew off in the direction Nappa and Raditz had flown in. He kept his eyes straight ahead, letting the wind whip through his hair, never looking down at the death below him. Finally, after 18 years, he was going to meet his father. Just not in the way he had hoped. Trunks landed gracefully on the ground and immediately began to run towards the large palace before him, or what was left of it. The building loomed ahead of him, a regal fortress now notably ruined. There were large, gaping holes in the structure, with smoke rising and cascading towards the sky as chunks of what looked like concrete fell randomly, bringing more of the palace down. It looked like an army with thousands of men had attacked, but Trunks knew better. It wasn't thousands who did this, only 3. Or perhaps, only 1. He felt Ki flare up ahead of him, and he reached behind him and pulled out his sword, never breaking his smooth stride. Raditz and Nappa were in the remnants of this palace, he was sure of it. Trunks quickened his pace, his boots hitting the ground lightly and quickly, his speed so fast that it seemed like he was barely touching the ground at all. He knew by the random flaring of Ki that there was some kind of fight going on. His thought was confirmed when a shot of blue light tore through the ceiling of the palace, bringing rock tumbling down as the building threatened to collapse. Trunks leaped up into the air in one fluid motion, being sure all the while to hide his own power level so his arrival wouldn't be detected. He landed on an upper-story window ledge, carefully balancing himself against the window. He looked over his shoulder and stood still, making sure nothing was following him. The sky of the planet was a dark purple as night set in, and a cool breeze blew his lavender hair back out of his face. His hair immediately fell back into his eyes when the breeze passed, but Trunks remained still. The palace was stable for now, but a few more blasts like that last one and it wouldn't be standing much longer. Effortlessly and silently, Trunks opened the rather large window and slipped inside. He looked around as he put his sword back in his holster, not able to see much in the dark room. He did catch a glimmer of light under the door as muffled voices began to trickle in, coming undoubtedly from a lower level. Suddenly loud laughter rang out, and an explosion rocked the room Trunks was in. He maintained his balance, barely, but things crashed in the room on the floor around him. He couldn't make out the items in the dark but he could distinctly make out glass shattering. Trunks jogged up to the door as soon as everything settled down and cracked it open a bit, peering out cautiously. There was a walkway immediately outside of the door that ran along the edge of the wall. There was an intricate rail that lined the walkway, which was a large U-shape overlooking some type of court in the level below. Trunks could feel the energy level of Raditz and Nappa down there, among others. There was one in particular that stood out among the rest, clearly the strongest of everyone gathered below. Trunks had never felt it before, and yet, somehow, he immediately recognized it. Quietly, Trunks slipped out of the room. He stayed close to the door, grateful that the upper level seemed mostly dark with all of the light coming from the court below him. The teenager lowered to his knees, before lowering himself completely to the ground. He crawled up to the rail, with all of its detailed design of warriors engaging in legendary wars, and peered right through them to the sight below. "Is that all, Purple Man?" Raditz asked mockingly, a smirk on his face as he watched an alien dressed in royal garments cower in front of him. The alien raised its clawed hands as if pleading, which only made Raditz laugh. Trunks scowled at this, before examining the rest of the court. Raditz and the alien were in the center, evidently the current stars of the sadistic tournament behind held, a tournament being held clearly only to mock the aliens before they were slaughtered. Trunks felt his stomach churn at the sight. Behind the alien facing Raditz, maybe 10 or so feet back, were more aliens who also appeared to be royalty. Not one of them looked human, but Trunks could recognize the intense fear as they watched the ensuing madness. 10 feet behind Raditz stood the menacing Saiyan named Nappa, tail secured around his waist, blue scouter on and an amused grin on his face as he watched. Further behind Nappa, up some steps and seated on what looked to be the throne of the palace, was the smallest Saiyan of the group. He had hair that stood straight up like a flame that was dark as night, with eyes that were even darker. Trunks felt his mouth run dry as he recognized the features on the Saiyan's face even from where he was. He had been seeing those same features his whole life every time he looked in a mirror. Except for his blue eyes and his lavender hair which he inherited from his mother's side, he was practically the mirror image of the bored Saiyan sitting on the throne below him. Without a doubt, that was Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, the man his mother would eventually someday fall in love with. His father. "Are you going to finish this or not, Raditz?" "We don't have all day," laughed Nappa, very clearly amused by the show in front of him. Vegeta remained silent, his expression a mixture of indifference and boredom as he leaned his head against his gloved hand, his elbow perched on the armrest of the throne he was sitting on. His green scouter shined in the light, a silent reminder to Trunks to stay hidden as he formulated a plan on how to proceed. I'm just having some fun, Nappa," Raditz shot over his shoulder. "Well hurry up, I want a piece of the action too," Nappa replied, his grin growing on his face. He turned to look at his prince. "How about you, Vegeta? Ya feel up for some fun?" "I tested the waters a bit before you two arrived," Vegeta said, his cold voice sending a chill down Trunks' spine. The prince's voice was shrill and slightly more higher pitched than the teenager's, but it was far more sadistic and calculating than Trunks could have imagined. A pinch of madness simmered just below the surface, as if the Saiyan could lose control at any moment and destroy them all. Vegeta motioned with his free hand towards the damaged ceiling and the ruined walls and staircases that surrounded them. "I helped redecorate, you see." "Hey, I think it's an improvement." Nappa laughed. "They should pay you for helping them out." "So you're out then?" Raditz asked. Trunks looked back towards Raditz and noticed that the Saiyan had the alien he was facing on the floor, his large boot pressed firmly against the alien's chest as the alien squirmed beneath him in clear agony. "Well, I don't want to get my armor dirty," Vegeta said, cracking a sinister smirk. "Besides, no one here is worth my time. I'll be more entertained by watching you two take care of them." "I'm a bit disappointed, the base gave this planet a high rating for warriors, but these fools are nothing but weaklings. Those ratings are probably outdated, because no one here is a match even for Raditz, who is barely over a weakling himself," Nappa added as he chuckled. Raditz growled, indignant at the insulting comment, a reaction that made Vegeta laugh loudly. Trunks' eyes narrowed. He recognized that laugh as being the same one that preceded the explosion he felt when he first snuck into the palace, and this recognition made his body tense. A fraction of a second later, a light flickered on the green-tinted glass screen on Vegeta's scouter. He immediately looked up in the teenager's direction, the laughter gone as his dark, intense eyes surveyed the area. He could only see the rail that went around the court, and darkness beyond that. Trunks had barely had enough time to get out of eyesight, and was now sitting with his back against the door that led to the room he had first come into. He knew that he was out of sight from his father, and he sighed, wondering what to do now as he felt his heart pounding in his chest. Should he just show himself? Drop down and claim to be a Saiyan? Participate in their tournament and earn their respect through his fighting skills? What if they didn't believe him? Or worse, what if they forced him to fight to the end? He was sure that even a fight for sport would quickly turn into a fight to the death with his fellow Saiyans. He couldn't risk the chance of a fight. He had to gain their trust and not let himself be goaded into a fight, but he also couldn't let them know how powerful he really was. Trunks drew in a deep and shaky breath, knowing he was running out of time and running out of options. Vegeta gave a low grunt as he crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes not moving from the upper floor that was darkened. Neither Nappa nor Raditz noticed this though as they continued their banter in the background. Vegeta narrowed his eyes suspiciously, completely tuning them out, before slowly turning to watch the rest of the so-called tournament before him. He had felt a flicker of an outrageous power level, but he decided his scouter was likely malfunctioning. No one on the planet could be so strong, it was impossible. He had done a thorough search with his scouter as soon as he and the other Saiyans had arrived, and he was by far the most powerful being on the planet. He was capable of crushing even his Saiyan comrades to dust if the desire ever came to him. Besides, the scouters Nappa and Raditz didn't seem to indicate anything at all. The Saiyan prince grunted and leaned back in his throne, a scowl on his face, feeling ridiculous that he had been led astray by a scouter that clearly needed repairing. Raditz drove his boot down hard onto the alien's back, eliciting a painful shriek. Trunks felt sick as he recognized the sound of bones breaking. The rest of the aliens visibly cringed, with one visibly trembling, as Raditz laughed. "Looks like I win, Purple Man," Raditz snickered. "Alright, my turn," Nappa said in a loud booming voice. He cracked his fingers and began walking towards Raditz. "You've had way too much fun, and now I want in." "Fine, geez, so impatient," Raditz laughed, removing his boot from the alien. The royal garments that were once brightly worn were now dirty and reminiscent of rags. The alien struggled to move away from the brutal Saiyan who had injured it so badly as Raditz watched in amusement. "Look, guys, I think it's trying to crawl." "The freak is trying to walk away," Nappa said with a chuckle. "Here, let me help it." With no warning, Nappa kicked the alien hard on its side, sending it flying up violently through the air and crashing through the rail. The alien rolled onto the walkway, landing mere feet next to Trunks. Trunks watched the alien, horrified at the pain he saw etched on its face. Down below, Vegeta smirked as Nappa and Raditz both laughed. Trunks grit his teeth, knowing he had to step in soon. He couldn't let this go on, but he couldn't fight them either. No, he would have to use his wits and try to avoid further pain to this alien race while preserving his own future. "So, who do I get?" Nappa asked, turning towards the remaining aliens as Trunks' eyebrows furrowed. He had seen enough. It was time. The aliens immediately began to back up, making Raditz laugh. He had moved to take Nappa's place close to Vegeta, who was seated straight up in his borrowed throne. The prince had his body facing the action directly, but his eyes were narrowed and looking in the direction Nappa had kicked the alien into. "Look at them," Raditz sneered. "They're all cowards, and they all deserve to die. I'll tell you what, whoever volunteers first, I'll give a quick and painless end to. The rest of ya? You won't be so lucky," Nappa said as he broke into a deep laugh. He tilted his head and cracked his neck. "So who wants to go first?" "Enough." Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, and the aliens all looked up towards the voice that rang out. Vegeta slowly stood up, his eyes locked on the teenage boy standing in plain sight on top of the rail of the landing above them. Nappa growled at the boy as Raditz immediately pressed the button on his scouter to assess the new threat. The alarmed aliens backed up, terrified now that another monster was there to harm them and use their royal palace for more destruction. Trunks glared down at everyone, before jumping into the air. He did a flip in midair before landing on the floor before his stunned audience. "Who is this?" Nappa asked no one in particular, annoyed that his fun was being interrupted. "He doesn't look like the other aliens." "Raditz," Vegeta commanded harshly, his eyes never leaving the boy. His eyes narrowed and he wondered if this boy was who his scouter had picked up earlier, but that was impossible. A boy with that much power? He scowled at the thought. "I'm on it," Raditz said, silently urging his scouter to work faster so as not to raise the prince's ire. "He's at level 5, Vegeta," Raditz said, a slow grin spreading across his face. "He's pathetic, his power level is even lower than these aliens." "Who are you, boy?" Vegeta demanded. Trunks remained silent, lowering his head and letting his lavender hair fall into his eyes. Raditz and Nappa shot each other looks as Vegeta growled angrily. The prince took a step forward. "Answer me now, kid, or I will silence you permanently," he warned. Trunks could hear no lying or bluffing in his father's voice. It was now or never. Trunks slowly approached the group, the aliens immediately moving out of his way as they huddled together, not sure what to expect of these strangers. Nappa and Raditz both looked on, neither trusting the boy as Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest. When Trunks was only a few feet away from his father, he surprised everyone in the court by kneeling down in front of the prince. "Prince Vegeta, this civilization is defenseless, and they mean you and your Saiyan friends no harm," Trunks said, his head lowered and his eyes focused on the floor. "I ask you to please leave them in peace." "Look at this, they have an ambassador who speaks for them," Raditz said mockingly. "At least now we can translate what those ugly purple freaks are saying to us," Nappa snickered. "Now hold on, you two," Vegeta said calmly, looking at the kneeling boy before him in amusement. "It seems as though my reputation precedes me. You know who I am, boy?" "Yes, you are Vegeta, Prince of all Saiyans," Trunks replied, not looking up. "And may I ask how you know this?" "You clearly are not from this planet, seeing as how you look nothing like the natives here," Vegeta pointed out, his curiosity piqued, but his eyes dark with suspicion. He could see the boy hesitating, and he chuckled, though there was no humor in his voice. "Do not try my patience, boy." Trunks hesitated only a moment longer, and immediately felt his head whip to the side. He used a hand to steady himself on the floor after Vegeta backhanded him hard across the face. His father was strong, much stronger than Trunks had thought. Even though he was over 1,000,000 times stronger than the prince, Trunks knew he could not flaunt his powers during this time he was in and in front of the company he had. He spit out a little blood as Vegeta grasped his jacket roughly. "I warned you once, boy," Vegeta threatened dangerously, leaning menacingly over Trunks as he raised his free hand to gather up energy for a ki blast. "Answer me now, or you die here. How do you know of me, and who are you with?" "Do it, Vegeta," Raditz encouraged. "He might be with them." "They are of no concern to us," Nappa countered. "We can destroy them easily." "Yes, but if he is with them, then he will not live to see another day," Vegeta growled, his grip tightening on Trunks' jacket as that sinister smirk crept up to his face, sending chills down Trunks' spine. Was his father mad? After all, it's a matter of principle. "I know who you are," Trunks said, making direct eye contact with his father, "because I am also a Saiyan." Silence instantly filled the room. Vegeta stared at the teenage boy, shock etched into his features and the ki blast dying at his fingertips as Nappa's jaw dropped and Raditz simply stared. Trunks tried to gauge the reaction his father would have once the shock wore off, but he couldn't read the prince at all. Seconds ticked away into minutes as Raditz and Nappa slowly looked from the boy to their leader and their prince. But the prince was gazing so intensely at the boy that neither dared interrupt him until he was ready. Finally, the shock disappeared from Vegeta's face and anger momentarily flashed. Quicker than Trunks thought him capable of, Vegeta shoved Trunks violently, sending the boy flying back a few feet. Trunks recovered in midair and landed on his feet in a crouched position. Impossible, Vegeta snarled. Curse you and your lies, boy. Let me take care of this rodent, Nappa said, smirking as he approached Trunks and eager to pick up where he had left off. I'll teach him a thing or two to use our heritage as some joke. You wish you were Saiyan, kid, Raditz snickered. I'm not lying, Trunks said, his voice firm and unwavering, his eyes locked on his father. He lowered his head and continued, Prince Vegeta, it's an honor to be in your presence. I know of you because I have seen blood running through my veins. You are my prince and I do not wish you any harm. Do you take me to be a fool, boy? Vegeta hissed furiously. The only full-blooded Saiyan survivors are me, Nappa, Raditz, and maybe Kakarot, Raditz's brother, if he survived his assignment. 3 for sure, maybe 4 total. You, boy, are not in that picture. I do have Saiyan blood, Trunks challenged. Liar, Raditz shot back, indignant that this weakling was standing up to Vegeta. Saiyans do not have that ridiculous colored hair. All full-blooded Saiyans have black hair. That's right, Vegeta affirmed, glaring at Trunks. A true Saiyan has black hair, and you don't. And most importantly, you have no tail. You are no Saiyan. Trunks blanched a bit, not having thought of any of that prior to the Saiyans mentioning it. It didn't matter though, it wasn't like he had time or methods to dye his hair black, and it wasn't as though he could suddenly grow a tail either. Seeing the hostile looks he was getting from the Saiyans and the downright murderous glare he was getting from his father, Trunks knew he had to come clean. Slowly, he knelt down and bowed his head again. Prince Vegeta, you're right. I am not a full-blooded Saiyan. I am in fact half Saiyan, he said. A half-breed? Vegeta asked incredulously, his eyes suspicious. Yes, my father was a full-blooded Saiyan and my mother was a different race. Trunks relented, not wanting to give up that much information about his background. My father died in battle when I was an infant, so I never knew him. I do have Saiyan blood, that was not a lie. Vegeta's eye twitched as he stared at the boy while Nappa and Raditz walked up to him. Raditz looked over at Trunks who still had his head lowered, and he gave the boy a sneer. Nappa and Raditz faced Vegeta and purposely gave Trunks their back. Trunks looked up a little and peered up at them, 2 fingers on his right hand crossed. A half-breed? Impossible, Raditz whispered. He could be with them, Nappa told Vegeta, he could be a spy trying to get on the inside. Vegeta growled, they already outnumber us, hundreds to only 3. Why would they bother recruiting a weakling boy to fight their battles for them? They want you dead, they are desperate, Raditz pointed out. Perhaps they threatened the weakling with his life or his family's life in exchange for gaining our trust and gathering information on our whereabouts and activities. I can kill them all single-handedly, Vegeta said dryly, snorting. Their efforts are annoying but hardly worth losing any sleep over. Reports are they are growing stronger and are involved in aggressive recruiting, Nappa reminded him. We have a lot of enemies in the universe. I know, it's a problem, but not an unsolvable one. I hardly see how this boy can be beneficial to them. The timing is suspicious with the events of last week, Raditz whispered. Vegeta turned to Raditz then, his eyes narrowed. Are you afraid of them, Raditz? Though it was phrased as a question, it was pronounced more as a statement. No, Raditz answered immediately. I just do not want us to be blindsided with their large numbers. Let Vegeta and me handle the planning, Nappa snickered. Raditz bristled at the backhanded insult, but did not reply as Vegeta contemplated silently to himself. The 2 Saiyans watched him expectantly. Behind them, Trunks was eyeing the aliens that were still huddled together near the far wall. He wanted to motion for them to leave, but he knew his father would see. He turned his eyes back towards the Saiyans, one knee still on the floor as he observed them. Nappa was enormous and Raditz was almost as tall, but his father Vegeta was much shorter than either. He reached just above Nappa's elbow without his hair. Including his hair, he barely reached Nappa's shoulder. In build, he also did not compare to the 2 larger Saiyans. While they both were ripped and muscle-bound, the smallest Saiyan was leaner and thinner. He almost looked lanky in comparison. Trunks tried not to stare at his father, but he had such a commanding presence that it was hard not to. Plus, Trunks was still trying to deduce his father's age. He was clearly older than Trunks, but it was very hard to tell how much older. He admittedly did not know much about Saiyan since he had been caught off guard about the issue with his hair and had completely forgotten about his lack of a tail, but he did know that Saiyans retained youthful looks for much longer than humans. As a result, it was going to be very difficult to simply guess his father's age. What wasn't difficult to figure out was the fact that regardless of the size differences, Raditz and Nappa were very much Vegeta's followers, and he was very much their leader. Trunks tried not to stare too much as they talked to each other in low, hushed tones. He waited, his body tense. Finally, Raditz and Nappa both turned to face him. Raditz took a few steps towards Trunks while Nappa stayed at Vegeta's side. The smallest Saiyan was staring intensely at Trunks, arms crossed over his chest, an emotionless expression on his face. Next to him on his right side, Nappa chuckled. Trunks stood up and faced Raditz, his face set in stone. We've decided that even if what you say is true, boy, and you are in fact half Saiyan, your half-breed genetics have unfortunately made you a weakling. Therefore you are of no use to us, Raditz said with a triumphant glimmer in his eyes. Too bad. Or maybe your scouters are limited in what they can detect, Trunks responded calmly. Vegeta raised an eyebrow at this but remained silent. Is that some sort of challenge? Raditz hissed indignantly. Trunks just gave a smirk in response. Nappa, Vegeta communicated silently to his comrade. Nappa looked over at the prince out of the corner of his eye. Do you recognize this boy? No, Nappa replied mentally. I've never seen the kid before in my life. Why do you ask, Vegeta? Vegeta frowned, his eyes never leaving Trunks. He just seems familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. Nappa turned to gaze at the boy, and study his features more carefully. Now that you mention it, he does seem kinda familiar. I suppose it doesn't matter. We have no use for a weakling, even if he is one of us. I know, Freeza would destroy this kid just by looking at him, Nappa snickered. Vegeta grit his teeth together, a muscle flexing in his jaw. He did not respond. In case you didn't notice, kid, we kind of have a little tournament going here, Raditz sneered. Now, you have two choices. You can either leave right now, and die later when we destroy this pathetic freak show of a planet, or you can stick around and die now, right here in our tournament. How about a third choice? Trunks suggested. What's that? I join you guys. After all, 3 is an odd number, Trunks said with a smirk. The three Saiyans stared at him blankly, as if he had grown a second head right in front of them. Finally, Raditz burst out into loud laughter. He leaned his head back and laughed loudly while Nappa chuckled in the back. Vegeta did not react, his eyes still scrutinizing Trunks as he tried to think of why the boy looked so familiar to him. You, join us? Kid, don't make me laugh, Raditz said as he shook his head in amusement. Now since you're still here, I'm assuming you want the second option. Since you're so eager to be one of us, I'll show you one of the tricks of the trade. An evil smile grew on his face as he raised a hand over his head, blue light starting to cackle from it. Vegeta and Nappa looked on expectantly as Trunks stared Raditz down. I call this one, keep your eye on the birdie. Trunks just smiled back. Raditz posed such a small threat to him, it was almost sad. But Trunks knew he could not destroy Raditz. He didn't want to tempt fate with such a drastic change in the original timeline that he always knew. But just because he couldn't kill Raditz didn't mean that he was going to be humiliated in front of Nappa and Vegeta, either. Both Saiyans looked on, their scouters activated and running as Raditz increased his power level. Here it comes, catch! Raditz shouted, throwing an energy blast towards the teenager. The blast reached Trunks a split second later. A fraction of a second passed, and Trunks had already deflected the attack and strategically sent the blast through a hole that was already in the building, thereby causing no further structural damage. Trunks hadn't moved a muscle except to raise his hand and deflect the blast, and he smirked a little when he saw the Saiyan staring at him in shock. Impossible! Raditz cried out, his eyes large as he gawked at Trunks in disbelief. There's no way he could have blocked my attack from so close a range. Nappa pressed the button on the side of his scouter to get a read on Trunks. Are you sure you read level 5, Raditz? Vegeta suddenly remembered the flicker of power he had felt from earlier as Raditz shot Nappa an irritated glance. Yes, I'm sure. I know how to read my scouter. It was him, Vegeta said to himself quietly, half amazed and half annoyed that the boy seemed to be stronger than he was letting on. I'm still getting a power level of 5, Nappa said, looking over at Vegeta. There's no way he could have blocked that attack with such a lower fighting power. Somehow, this boy knows how to suppress his power level, Vegeta said as he stepped up towards Raditz and Trunks. Everyone turned to look at him, with Raditz immediately stepping away. Vegeta locked eyes with Trunks and the boy tensed. His father's eyes were unreadable. Isn't that right, kid? How is that possible? Raditz asked, but Vegeta just ignored him. Slowly, with his arms crossed over his chest, Vegeta began to circle Trunks. Trunks remained still, though he felt like he was prey and he was being stalked by a dangerous predator as his father analyzed him. He followed the prince's movements out of the corner of his eye, on guard for a possible blind side. Earlier, my scouter detected a massive power reading, here in this very palace. It was very brief and it disappeared after only a moment, Vegeta said, his tone also unreadable as he continued circling Trunks. He shot a look over at his Saiyan comrades. The power reading was stronger than both of yours, and I think it was this boy who the power belonged to. What? Nappa yelled. That's not possible. Raditz added. This boy, stronger than both of us? Show us, kid, Vegeta ordered, coming to stand now in front of Trunks. Curiosity lit up the prince's face as he smirked, clearly intrigued and thankful that the visit to the planet hadn't been a complete waste of time. Show us your true power. Trunks knew that their scouters would explode if he listened to his father and went Super Saiyan, but he knew that option was out of the question anyways. The teenager took a deep breath, not sure how much was too much. He could increase his power level very rapidly and with very little effort, but the last thing he wanted to do was show himself as being the strongest Saiyan alive. His mother hadn't told him much about his father, but Trunks knew enough to know that he would severely wound his pride if he showed his father that he was the stronger of the two. Trunks grit his teeth and clenched his hands into tight fists, making more of a show than he needed to in order to avoid further suspicion. He saw 3 scouters light up simultaneously and saw lights flashing on the scouters as his power level began to climb. Trunks closed his eyes, using his discipline to keep the increase reasonable while only using a small infinitesimal fraction of his actual power. Astounding, Vegeta whispered as he watched the teenager in awe. His power level is over 9,000. And, climbing. Raditz stuttered, watching the numbers climb on his scouter. It just hit 12,000. Nappa exclaimed. That's stronger than me. Trunks took that as a sign to stop. Slowly, he took a deep breath and relaxed, opening his eyes to look at the Saiyan standing before him. It must be broken, there's just no way. Raditz growled, taking his scouter off and crushing it in his bare hand. Vegeta gave Nappa a look, and the larger Saiyan nodded. Raditz, Nappa said, stepping up and cracking his knuckles. Let's find out how good our scouters are. Before Trunks had a chance to respond, Raditz and Nappa both suddenly charged right at him. Raditz reached Trunks first and went to punch him, but Trunks disappeared before he could. Raditz barely registered that the teenager wasn't in front of him when Trunks reappeared behind Raditz and gave him a hard kick to the back that sent Raditz sprawling 10 or so feet forward in complete agony. Nappa reached Trunks a fraction of a second later, but before Nappa knew what was happening, Trunks had kicked him in the back of his legs, bringing the large man down to his knees. Nappa opened his mouth to cry out in pain but froze when he felt the cool metal of a sword pressed right against his neck. "Don't move, my sword might slip," Trunks warned. The entire exchange took less than 2 seconds to occur, but now he was the only one left standing. Loud laughter suddenly rang out in the court, making Trunks look over at the smallest Saiyan who was amused by what had just happened. "This kid just made fools out of you both," Vegeta laughed. Even his laughter had madness mixed into it. Trunks frowned and pulled his sword away from Nappa before taking a step or two back as the large Saiyan rose to his feet. Nappa slowly turned to face the teenager, a vein pulsing in his temple, his rage and humiliation evident. "Why you little punk," sneered Nappa. Trunks looked out of the corner of his eye at Raditz, who was slowly getting back up to his feet. "Kid, I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget." "Enough," Vegeta said loudly. "The boy is no weakling after all, and he wants to join us." Vegeta looked pointedly at Nappa. "We could use some reinforcements of our own, as insurance." Nappa bristled, clearly infuriated, but biting back his tongue as Raditz slowly limped up to them while staring daggers at Trunks. "Vegeta, he's not even a full-blooded Saiyan," Raditz growled. Vegeta immediately turned his full, intense gaze to Raditz, who instantly added, "But if you think he's worth it." "What's your name, kid?" Vegeta asked, approaching Trunks again. "I don't have one," Trunks relented, choosing his words carefully. He looked down as Vegeta walked up to him. "My mother didn't give me one." "A half-breed piece of trash with no name," Vegeta remarked in mock astonishment as he began to circle Trunks once again. "You're like a charity case, kid. But this isn't an adoption center, you know." Trunks nodded, not responding, so Vegeta continued, "You said your father was a full-blooded Saiyan. What was his name?" "I don't know," Trunks responded. "I don't like being lied to, boy," Vegeta warned, his voice a dangerous snarl. Suddenly, his fist shot out, punching Trunks hard in his back. Vegeta hit nowhere near as hard as the androids from Trunks' time, but the teenager dropped to his knees anyways. Trunks winced when he felt Vegeta grab a fistful of his lavender hair and yank his head back forcefully. "I am not lying, I don't know his name, my mother never told me," Trunks said as convincingly as he could, suddenly feeling the metal from his own sword pressing up under his chin. He suddenly wished he was a better liar. His father was very intuitive, and he couldn't afford any mistakes now. "Have we met before?" Vegeta demanded. "No," Trunks answered, wincing as his father tightened his grip on his hair. "What's your name, kid?" "I don't have one." "Why are you on this planet?" "I landed here on accident. My ship was destroyed when I arrived." "Do you know of a man named Ares?" "No." "Are you working for anyone?" Vegeta pressed the sword tighter against Trunks' skin. "No, no one." Vegeta stayed silent, contemplating while Nappa and Raditz looked on, both eager to finish what they started and just waiting for the word. Trunks stayed silent as well, willing his pounding heart to slow down. If his father didn't believe him, then what was he going to do? They would be engaged in an all-out battle, and he just couldn't take the chance. He could accidentally kill any of them with their enormous power differences, and they would surely not stop until he was dead. Rapidly, Trunks tried to come up with a plan if Vegeta called his bluff. Maybe he could knock them out and steal one of their spaceships? But they might be able to track him down. They would surely make it their mission to track him down if he did that. But it was probably his best option if the current plan backfired. Suddenly, the metal was removed from his skin and his hair was released. Trunks slowly opened his eyes and looked up curiously at the Prince of Saiyans who was standing over him. His father was glaring down at him menacingly, holding his sword in his right hand. After a few moments though, Vegeta smirked that sinister smirk. "Well, now you're working for us, kid," Vegeta said. "What? We're going to let this half-breed rat come with us?" Raditz yelled out indignantly. Vegeta cracked his neck. "Excuse me, I have to take care of something," he said in mock politeness to Trunks. Trunks got up to his feet and watched his father walk over to Raditz, who backed up a little. "Vegeta, I'm sorry, I didn't dash." Before he could finish what he was saying, Vegeta jumped into the air and kicked Raditz, hard, right in the face. The Saiyan was sent flying back and crashing into the wall as Vegeta landed lightly on his feet. "I broke your jaw so I don't have to hear your mouth. Next time you question one of my decisions, I'll break your neck so I don't have to hear you ever again. I won't warn you again," Vegeta said, his face hard as he shot a look over at Nappa, silently warning him as well. He turned around and walked back over to Trunks, who was watching in shock while Nappa went to assist Raditz. "Now then, where were we?" Vegeta asked casually. Trunks tried to speak, but couldn't. He was questioning his father's sanity more and more as each moment passed. "Ah yes," the prince said. "You were going to join us, yes?" Yeah," Trunks answered uncertainly, questioning his plan a little bit now. "Good. Come with me then, boy," Vegeta said, walking off. Trunks hesitated momentarily before following his father, his stomach turning as he saw that they were heading towards the forgotten aliens who had watched everything. They were clearly too frightened to leave, and it would have been futile anyways. There is no way they would have been allowed. Vegeta walked right up to the smallest alien, what looked like a child, and grabbed one of its scaly arms. The other aliens cried out in protest at this, but Vegeta yanked the child close to him. He then let go of the child alien and raised his hand towards the others. "No, don't!" Trunks yelled, just as a ki blast was preparing to fire from his father's fingertips. Vegeta looked at Trunks out of the corner of his eye, before smirking. "And you say you have seen blood?" Vegeta said mockingly. He lowered his hand and turned to Trunks, handing him his sword back. "But you aren't going to join us on the hunt and not participate. No one is allowed to be a spectator around here except me. They have done nothing to you," Trunks said in a low voice, his blue eyes looking right into his father's dark ones. There was nothing there to see though as Vegeta calmly returned his son's stare. "I don't recall that ever being relevant," Vegeta replied, that hint of madness in his voice now no longer just a small hint. "But I can see that you're new to this, kid, so I'll make you a deal. You take care of this one here." He grabbed the alien child next to him, roughly shoving him in Trunks' direction, "and I'll spare the rest. If you refuse, I'll take care of them all." He extended his arm holding the sword, his eyes challenging. "Time to get your hands dirty, kid." Hesitantly, Trunks took his sword from his father's hand. He turned it around so he was gripping the handle, and looked at the small alien before him. It was looking up at him in terror, and Trunks felt sick to his stomach. This being hadn't done a thing to him or his father. It couldn't defend itself, just like he couldn't defend himself for so long against the androids of his time. His hand trembling, Trunks slowly placed his sword so it rested on the alien's shoulder. The alien child gave what sounded like a whimper. Trunks' eyes raised to his father, who was staring hard at him. "I'm waiting," Vegeta said evenly. Trunks nodded, took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He lifted the sword, and brought it down quickly. "I'm sorry," Trunks said, his tone regretful as he raised his eyes again to his father. "I can't." Vegeta observed the teenager's sword, stopped a fraction of an inch away from the alien child's neck. His eyes raised to meet the boy's blue ones. There was silence as Trunks slowly withdrew his sword, putting it back in his holster. Vegeta's stare unnerved Trunks, making the teen somewhat anxious as he glanced over at the other Saiyans. Nappa was still back where they had been standing earlier. Raditz was now standing next to him, his jaw visibly swollen and discolored, hatred in his eyes as he glared at Trunks from across the court. Trunks looked back to his father. Vegeta suddenly smiled. "I see now. Your mother's garbage genetics have tainted whatever Saiyan pride you had. You've lost your killer edge, even though you're tremendously powerful for a kid your age. Your sentimentality makes you weak, boy." Trunks didn't know how to respond, so he just nodded quietly. "That's okay though. I'll teach you to harness your true inner Saiyan drive to fight." "I can't kill this child," Trunks said, and Vegeta just shrugged. "Hey, kid, don't worry about it," Vegeta said easily as Trunks looked at him in confusion. "You're not used to it. I understand." Vegeta casually strolled up to where the alien child was. He placed both of his hands on the alien's shoulders, eliciting terrified trembling from the alien child. "I have a heart too, you know," Vegeta continued, that sinister smirk back on his face as he looked right at Trunks, who was now tense. "I'm not that bad, kid. I'm actually a great guy once you get to know me." "Yeah, I'm sure," Trunks said hesitantly. Vegeta just chuckled, his grip visibly tightening on the alien's shoulders. Suddenly, there was a flash of hot, bright light. "No!" Trunks shouted. The word hadn't completely left his lips when the alien child's now decapitated body fell in a heap to the floor. Vegeta automatically turned to the remaining aliens and fired a ki blast at them, disintegrating them on the spot as Trunks watched, horrified at what he was seeing. Vegeta lowered his hand and looked down at the alien child's beheaded body in front of him. "Humph," he snorted. Looks like all the action made him lose his head. He looked up at Trunks, his smirk gone, a cold look on his face. "I always keep my word, boy." He turned and walked back towards the other Saiyans. "Guess I'm the new champion," he said, laughing that loud laugh of his as Trunks numbly sank to his knees before the dead alien's body. His father was a monster. A murderer. A heartless and savage killer. Trunks had barely interacted with the man and he had already shaken him down to his core. How was he going to handle spending days, possibly weeks with him while he tried to fix the capsule to his time machine? "Let's go, kid," Nappa yelled. Trunks slowly looked over and saw that Vegeta was already walking out of the court altogether, with Raditz following him close behind. Nappa was standing still though, eyes trained on Trunks, clearly waiting. The teenager blinked back angry tears of frustration over the situation he found himself in, but he had no choice. Slowly, he stood up and began to head towards them. Trunks stared into the flames of the fire that Raditz had started. He, Raditz, and Nappa were seated on the ground surrounding the fire. Further away from the group, Vegeta lay on the ground by himself. The prince was on his back, his arms folded behind his head. He had one knee up and his other leg resting on that knee, his eyes closed. Trunks snuck a look at him every now and then, as if ensuring himself that the man laying on the ground was actually his father. There were so many questions Trunks wanted to ask him, years worth of questions, but no one was speaking and Trunks was not about to be the one to break the silence. Abruptly, Raditz stood up and stalked away angrily. Trunks eyed him warily. He didn't have to be a genius to see that Raditz hated the fact that Vegeta had allowed him to join their group. "Where is he going?" Trunks asked. The only sound he heard in response was the cackling of the flames in front of him. He glanced at Nappa who was eyeing Raditz's retreating figure with disgust. He shot a look over at his father, but the prince hadn't moved a muscle. It was hard to tell if Vegeta was even awake. Finally, Nappa grunted. "Don't mind Raditz, kid," the large man said as he turned to look at Trunks over the flames. Trunks could see himself in the reflection of Nappa's blue scouter. "He does this every night." "Does what?" Trunks asked. He looked over at Vegeta again, as if hoping his father would join in the conversation. He wanted so badly to talk to his father and understand what it was that possessed him to be the way he was. Surely, he wasn't like this when he met his mother. Trunks could only wonder how the killer laying on the ground could one day claim his mother's heart. Nappa, oblivious to the look in Trunks' eyes as the teenager eyed the Saiyan prince, snorted in response. "He thinks his brother is alive somewhere. He has a brother?" Trunks asked, surprised, as he looked over in the direction Raditz had walked off in. "Oh yeah, you guys mentioned that earlier," Trunks said as he remembered his father saying there was potentially another Saiyan out there in the universe. Trunks eyed Raditz, who had his back to them and was very clearly looking up at the night sky. Trunks' mind was racing. There was only one other full-blooded Saiyan that he hadn't encountered yet. Goku. He had a brother, Nappa corrected. "There is no way that his brother is still alive." "How can you be so sure?" Trunks asked. The teenager heard a grunt and looked over at Vegeta. The prince still had his eyes closed, a scowl now on his face. "You really don't know anything about your own people, do you, kid? Are you sure you're a Saiyan?" "Yes, I am," Trunks replied automatically. Vegeta opened his eyes and turned his head to look at the teenager. Trunks felt a chill run down his spine at the cold look his father was giving him. The prince had a glare that could melt steel. Vegeta stared at Trunks a moment longer, before snorting. He turned his head away again so he was looking up at the sky, before closing his eyes again. "Nappa, educate the boy," he ordered. Nappa sighed and removed his scouter, tossing it aside. He reclined back on a log that was behind him, stretching his legs. Trunks stayed quiet as he sat cross-legged across the fire from Nappa, waiting patiently for him to speak. "Well," Nappa started, before frowning. "There's so much to tell, Vegeta," Nappa groaned, looking over at his prince. "I don't know where to begin." Vegeta smirked as he chuckled. "Start from the beginning, Nappa." "Well, all right," Nappa relented. He grabbed a stick that was lying nearby and poked the fire while he gathered his thoughts. He looked up at Trunks and found the boy staring intently at him. Nappa blinked, feeling a sense of deja vu as the light of the flames flickered over the teenager's face. "Are you sure we've never met before, kid?" "I'm sure. I definitely remember someone as big as you," Trunks replied, hoping the tension gripping his muscles didn't give him away. He had never been more thankful that he didn't look more like his father than he was at that moment. "Well, we Saiyans prepare planets for others to purchase. Before our planet Vegeta was destroyed by a large meteor, we would send our weakest babies to planets to purge them so we could sell the planets. Raditz's brother was sent on one of these missions." "I see," Trunks said as he lowered his eyes to the flames again. "And he never came back. How could he?" "Our planet was destroyed," Nappa said. Trunks caught his father flinching in the corner of his eye. "Plus, we did a search on the planet and there is still life there. He failed his mission, which no Saiyan ever does. There is only one explanation for his failure. He's dead," Trunks said quietly. "Exactly," Nappa said, grinning widely. "Hey Vegeta, we got ourselves a genius here." Vegeta just grunted in reply. Trunks glanced over at Raditz again, "But what if he is still alive?" "It doesn't matter," Vegeta said sharply, suddenly cutting in. "If Kakarot is truly alive, he will be even weaker than Raditz. The only one in the universe who cares whether that fool still breathes is his bigger fool of a brother. Kakarot is as useful to us dead as he is alive. Hardly worth the time of day." "Yeah," Trunks replied, thinking quietly to himself. "So you guys were sent to wipe out this entire planet of all life?" "Not exactly," Nappa said as he snickered. "There's another planet close to here that's up for sale. They don't want any nearby planets, so we're going to destroy this one." "But why?" Trunks asked, looking over his father. "Why do this?" "It's our assignment, kid," Vegeta snarled angrily. "We do what we're told to do by Freeza. And so will you. How can you all live like this? It's like you're practically..." The teenager's voice trailed off when he saw the ice-cold glare his father was giving him. "Say it, boy," Vegeta said, his eyes hard as he glared at his son. "Say it. We're practically what?" "Slaves," Trunks said quietly, feeling very uncomfortable as he tried to avoid his father's eyes. He looked at Nappa, but he had his arms crossed and was staring into the fire. He glanced over at Raditz, but the Saiyan was sitting on the ground away from all of them, just watching the sky. "That's right, kid, we're slaves. We belong to Freeza," Vegeta sneered in disgust. "But we won't always, boy. One day, kid," Nappa said as he poked the fire again with his stick. "One day, Vegeta will be strong enough and he'll kill that freak." "That's right," Vegeta agreed, staring up at the sky now as Trunks looked over at him. Trunks sighed quietly, feeling pained at the life his father had. "One day, boy, I will ascend and I will become the Super Saiyan of legend. I will avenge our people and destroy Freeza once and for all." Trunks cringed, knowing that Goku was destined to destroy Freeza in his timeline, not Vegeta. He looked down into the flames again. "I believe you," Trunks said, dejected now as he frowned. His thoughts were whirling in his head as he pictured himself going on these missions with his father. He felt sick at the thought. He shook his head a little, trying not to think about it. Instead he focused on Goku and the thought that somewhere in the universe, Goku and his mother were alive. They were safe, for the time being, but if he didn't finish his mission, they would never get to grow old. He had to finish his own mission. Somehow, if Trunks could just make it back to Earth, he could find Goku and give him the antidote. Then he could save the world from experiencing the future he had grown up in. And once he was there, he could have his mother repair the capsule for his time machine. Then he would finally be able to go home. "Hey, boy, I'm talking to you," an angry voice hissed. Trunks blinked, snapping out of it as he looked over at his father. He had zoned out for some time it seemed. Raditz had rejoined them and was laying down next to the fire in a position similar to Vegeta's, and so was Nappa. Both appeared to be sleeping. Trunks glanced back at his father who scowled at him. "I said you better get some sleep if you want to survive tomorrow." "What's tomorrow?" Trunks asked, trying not to show his unease. He removed his sword holster, feeling mildly safe with them now. After the rocky intense greeting session they had held in the court of the alien palace, Nappa and Vegeta hardly seemed like they wanted to harm him any longer. Raditz clearly was the opposite, but Trunks knew he wouldn't disobey Vegeta. "Tomorrow, we bring you to meet Freeza," Vegeta said, his tone emotionless. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. "Brace yourself for a beating, boy." Trunks removed his jacket as he frowned. "He's going to try to beat me?" he asked. He resisted the urge to snicker at the thought. He could destroy Freeza in mere seconds, but he knew that it wasn't his destiny to do so. That privilege was Goku's, and he could not interfere with that fate. If he did, Goku would never face Freeza and would therefore never be pushed to become a Super Saiyan. Trunks sighed and folded his jacket up, carefully minding the antidote and the capsule to his time machine. The Saiyan Prince snorted at his question as if it had a ridiculously obvious answer. "If we're lucky, it'll just be you that gets the beating, kid," Vegeta mumbled, the hatred thick in his voice. "Depends on the bastard's mood." Trunks swallowed heavily as he laid his folded-up jacket on the ground. He was sure he could endure a beating from Freeza. The androids from his time were far more powerful than the alien tyrant and he had stood up to them. But if Freeza dragged his father into it and started beating him too, Trunks felt his chest tighten at the thought. Could he actually stand to watch his father be beaten down right in front of him? The teenager sighed again as he laid down on the ground, resting on his side and using his jacket as a pillow. He brought his sword holster close to him and watched the flames dance in the night. He thought of his father's words, thought of Raditz staring up at the night sky, thought of his mother's tears at night when she missed his father, as he slowly succumbed to his fatigue. Some time later, a loud crash sounded and woke Trunks up immediately. The teenager was on his feet in an instant, his sword already drawn. He looked around, his lavender hair falling into his eyes as he breathed heavily. The three Saiyans were all standing around 5 feet in front of him, and each had a large pod behind him that looked like a spaceship. The fire was no longer burning and had long burnt out it seemed. Raditz glared at him, his mouth very disfigured, while Nappa chuckled in amusement. Vegeta stood in between them, staring at Trunks. The prince just raised an eyebrow, his arms crossed over his chest. "It's about time you woke up," Vegeta said evenly. Trunks lowered his sword slowly, tearing his blue eyes away from his father's and looking around. "What was that loud crash?" he asked. "That's your new ride, kid," Nappa said as he motioned with his chin for Trunks to look behind him. The teenager did and saw that the crash had been another pod landing on the planet. His blue eyes widened at the sight. "We called for one to be sent, just for you," Nappa said mockingly. Vegeta smirked as Trunks walked over to inspect the space pod. He pressed a button on the side and the door opened with a hiss. "Well kid, it's time we go back to base," Vegeta said as he rested a hand on his own space pod. "I thought you said we were going back tomorrow," Trunks asked as he looked over his shoulder. Raditz had already climbed into his space pod and shut the door and Nappa was climbing into his. Vegeta pressed the button to open his, and looked over his shoulder back at Trunks. "Foolish boy, it is tomorrow. There is no daylight on this planet," Vegeta said with a smirk. "Come on, kid, I thought you were supposed to be smart. Now hurry up and get in, or we're leaving you behind." Trunks went back to grab his jacket and sword before hurrying back over to his own space pod. He climbed in and the door immediately closed in response. He looked around for some type of seatbelt or other kind of restraint, but he barely had time before he was shot back into his seat as the space pod took off. After a few seconds, his body got used to the acceleration and he finally had the chance to check out the space pod. "Wow, pretty cool," he whispered, amazed at how advanced the technology was. He was busy trying to study the coordinates when a flash of blinding light came through the small oval window on the space pod. Trunks winced and raised his hand to block the light from his eyes. "Nice shot, Vegeta," Nappa's voice cackled in. Trunks felt his heart sink as he realized that his father must have destroyed the planet they were just on. He tried to breathe as his father chuckled over the embedded sound system. "I do have some good aim, don't I?" Vegeta asked. "Hey kid, are you hearing this?" "Yeah," Trunks answered, pulling out the capsule to his time machine from his jacket. He gripped it tightly, closing his eyes and taking deep breaths as if the capsule alone was holding him together at the moment. "You're destroying the next planet," Vegeta ordered. "It'll be good for you, kid." Trunks cringed, hearing the smirk in his father's voice as Nappa just laughed. "There's a scouter in the overhead. Put it on and get used to wearing it." Trunks looked up and saw that there was indeed a compartment overhead. He slowly opened it and took out a brand new scouter with a red glass lens. He slipped it on over his left ear, the glass covering his left eye. It was comfortable enough. He pressed the button on the side and a light flickered on his screen with the word activated flashing. "We'll be there in 3 hours," Nappa's voice came on. "Hey Raditz, can ya talk yet?" A growl came through the sound system, and both Nappa and Vegeta laughed. Trunks though was too busy looking out his window. He had never gone into space before and the sights before him were incredible. He pressed one hand up against the glass. It was cold as ice. The 3 hours came and went before Trunks even realized it. Soon the door to his space pod was opening. He stepped out hesitantly as an alien wearing Saiyan armor stood before him. The alien was green and wearing a green scouter. He scowled at Trunks, eyeing him up and down. Trunks looked over to the side and saw that the other Saiyans were climbing out of their space pods as well. They had landed on some huge landing pad apparently built just for space pods like theirs. In front of them was a large building made up of white stone. No doubt their home base. Frieza's home base. So this is who Vegeta wanted a space pod for. The alien snorted and reached out to poke Trunks in the chest. The teenager blinked and looked at the alien with narrowed eyes as the alien sneered. Doesn't look so tough to me. Fool, do not touch him, Vegeta snarled as he walked over, Nappa and Raditz close behind. He is one of my men now. The alien pulled away and nodded as Trunks slipped his sword holster back on, holding his jacket in his hands. Vegeta eyed Trunks and snorted in disgust. He crossed his arms and looked over at Raditz. You, go to the rejuvenation chamber for an hour so your mouth heals, he demanded. Raditz shot Trunks a hateful look that made the teenager tense before walking off. You, Vegeta said, turning to Nappa. Go and alert Zarbon that we have arrived. Yes, Vegeta, Nappa said obediently before heading off in the direction Raditz had gone in. And as for you, Vegeta sneered, turning to face Trunks. He stared at him with his intense dark gaze for a moment, his eyebrows furrowed, before eyeing him up and down like the alien had just a minute ago. Trunks stared back at his father, not wanting to appear cowardly. You're a Saiyan, boy, so it's time you dress like one. Come, the Saiyan prince said, turning and walking off in a different direction than the other Saiyans, his arms still over his chest. Trunks followed his father into the building, watching as some aliens immediately moved out of Vegeta's way while some just ignored his presence. Almost everyone wore armor, and it almost always matched Vegeta's. It was like everyone was ready for battle at a moment's notice. Is this where you live? Trunks asked, quickening his pace to keep up with his father. Vegeta just grunted. If you can call slavery living, then yes, I suppose you could say I live here, Vegeta said in a bitter tone. Don't get too comfortable though, kid. We hardly ever stay here for more than a few days at a time. There is too much work to be done. Yes, I see, Trunks answered, deep down absolutely thrilled that he was actually talking to his father. He had dreamt for years what it would be like to have a conversation with his father, and now it was happening. Sure, Vegeta was absolutely nothing like what he had pictured him to be, but he was still his father. Trunks knew though that Vegeta would just as readily break his jaw, or his neck, as he would answer his questions, so he knew not to push the prince. He just looked around, hoping to find a place where he could find some tools to repair his capsule. Vegeta paused in front of a door and put his hand on a scanner. The metallic doors slid open and father and son walked in. Vegeta walked over and pressed a button on the wall. All of a sudden the wall came to life, whirring as it split in two and slid apart to reveal a large metallic closet filled with many replicas of the armor they all wore. Is this the armor everyone wears around here? Trunks asked. This is Saiyan armor, boy, Vegeta said as he unscrewed a set. Freeza decided to adopt our armor and have his men wear similar armor. I guess Saiyans have good taste and style, he said sarcastically, that bitter edge back in his voice. Trunks remained silent as Vegeta straightened. The Saiyan prince eyed the armor he was holding, before grunting in approval. He turned and threw it back at Trunks, who reached up and caught it with one hand. Vegeta scowled at him and crossed his arms over his chest once again. Oh wow, Trunks said, putting down his jacket and holding the armor with both hands. This is lighter than it looks. It looks kinda small though, F dash. Trunks stopped speaking, swallowing hard as Vegeta looked at him with a mixture of confusion and curiosity on his face. For a guy like me, Trunks finished, inside cursing himself over his own stupidity. He had almost slipped and called Vegeta father. He wanted to kick himself as Vegeta stared at him. Trunks looked down to his armor and tried to avoid the piercing gaze his father was giving him. Finally, after what felt like a millennium, Vegeta snorted. The material stretches, stupid boy, he sneered as Trunks let his body relax. He had never been so grateful to be insulted in his entire life. There are gloves, boots, and the proper undergarment there, the Saiyan prince said, pointing back to the closet. Get dressed. I will return momentarily and then we will go introduce you to Freeza, Vegeta said as he walked past Trunks. He left the room without another word and without another look back. Trunks relaxed when the door closed behind him and began to get undressed. So far, everything was going according to plan. He didn't think he had upset the original timeline too much, and he had bought himself some time to repair his capsule. And if worse came to worse, he could probably escape to Earth to find his mother and deliver the antidote to Goku. He had time and options now, and he was finally getting the chance to interact with his father. Granted, Vegeta was nothing like what he had ever imagined. The man had a heart of stone, if he even had a heart. But Trunks knew that deep down there was a good person there. His mother had seen it, and he would too. 15 minutes later, Trunks turned at the sound of the metallic doors sliding open. He turned and saw his father there, his dark eyes scrutinizing the teenager's appearance. Trunks was now dressed wearing black tights, white boots, white gloves, and the traditional Saiyan armor with shoulder extensions. Over his eye he had the red scouter on. Vegeta stared at the boy, before slowly nodding his approval. Much better, the prince said as Trunks adjusted one of his gloves. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, Trunks was hiding a few things inside of the armor. Vegeta took a few steps towards Trunks as the door closed behind him. He stood there, a scowl on his face as Trunks frowned. "Is something wrong?" the teenager asked after a moment of awkward silence. "Listen kid," Vegeta finally snarled. "You work for Freeza, but you listen to me. I am the prince of all Saiyans. I am your prince. You do as I say, you got that?" he said dangerously. "You do what he says too, but you don't forget who I am. You don't forget who you are. The day you do is the day you die by my hands," Vegeta said, his eyes staring a hole into Trunks. The teenager nodded, feeling unnerved by his father's hard gaze once again. "I don't care if Freeza tears you apart limb from limb today, kid. Hell, he could kill you for all I care. But hear me. When he beats you, show no fear. Never show him any fear, boy. You do not represent yourself in front of him. You represent us all. And though our Saiyan numbers might have dwindled, our Saiyan pride never will. Do I make myself clear?" he growled. "Crystal," Trunks replied. Vegeta turned and headed back out, with Trunks following close behind. "Good," Vegeta said, grunting. "Now we're going to find out just how tough you really are, kid," he said snidely. "Yes, sir," Trunks answered respectfully as they walked together down a long dark corridor. Vegeta was leading the way with Trunks just a step behind him. He noted how even when walking, his father practically defined pride. The teenager felt his own pride swell up in his chest at the knowledge that even through the torture and slavery that was Frieza's reign, his father had not been completely broken. Corrupted and misguided, maybe, but still true to himself. A true prince. Father and son finally reached Nappa outside of a large set of metallic doors where no doubt, Frieza was waiting. Nappa and Vegeta nodded to each other, before they both looked over at him. Trunks gave a nod as Nappa glanced warily at Vegeta. Vegeta gave a firm nod. Trunks silently swore that he would not disappoint his father as Nappa finally opened the doors. Addicted to this story? Infinite Novel has plenty more. Subscribe and stay tuned. Round and round. The pink liquid in the wine glass kept sloshing round and round as Frieza slowly rotated his wrist, holding up the glass between two white alien fingers. It was the only part of him that Trunks could see as he lowered himself to one knee, following Nappa's lead. The alien tyrant was sitting in a seat that was levitating a few inches off the floor, his back to the Saiyans as he faced a large glass window overlooking his empire. On one side of Frieza was a tall, smug-looking green alien with dark green hair that was tied back, blue scouter on his face. The soldier had his arms nonchalantly crossed over his chest as he gazed at Trunks with amused curiosity. On the other side of Frieza was a shorter and much rounder pink alien with spikes coming out of his head and forearms. This one looked much more anxious at the sight of the newcomer, his eyes narrowed and his dark blue lips pursed in suspicion. Vegeta walked between Trunks and Nappa, going forward a couple of feet before coming to a stop. He eyed the two aliens with suppressed loathing, before slowly lowering himself to one knee. The Saiyan Prince rested one forearm on his raised knee, clenched his fists, and finally lowered his head in a show of deep respect. Trunks frowned but did the same, his hair falling forward as he did so. The team's sharp eyes stayed up though, his eyes going between the glass in Frieza's hands and the tense body of his father. "Lord Frieza, the planet Daria has been destroyed, just as you ordered," Vegeta reported. Trunks' eyes settled on his father's back. His voice sounded different when addressing the tyrant. It was as if the madness Trunks had been hearing was now subdued, controlled. In its place was nothing at all. No inflection, no emotion, no indication of the hatred Vegeta had so freely expressed to him, Nappa, and Raditz. Trunks glanced at Nappa out of the corner of his eye but the kneeling Saiyan had his head lowered and his eyes closed, his face expressionless. The tall, green alien gave a dark chuckle as he looked calmly at Vegeta. "It took you 2 whole days, Saiyan," he said in a smooth voice with the slightest hint of an accent that Trunks couldn't place. The voice was laced with simultaneous arrogance and disdain. "I think you're losing your touch." Vegeta slowly raised his head and glared at him. "The only thing I'm losing is my patience with you, Zarbon," he snarled dangerously. "You would do well to remember your place, Monkey Prince," Zarbon hissed. "Unless you want me to remind you of it again," he threatened, cracking a small smirk. Vegeta growled low in his throat in response. "Need we remind you that it would have only taken you Saiyans 1 day, Vegeta, had you not asked for an extra spaceship?" The pink alien cut in bitterly, glancing from Vegeta to Trunks. Now, Dodoria, Zarbon," Frieza said slowly, drawing everyone's attention. Trunks had never heard the tyrant speak before, and had still seen nothing of him except his alien hand that was holding a wine glass. And yet, the teenager couldn't help feeling his own form of hatred flaring inside of him upon hearing his voice. Frieza continued, in a shrill drawl with mock politeness, "I am sure Vegeta has a perfectly acceptable explanation as to why he would order an extra spaceship without getting my permission first." The threat that rang in the air behind the words made Trunks grit his teeth angrily. "Round and round, Lord Frieza," Vegeta said, lowering his head again. He kept the hand that wasn't on his knee down by his side, his knuckles on the floor. Trunks could practically see the veins on his father's hand through his white glove from how tight his fist was clenched. "While Raditz, Nappa, and I were purging Daria prior to destroying the planet, we found a youth with enormous fighting potential for his age. I thought it would be a waste to kill the boy. I decided to bring him here so you could meet him. I think he could be a useful ally." Dodoria and Zarbon both immediately looked at Trunks, but his eyes were on the glass in Frieza's hand. It was no longer rotating. What was slowly rotating was the levitating seat the tyrant was seated in. Finally, he was facing all of them, a dark expression in his eyes and a red scouter over his left eye. Trunks silently sensed the energy that the alien was emitting. It was darker than his father's, which he didn't think was possible. The alien was slightly shorter than Vegeta it seemed, and for just a moment, Trunks ached to transform into a Super Saiyan and destroy him for good. Freeza stared at Trunks with intense scrutiny for a few moments, with the teen bravely returning the stare, Vegeta's words from earlier still ringing clear in his mind. Freeza narrowed his eyes, before turning his gaze to Vegeta. He began to absent-mindedly rotate the glass in his hand again. I see that you've already made the boy comfortable, Vegeta. I'm slightly offended you didn't ask my opinion of him first. I'll end his life immediately if you do not approve of him, Vegeta said calmly. Trunks tensed at his father's words, disbelief spreading through him as he looked at the prince's back. Just like that, his father would throw him to the wolves? He had come in expecting to withstand a beating at the hands of Freeza, and instead Vegeta had thrown out the idea to kill him as nonchalantly as a normal person would suggest taking a walk around the block. I just thought his potential was too much to waste, and he was more than willing to join us. Freeza stared at Vegeta suspiciously for a moment. Finally, he handed his glass to Niteryde, who instantly took it. He then turned his full attention to Trunks. Step forward, boy, the tyrant ordered, raising one hand to his scouter and pressing a button on it. Let me take a good look at who Vegeta thinks is worthy to be here. Trunks slowly stood up and walked up past his father, feeling the prince's piercing eyes following his every movement as he came to stand around 5 feet in front of Freeza. The teenager took a deep breath to steady his nerves as he watched Frieza's scouter run. Impressive, Freeza finally said as he cracked a dark smirk. What do you think, Zarbon? I think there is more here than meets the eye, Zarbon said smoothly, also smirking as he brushed a strand of dark green hair back out of his face. Freeza chuckled. Yes, I think so too, Freeza said as he gave Trunks an amused look. What's your name, boy? I don't have one, Trunks lied immediately, as if on cue. Well, isn't that a pity? Freeza asked, feigning sympathy. And may I ask why you want to work for me? I want to work for Prince Vegeta. Doing so means I have to work for you too, Trunks replied evenly, the disgust creeping into his voice. Prince Vegeta, Freeza said in a mocking tone, a smirk spreading over his face. Niteryde and Zarbon both snickered. Why, I haven't heard my little monkey called that since he was a child. The tyrant briefly glanced at the prince, amusement on his face. He will be the first to tell you though that the only one who gets special titles around here is me. The threat was barely veiled through his false politeness. Trunks took another deep breath, the stress of the situation making his heart race as Freeza looked back to him. What planet are you from, boy? I don't know its name, Trunks lied. I just asked Vegeta if I could join his group because I am half Saiyan. All shreds of amusement immediately disappeared from Frieza's face at the teenager's words. The alien's white face seemed to darken entirely with hatred. You monkeys are like cockroaches. You simply refuse to die, Freeza sneered with murderous venom in his voice, eyeing Trunks with much more scrutiny than before. Trunks was clenching and unclenching his fists, trying his best to remain as calm as possible so his power level wouldn't skyrocket and blow his cover. It was absolutely infuriating to the teenager to know that he could blow this alien up to pieces, but that he couldn't follow through. It would have been completely different if he had gone back in time the 20 years he was originally supposed to. Freeza had been fated to die during that time by Goku's hand on Earth. Trunks would have gladly stepped in and taken Freeza out then, it would have made little difference at that point. But to take him out now would mean that the epic struggle between the alien tyrant and Goku on Namek that his mother had told him about would never happen. That battle needed to happen to push Goku to his limits so he could make his legendary ascension. Trunks needed Goku at his absolute best if he was going to make any kind of difference at all when the androids arrived. The teenager felt helpless as he struggled to contain the growing urge from deep inside to kill Freeza. Should just wipe them all out right now, Niteryde suggested in a low voice. Trunks narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting to the pink alien. His heart was pounding furiously in his chest now. Was he going to inadvertently instigate a war here just by his mere presence in this time? Calm yourself, Niteryde, Freeza said slowly, the muscles in his face relaxing as he chuckled. If Vegeta wants to have another pet, then he can have him. Arrange for the boy to sleep with them in their chambers. Have to keep all my little monkeys in their cage, Freeza said as he smirked. Behind him, Trunks could hear Vegeta hiss furiously and Nappa growl in response. It doesn't seem like the prince likes that very much, Lord Freeza, Zarbon said as he snickered in amusement. Well, I think the prince should be very careful, because he's done a few things that I don't like very much, Freeza responded, his face darkening as his eyes shifted away from Trunks to the still kneeling Saiyan a few feet behind him. Vegeta instantly tensed, his eye beginning to twitch. I'm done speaking to you, boy, Freeza said, waving off Trunks as if he was nothing but an annoying toddler while keeping his eyes locked on Vegeta. Stand back now. I need to have a few words with my favorite little monkey over there. Trunks hesitantly took a small step back, not liking the look in the tyrant's eyes as he looked at his father. Trunks glanced at Vegeta who, though showing absolute respect with the position he was in, was showing nothing but absolute hatred in his eyes as he stared defiantly back at Freeza. Trunks opened his mouth to speak, to draw the attention back to himself and away from his father. Finally, he sputtered, Lord Freeza, he said, hating the words as soon as he said them. The tyrant narrowed his eyes and looked back at the teenager in disinterest and boredom. If this is about me, it was my idea to join Vegeta and his group. If it was up to him, I wouldn't be here. Interesting, Freeza interrupted, his tone cold. The boy is trying to protect you, Vegeta. The tyrant shifted his dark eyes back to the prince. How very interesting. I didn't realize you required protection, Vegeta, Zarbon said with a snicker. Trunks had barely realized his mistake when he felt a hand roughly grasp a fistful of his lavender hair. The teenager winced before Vegeta threw him back violently with one hand and a vicious snarl. Trunks landed on the floor only a few feet away from Nappa, who gave him a disapproving look. I fight my own battles, boy, Vegeta sneered, looking over his shoulder at Trunks with disgust. The teenager sat up to watch his father turn back to face Freeza. Not for the first time, Trunks wished he would wake up from this nightmare. Dodoria grinned widely at the display as Zarbon chuckled, smirking. Frieza's face held no amusement at all. Tell me something, Vegeta, Freeza said, his expression hard as he stared at the Saiyan prince. What is the real reason you brought this boy here? The fingers on Vegeta's right hand all seemed to twitch involuntarily, before he clenched both hands up into tight fists. He stared right back at the tyrant showing no signs of fear, though the tension in his body was giving his anxiety away. He took a moment to choose his words carefully, before finally saying, I think the boy has potential. Freeza said, raising one finger and waving it a little in warning. I did not ask for your lies, my little monkey. I asked for the truth. That is the truth, Vegeta affirmed with conviction. You disappoint me, Vegeta, Freeza said, sighing deeply. After everything I've done for you, you can't even be honest with me. I favor you so much, and this is how I am repaid. The tyrant closed his eyes and shook his head in fake sadness and regret. Trunks grit his teeth, seeing what was happening and wondering if he could stand to watch. Out of the corner of his eye he could see Nappa bristling with barely contained fury. Vegeta said nothing, just stared back with his face void of emotion. Only a muscle flexing near his jaw every few seconds betrayed his rising rage. Does it have to do with the events of last week? Freeza asked curiously. The tension visibly tightened through Vegeta's body at the question. You have not taken care of the problem, have you, Vegeta? Freeza asked dangerously, framing his question more like a statement. It's only a minor problem, Lord Freeza, Vegeta asserted, his voice confident. Nothing to worry about. I am not so sure. You have had people target you before, and none have been quite as persistent as your newfound enemy. Must I summon the Jinyu Force? Freeza asked, annoyance and impatience laced in his voice. No, Vegeta immediately replied, scowling. That will not be necessary. I will handle it personally. I recall telling you to take care of this when the issue first came up, Freeza stated in a dark tone, before turning his head towards Zarbon. Unless my memory fails me? No, Lord Freeza, Zarbon said with a smug smile. You told the monkeys to take care of their little problem when it first surfaced several weeks ago, and my orders were blatantly ignored, Freeza said in mock astonishment, shaking his head again and closing his eyes as he sighed. How utterly disappointing. My men and I have been too busy following your orders to purge planets to have any spare time to deal with this little problem, Vegeta replied bitterly. Trunks looked over at Nappa again, not sure what was going on. The other Saiyan was looking down with his eyes closed, a vein visibly pulsing on his temple. Freeza opened his eyes and looked at Vegeta in amusement. My, he sneered. First you arrogantly ignore a direct order from me for weeks, then you find yourself a boy with Saiyan blood and immediately recruit him to join your side without getting my permission first, and now you speak to me with deliberate disrespect. You are treading on thin ice, Saiyan. Lord Freeza, my deepest apologies, Vegeta said, closing his eyes and bowing in respect. His tone and action seemed so completely genuine that Trunks would have bought it completely, if he hadn't noticed the slow trickle of blood dripping from his father's white gloves to the floor. Vegeta was clenching his fists so tightly that his nails were ripping through the fabric of his gloves and into the skin of his palms. I will take care of the problem at once. You are fortunate I like you so much, my little monkey, Freeza said with a sinister smirk. Anyone else would be dead by now. Yes, Lord Freeza, Vegeta replied almost mechanically as he straightened. The blood kept dripping. Take care of the problem immediately, Vegeta, Freeza ordered. Zarbon will give you and your fellow monkeys another assignment tomorrow. I've had my eye on a nice little planet that we can get a handsome ransom for, but it must be purged first. Unless that's too much for you monkeys to handle, Zarbon chuckled. Vegeta's eye twitched as he turned to look at Zarbon. It's not too much for us Saiyans to handle, the prince snarled venomously. Temper, my little monkey. Freeza said as he laughed maniacally. And do keep your newfound pet in place, Vegeta. If he steps out of line, I will kill him and then make you wish I had killed you instead, the alien tyrant said with false politeness that sent a chill down Trunks' spine. Vegeta gave a brief nod in understanding. That is all I have to say about the monkey mutt you found, Freeza said with disinterest. Vegeta gave a nod and immediately spun on his heel and walked back in quick strides as Trunks and Nappa rose up to their feet. Trunks let out a deep sigh of relief that no physical confrontations had happened, willing his pounding heart to slow down when Freeza suddenly said, I don't recall dismissing you, Vegeta. Vegeta stopped walking as Trunks gazed at him with apprehension. The prince had his eyes squeezed shut, his face a mixture of deep shame and murderous hatred. Just because I have decided to be merciful and not kill you, does not mean I will let your insubordination slide. You need to be reminded of your place, my precious little monkey, Freeza remarked in a cold voice. Trunks was so preoccupied looking between the alien tyrant and his father that he didn't notice Dodoria and Zarbon until both aliens were right in front of him and Nappa. Time for you to leave, Zarbon said with an evil smirk. Don't want you two getting in Lord Frieza's way. Trunks didn't know whether to feel grateful that he wouldn't have to watch, or horrified because he was part of the reason his father was about to be punished by Freeza. Vegeta looked at him for a moment then glanced at Nappa, scowling. Behind him, Freeza was slowly standing up from his seat. Zarbon shoved Trunks violently back, surprising the teenager. Trunks regained his balance at the last moment, his eyes furious as he glanced from Zarbon to Freeza and back to Zarbon. I won't repeat myself, Zarbon threatened dangerously. Nappa's eyes met Vegeta's and after a moment, Nappa turned to look at Trunks. Let's get out of here, kid, Nappa muttered, turning around after giving Dodoria a hateful glare. Trunks gave his father a glance before very reluctantly turning and heading after Nappa. Let them stay, Freeza said suddenly, making Vegeta flinch. Trunks stopped walking and looked back over his shoulder hesitantly. I want them to see their prince for what he truly is. As you command, Lord Freeza, Zarbon and Dodoria both said at the same time. Trunks felt numb as Dodoria seized him from behind and forced him down to his knees. Let go of me, you freak. Nappa shouted as Zarbon did the same to him. Zarbon just chuckled and put an arm around the large Saiyan's neck. I suggest you be quiet, unless you want to join him, Zarbon stated calmly. Trunks watched as Vegeta turned to face Freeza again. The scene played out almost like in slow motion as he watched in horror as Freeza raised a finger, pointing directly at Vegeta. A reddish hue immediately surrounded his father and Vegeta instantly dropped to his knees, his eyes shut in pain as he bit down on his lip so hard he drew blood. Freeza snickered, smirking, I'll make you scream yet, my little monkey. Then we'll see just how eager you are to ignore my orders. The tyrant then flew at Vegeta with dangerous speed and punched him hard in the stomach, so hard that blood flew out of the Saiyan's mouth as soon as contact was made. Vegeta hadn't even completely doubled over yet before Freeza viciously drove his elbow down onto his back, forcing the prince down to the floor with such ferocity that the marble floor broke with the impact, dust immediately rising. Vegeta gave a loud cry of pain at the impact, a cry that resonated through his horrified son. The teenager's blue eyes simmered with hatred and tears of frustration when he saw his father's body trembling from sheer agony. Trunks saw Freeza nonchalantly grab Vegeta's tail and unwrap it from around his waist as the prince tried in vain to crawl away. Vegeta was gasping from the pain in his back, unable to control his legs enough after the shot to his back to get them to cooperate with his futile attempt to escape. The teenager saw Freeza raise his other hand to the tail, and he instinctively shouted, "No, don't." Freeza was about to break the tail when he looked over at Trunks in surprise. He smirked at him, "Look here, Vegeta. Your pet is worried about you. Doesn't he know though? You belong to me, my sweet little Saiyan monkey," he said with pure, chilling delight. With one hand, the alien gently and slowly stroked the Saiyan's tail from the tip all the way down to its base, tightening his grip there as Vegeta furiously reached back in vain to try to get his tail away. Trunks turned his head away and closed his eyes shut tightly, before hearing Vegeta release a gut-wrenching scream of pure agony as Freeza broke his tailbone near the base of his tail. The scream was so loud that it seemed to echo in the room. Zarbon and Dodoria both laughed as Trunks fought to keep his tears at bay. I know he gets through this, Freeza doesn't kill him, I know he doesn't, he gets through this, he gets through this. Trunks kept repeating to himself, not opening his eyes and trying to block out the horrific sounds his ears were registering. His father's screams filled the room, each with worse pain than the last. Through it all, he could hear Freeza laughing as if he was having the time of his life. He heard stone and marble breaking for what seemed like an eternity to the teenager. He felt Dodoria's rough hand suddenly grab his hair and turn his head straight forward. Watch, boy, Dodoria commanded before laughing. Watch your beloved prince get his. Trunks refused to open his eyes though his body was trembling with rage, his teeth grinding together. His only consolation was that the tyrant didn't mean to kill his father, but even that was nothing but a thin shred of restraint that was dangerously close to snapping. If he opened his eyes, he would lose his control and kill them all. He knew it, he could feel it. Freeza eyed the Saiyan who was laying face down in a pile of broken marble. He then reached down and grabbed Vegeta by the hair, lifting his head up from the floor and forcing him to arch his back. The Saiyan was mostly unconscious now, his vision fading in and out as he choked on his blood, but he instinctively raised a weak hand up to Freeza's. Freeza just laughed and easily brushed his hand away. He was going to give the prince one last hit for good measure when a light flickered on the red screen of his scouter. Freeza turned his head in curiosity, his eyes settling on Trunks. His expression darkened and he released Vegeta, who unceremoniously fell face first back into the rubble again. The Saiyan hacked and coughed, spitting up blood as he slipped in and out of consciousness from the brutal beating. Freeza straightened and crossed his arms, completely forgetting about what he was doing as he stared at Trunks. How interesting, the tyrant said in amusement, his tail waving back and forth behind him in intrigue. You truly are powerful for your age, boy, Freeza remarked as he smirked. Tell me, does Vegeta know that you're more powerful than he is? Trunks said nothing, struggling to contain his hatred lest he do something he would regret. Freeza just laughed in delight. Oh, how very interesting. I look forward to you telling him. There is nothing I would like more than seeing two monkeys put on a good show for me. Though I have to tell you, I'd bet on Vegeta in that one. My. Freeza sighed as he looked around the now damaged room. What a mess I've made here. Zarbon, Dodoria, he commanded. Yes, sire, they both replied in unison. I have more important issues I must address. Come, let's let the monkeys clean up after themselves. Should I have a rejuvenation chamber prepared for Vegeta, Lord Freeza? Zarbon asked as he let go of Nappa. No, Freeza said as he slowly walked towards the doors. Tomorrow. I want him to remember his lesson for the rest of today to ensure he doesn't repeat his mistakes. Trunks let his body relax just a small amount, knowing that the torture was finally over when Dodoria let him go. Nappa was already kneeling next to Vegeta as Trunks got up and immediately went over to see. His heart sank when he reached his father. Vegeta was lying face down amidst a pile of broken marble, having clearly been thrown into, and partially through, the wall. His green scouter was crushed and broken a few feet away. His body was twitching ever so slightly, blood trickling down from his broken nose and out of his mouth. His uniform was ripped and torn, half of his shoulder pads ripped completely off. There was blood in his hair and throughout his uniform. His tail, which Trunks had only ever seen wrapped around his waist, was sticking straight out awkwardly as if someone had shocked him. He was wheezing, his eyes fluttering, one arm near his ribs as Trunks slowly knelt down on the other side of him, across from Nappa. The teenager felt like vomiting at the sight of his father like this. Trunks placed a gentle hand on his father's shoulder before hearing someone growl. He looked up at Nappa, who was glaring furiously at him. "You lied to us about your power, boy," Nappa said angrily. "Do you know what Vegeta will do when he finds out?" "Nappa," Trunks pleaded, "we don't have to tell him." "I am not going to lie to him," Nappa shot back indignantly. "I have never lied to Vegeta before, and I won't start now over some runt like you. Now get your damn hands off the prince, you half-breed rat." "Look, I'm not saying let's lie to him," Trunks argued desperately, hoping he could wear the man down. "It's not lying if you just omit the truth. Why shouldn't I tell him?" Nappa demanded, his eyes examining Vegeta's damaged tail. The large Saiyan cringed, his own tail instinctively tightening around his waist. "Because I'm on your side, I can help you. Let's just keep this between us," Trunks insisted, his blue eyes practically begging Nappa now. Yes, he was well aware of what would happen if Vegeta found out that another Saiyan was stronger than him, judging from his father's infamous rivalry with Goku that his mother had once told him about. And with him being a hybrid Saiyan, that would only make things worse. They both looked down when Vegeta groaned painfully. The prince squeezed his eyes shut before hacking up phlegm filled with blood. Nappa lightly placed a comforting hand on the Saiyan's back. He looked back up at Trunks hesitantly. "I swear it, I won't betray you guys," the teen said with pure conviction in his voice. "Besides, he'll surpass me soon enough anyways," Trunks added, starting to sweat now. He was thankful he hadn't fully let his emotions get the best of him, but he had still slipped and let his power level increase far too much. Nappa just grunted before grumbling, "Just help me with him, kid." Trunks nodded, and let out a sigh of relief. Together, they both gingerly turned Vegeta so he was on his side. The prince groaned but gave no resistance at all when Trunks and Nappa finally lifted him up in the best way to not cause him more pain. Nappa was gripping the edge of the armor over Vegeta's shoulders, letting Vegeta's head and neck rest against his own armor. Trunks had his arms hooked under Vegeta's knees, holding his father's legs against his sides. They carried his limp body out like this, being mindful not to let his injured tail touch the floor. Nappa walked backwards, his head turned over his shoulder as he led them the right way to their chambers. Trunks couldn't take his eyes off his father's bruised, bloodied, unconscious face. The only time he had seen worse was when he found Gohan's broken body lying in the rain. They walked in silence, ignoring the snickers around them. After a while, Vegeta's face contorted into a painful grimace. Trunks started to say, before swallowing. Nappa looked back at him briefly in confusion. Farther still? Trunks recovered. "Yeah, we're almost there. Our chambers are the furthest away," Nappa said, not sensing the teenager's anxiety over his nearslip. Trunks eyed Vegeta, who was stirring. He felt his father weakly try to move his legs against him, his eyes fluttering. "Nappa, he's waking up," Trunks said. Nappa stopped walking and looked down at Vegeta, who was indeed coming out of it. The prince opened one eye painfully, his eye starting to swell. "Put me down, fools," Vegeta hissed furiously, wheezing as he grimaced. He blinked as blood ran into his eyes, closing them shut. Nappa and Trunks made eye contact, and Nappa nodded to Trunks to obey. Trunks bit his lip and hesitantly lowered Vegeta's legs to the floor. Nappa held onto his armor, single-handedly holding the prince up on his feet as Vegeta leaned against the larger Saiyan in pure exhaustion. "Vegeta, your tail will hurt if you walk," Nappa told him, knowing his words would fall on deaf ears. Vegeta took a few shaky breaths, before roughly shoving Nappa back away from him. The prince dropped to one knee, raising a hand to the wall next to him, his other arm going to his ribs. Trunks couldn't bear it anymore and grabbed Vegeta's arm that he was using to lean against the wall. "You need help," Trunks said, his blue eyes filled with concern. He didn't see Nappa shaking his head at him. "Let us help you," the teen said urgently. The prince grunted and allowed Trunks to help him back up to his feet. As soon as Vegeta regained his balance and felt mildly steady, he snarled and elbowed Trunks so hard in the face that he knocked the scouter right off him. Trunks didn't see it coming at all and he fell down, holding his nose which was now gushing with blood. "Don't need help, I'm imbecile," Vegeta choked out hatefully, wheezing. Favoring his left side, Vegeta slowly began limping away under his own power, using his other forearm to wipe the blood off his face. Trunks sat up, wincing as he held his nose as Nappa shook his head. "Tried warning you, kid," Nappa told him. He shook his head again, before offering Trunks his hand. Trunks looked at it in surprise, but took it. Nappa effortlessly helped the teen back up to his feet. "Thanks," Trunks said gratefully. "Don't mention it, just remember what you said," Nappa said, squeezing Trunks' hand with more force than was necessary. Trunks nodded, and they both turned their attention back to Vegeta, who had only advanced a few feet. Trunks stopped just briefly to pick up his scouter, slipping it back on. Trunks wiped the blood off his own face and with Nappa, followed closely behind his father, who was walking extremely slowly. Vegeta was soaked in sweat and blood, his body still trembling with pain, but he refused to vocalize his pain any more than he already had. Every few steps, the prince would stop and reach out to the wall to steady himself so he wouldn't fall. Trunks watched how hard it was for his father just to breathe, much less walk. Pure admiration filled his chest over his father's phenomenal willpower. You can't keep picking and choosing which of his orders to follow, Vegeta, Nappa finally said in a hushed tone. You're going to try his patience and he's going to kill you one day. Vegeta laughed a bitter laugh, before dropping to one knee. He grimaced as tremors racked his body, feeling cold sweat breaking out. He reached back with a shaking hand and gingerly touched his backside a few inches from his tail. He hissed in pain, pulling his hand back, the shaking in his hand worse now. Trunks winced, aching to help him. He won't, Vegeta finally wheezed, one eye shut in pain. I amuse him. Yeah, you amuse him when he's beating the hell out of you. Trunks suddenly cut in as Vegeta stood back up. He continued limping slowly, his right hand lightly trailing the wall. I want it, Vegeta breathed out with difficulty, before suddenly bursting out into loud laughter filled with unhindered insanity. The laughter rang in the air before he suddenly dropped back down to one knee and promptly vomited. It was mostly blood as his tremors grew worse. Trunks grimaced in horror and tried touching the prince's shoulder when Nappa grabbed his hand before he could. The large Saiyan shook his head, warning him. Trunks looked at him in frustration, before looking down at his father, who was slowly getting back up to his feet. Are you crazy? Look at yourself. Trunks hissed. How could you possibly want this pain? Vegeta growled angrily, and Nappa decided to cut in as he looked at Trunks pointedly. Saiyans grow stronger when they recover from a fight. Once Vegeta is healed, he'll be more powerful. Yes, Vegeta said as he continued to limp down the hall. He could see the door to their chambers now. So close. Just a little further. Only, strength, and matters, he wheezed. Trunks' eyes grew large at the realization. You purposely set yourself up for this. Vegeta just gave him a pained smirk over his shoulder. No, but, whatever it takes, kid. Whatever it takes? What are you talking about? Trunks asked in exasperation, hating the pain his father was in. What could possibly be worth this? Revenge, people, Vegeta wheezed painfully, finally putting his hand on a scanner and not noticing the floored teenager behind him. Trunks was shaking his head in sheer disbelief, deeming his father officially insane as a door opened up. Vegeta took a few shaky steps inside, and once he heard the door close behind Nappa and Trunks, his eyes rolled back into his head and he finally collapsed in complete exhaustion. Raditz was instantly there though and caught the unconscious prince under his arms before he fell to the floor, looking down at him with confusion but with no surprise. His jaw clearly healed, he looked up at Nappa, completely ignoring Trunks. Now what did he say to Freeza? Surprisingly, not much, Nappa said, brushing past Trunks and grabbing Vegeta's legs out from under him. The two Saiyans carried him and gently laid him face down on a cot in the room. Vegeta groaned lightly but didn't move from where they laid him as Trunks felt sick to his stomach. You mean, this happens often? Trunks asked quietly. Raditz scoffed, looking over his shoulder at Trunks in disdain. Yes. It should be you like this, kid, not Vegeta, he remarked hatefully. Trunks looked away uncomfortably, his eyes quickly taking in the room around him. There wasn't much to take in. It was small and dark with a small light in the corner. There were 3 cots in the room aside from the one Vegeta was laying in, and that was it. No pillows, no sheets, just raised white slabs. Vegeta's was the one closest to the door, and he figured the next one was Nappa's since the large man sat down on it with a heavy sigh. The cot didn't give at all under the large man's weight, he looked like he might as well have been sitting on a table. Frieza's been beating our brains in for years, kid, Nappa said bitterly as he removed his scouter. Vegeta's always had it worse though. He used to get these types of beatings at least once a day when he was a kid. He would mouth off a lot and it took Freeza a long time to beat that out of him. The Saiyan let his words trail off as he scowled deeply. How long have you guys been living here? Trunks said as he looked at his father anxiously. The prince's tail was still sticking straight out awkwardly and his breathing was harsh, blood still trickling down his face and body. Trunks looked closer and saw old, faded blood stains on the floor near the cot his father was resting on. Fresh blood dripped down from Vegeta's fingertips on his right arm, which he had draped over the side of the cot. The old blood stains on the floor were being covered with new ones. Trunks clenched his fists at the sight of his father like this, half tempted to stick around long enough to wait out Goku's future battle against Frieza on Namek, so he could finish off Frieza himself. Once Goku made his ascension, there was little purpose for Frieza to live a second longer. Too long, Raditz said, standing over Vegeta as he studied his injuries with intense eyes. He crossed his arms over his chest. Since Vegeta was a small boy. This is insanity, Trunks remarked, shaking his head in utter disbelief. He slowly crouched down before sitting down completely, laying his head back against the door. This is just, His voice trailed as he shook his head almost in despair. This is nothing, half-breed, Raditz sneered, eyeing Trunks with bitter eyes. Vegeta would prefer a physical beating compared to other things Frieza is capable of, let me tell you. Frieza didn't even hurt him as much as he usually does. Yep, "They had better stay out of his way tomorrow after he heals in the rejuvenation chamber, kid," Nappa said with a snicker as he started unlacing his large boots. "He's going to want to kill anything that moves. Including you. Did the freak say when our next assignment is?" Raditz asked, looking back down at Vegeta for a moment before walking around to the cot next to Nappa, ignoring Trunks as he did. The teenager didn't even notice, his head down and his eyes on the floor, his hair hanging in his eyes. "Zarbon will tell us tomorrow. Another purging assignment. It'll be perfect for Vegeta," Nappa chuckled as he removed his armor while Raditz laid down on his cot, crossing his arms behind his head. Trunks frowned and finally looked up in confusion. "What was that little problem Freeza kept talking about?" the teenager asked curiously. Nappa and Raditz shot each other a look, before they both turned to look at him. "We have an enemy who is causing us hell. Their grief isn't with Freeza or any of his other soldiers. They only want us four here," Nappa explained. "They want us dead, you mean?" Raditz sneered. "Yeah, they want us dead, especially Vegeta. They hate Saiyans, and we're the only ones left." Raditz growled indignantly at Nappa's words. "Kakarot is still alive, and he is probably still on the planet he was sent to. He could help us," the long-haired Saiyan argued. "You need to let that go already, Raditz," Nappa growled. "You're driving Vegeta crazy with the talk about Kakarot. Do you want him to break your jaw again?" "I am just saying we could always use more hands," Raditz shot back. "We have them, we found this kid," Nappa snickered as he motioned to Trunks with his chin. "Anyways, there is no way Vegeta would ask for help with this. He already refuses to think they're even a problem, so we haven't dealt with them yet. That's why Freeza was so pissed." "Who are they?" Trunks asked, looking at his father out of the corner of his eye when a shudder went through the older Saiyan's body. Vegeta coughed harshly, blood coming out of his mouth as he groaned. Trunks narrowed his eyes in concern, starting to get up. "Hey, should we do something for him?" he asked worriedly. "Not unless you want Vegeta to kill you," Raditz said with a smirk. "I say go for it. Live dangerously, kid." Nappa laughed as Trunks shot them glares, before looking down at his father. Very reluctantly, the teenager turned away from him and headed towards the last cot at the far end of the room. He sat down on it and it felt like he might as well have been sitting on stone. "You didn't tell me who this new enemy is," Trunks finally remarked as he started sliding his armor up over his own head. "Who said it's a new enemy?" Nappa asked bitterly. Trunks looked confused at the comment and was going to ask more, when Raditz reached up and snapped his fingers. The light immediately turned off. "Enough talk, kid," Raditz growled impatiently. "If we wake up Vegeta with our talking then he's going to be pissed, and I'd like a few days to pass before he breaks another body part of mine." Nappa chuckled in the dark. "Don't worry kid, you'll find out soon enough." Trunks sat quietly in the dark, hearing the Saiyans breathing as Nappa and Raditz's breathing slowly started to even out. After some time, one of them started snoring, followed soon by the other, sleep coming easily to them. Through the snoring, Trunks could hear his father wheezing and every so often coughing roughly. The sound of Vegeta in pain kept Trunks awake for what seemed like hours, and the rock-hard thing he was laying on wasn't helping either. "And I thought my life was hard," Trunks thought guiltily, sighing and finally closing his eyes. Mercifully, sleep wasn't as far off as he had thought. A sudden impact rudely startled Trunks right out of his sleep, pain instantly flaring up in his stomach. He gasped and rolled to his side, his body aching and sore from the miserable excuse of a cot he had slept on. He clutched his stomach and blinked with bleary eyes as he looked around the dimly lit room, wondering what the hell just hit him. When he saw a large man with Saiyan armor standing over him wearing a red scouter, he got his answer. "Morning, sunshine," Raditz said, snickering when Trunks shot him a glare. Raditz smirked when he saw it. "What? Don't like my wake-up call, kid? How do you guys sleep on these things?" Trunks asked as he pulled himself up so he was sitting. He winced from his aching muscles. "They're rock hard. You're a soldier in Frieza's army now, half-breed. Grow a set of balls and act like one," Raditz sneered. Trunks just scowled at him as he shifted so he was sitting on the edge of his cot. He reached over and picked up his discarded armor off the floor, bringing it up to his lap and sighing. He had slept with his black suit and boots on, having only discarded his scouter, gloves, and armor. His gloves and armor were stained with Vegeta's blood from having helped carry him, and it made him feel sick to see the reminders of that beating. He felt dirty from it and it made him sorely ache for a shower. He looked up sheepishly at Raditz. "I don't suppose there's anywhere I can take a bath here, is there? Look, this isn't fairy tale land and you're not a little princess. You should have thought harder about joining us if you didn't have the backbone for it," boy, Raditz snapped, before crossing his arms over his chest. Trunks frowned and brought his armor over his head, pulling it down into place before reaching for his gloves. "Now, if you're done bitching, we need you to take Vegeta to a rejuvenation chamber. Me and Nappa have to go get briefed by Zarbon on our next assignment." Trunks blinked and quickly put his gloves on, before grabbing his scouter. He stood up as he put the red scouter over his left eye, moving around Raditz. Sure enough, Vegeta was still lying where he had been the night before. Trunks had thought for sure that he would already be recovering when he woke up. His blue eyes quickly scanned the room for Nappa, but the Saiyan was nowhere to be seen. Trunks shot Raditz a quick glare. "I can't believe this. How haven't you guys taken him yet?" he demanded angrily, before going over to see his father. "Oh, quit your whining, kid," Raditz said as he rolled his eyes. Zarbon only now gave the okay. Trunks studied Vegeta with concerned eyes. His father's skin was pale and sweaty, and he was shivering. His nose was swollen and bent awkwardly and was a dark red. He was coated in dry blood, and Trunks realized with dismay that there was still a trickle of fresh blood coming down his face, clearly coming from his scalp. The teenager put a gentle hand on his father's shoulder, sighing quietly. Vegeta opened one bloodshot eye a little when Trunks touched him, his eye hazy as he reached up with one hand to try to brush Trunks away. Raditz laughed when he saw the motion. Trunks furiously looked over his shoulder at him in response. Don't sleep on Vegeta, kid. Even like he is, he'll kick your ass. Anyways, get him over there fast, kid. The more he's in pain, the more he'll want to cause some pain once he's better, Raditz said with a snicker. Now just make a left and it will be the second door on the right. Someone should be in there that'll know what to do. Trunks said nothing as he heard Raditz leave. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath when he heard the door close, before grimacing. The smell of Vegeta's blood made him feel nauseated. He took a moment to get his resolve back, before opening his eyes and looking down at his father. Vegeta looked like he had barely survived a horrific car wreck. Actually, a car wreck would probably be a mercy compared to this, Trunks thought solemnly as he gently grabbed Vegeta's arm. He put his other arm around his side, and as gently as he could, he pulled his father off the cot. Vegeta groaned and winced as Trunks single-handedly held him up on his feet. The teen put one of his father's arms over his own shoulders and put one of his arms around Vegeta's waist to steady him, being extremely mindful of his injured tail. Vegeta leaned heavily against him, his body trembling and practically dead weight. Trunks was impressed that he still had the wherewithal to walk a little, even though he was practically out on his feet. Vegeta raised his head a little when he heard the door opening as they exited their personal chambers. He growled, his voice pained and raspy as he spoke, "Kid, don't, in need." "Yeah, I know, you don't need help," Trunks responded kindly with a small smile. "I'm just making sure you walk in the right direction." Vegeta turned his head a little towards Trunks curiously, before mumbling under his breath. Trunks was relieved that the argument he was anticipating never came. Finally, he reached the room. He was grateful when the door opened automatically, slowly stepping inside with his father. Trunks glanced around curiously as a purple alien wearing black armor and a green scouter curiously strode over to him. "So you're the new kid everyone's talking about," the alien said, drawing Trunks' attention. Trunks frowned at him, his coloring reminding him of the slaughter he witnessed when he first joined the Saiyans. "Guess so," Trunks replied in a guarded tone. "You don't look like any Saiyan I've ever seen," the alien said with a chuckle, before looking at Vegeta who was blinking slowly and struggling to keep his head up. "Then again, at least you look better than him," he said with a laugh. Vegeta growled. "Piss off, Cooey," he choked out, before coughing hoarsely. He winced and leaned more against Trunks, his trembling growing worse. "Can you help him?" Trunks asked impatiently. Yeah, Cooey said in a bored tone as he rolled his eyes, before studying Vegeta more closely. He looked behind him and gave a whistle when he saw his tail. "Man, bet that one hurt." "Alright, the pants and boots can stay on. If we try to take the pants off, he'll keel over for sure with his tail like that and then Freeza will have my head. The top's got to go though. The more skin that's exposed, the faster he heals, and the faster I don't have to see his ugly face anymore," he laughed. Trunks scowled but led his father towards the tank contraption in the center of the room that had the front glass raised. The teenager looked at it with wary eyes as Cooey pressed some keys on the control panel for it. "We're putting him in there." "Well, I suppose we don't have to if you'd rather him die instead." "I know I wouldn't miss him," Cooey said with a chuckle as he turned to them. He grabbed Vegeta's other arm and tugged him along a lot faster than Trunks had been, making Vegeta groan in pain. Trunks grit his teeth but didn't say anything as they sat him down together in the chamber. Vegeta hissed when Cooey tugged his armor off roughly. He started coughing again, hacking up blood in the process. Trunks glared at Cooey, who caught his look and snickered. "What are you looking at, kid? Never seen someone handsome like me. Would you watch it? He's not in good shape," Trunks snapped. Vegeta opened his one good eye a little to glance at Trunks with a hint of bewilderment as Cooey just burst out laughing and shook his head. "Good one you found here, Vegeta," Cooey said as he continued laughing. Trunks just scowled and decided that maybe working faster wasn't a bad thing if it brought Vegeta relief faster. Trunks tugged off one of his father's ripped and bloody white gloves, and then was going to do the same with the other when he realized that Vegeta was gripping a tight fist with that hand. He glanced at his father's bruised face but Vegeta was leaning his head forward, his good eye closed as he focused on simply breathing. Trunks narrowed his eyes and looked back down, seeing that Vegeta was holding onto something. Trunks gently tried pulling his father's fingers apart and found little resistance. Trunks grabbed the item quickly and stuffed it in the top of his own suit under his armor where he was keeping Gaku's antidote in his time machine capsule, not bothering to look yet to see what it was. He did it before Cooey even noticed. He then easily removed the other bloody glove, before stepping back as Cooey roughly ripped off the top of Vegeta's blue torn and bloodied fighting suit. Trunks cringed when he saw the nasty bruising littering Vegeta's body, particularly on his left side. His ribs looked like they were going to cave with every shaky breath the prince took. Trunks sighed and crossed his arms as Cooey put a breathing mask on his father and hooked him up to get readouts. "How long is this going to take?" Trunks asked as Cooey stepped out and pressed some keys on the panel. Not that long. Vegeta recovers faster than most since he's used to Frieza's beatings. Or he'll just get pissed off and blast his way out," Cooey chuckled as the machine came to life. Trunks stepped forward a little, his blue eyes curious as he watched fluid begin to rise in the tank. "Saiyan's got a temper that's legendary around here. I bet," Trunks said quietly. He watched for a while before turning to Cooey. Trunks hesitated for a second, but decided it was worth a shot. Hey, Kui looked up from the readings he was getting on Vegeta, giving Trunks an annoyed look. Trunks forced himself to continue, this scouter is acting up a little. I was wondering if you knew where I could find some tools to fix it. Just get a new scouter, Kui said, looking at the teenager like he was an idiot. Saiyans, they're all stupid, the whole lot of them, Kui muttered under his breath as he turned his attention back to the readouts. Trunks scowled and figured this was going nowhere. He took a glance at Vegeta, but he looked fine. In fact, the tension had left his body now that he was completely submerged in the fluid of the rejuvenation chamber, and his trembling had finally subsided. The teenager hesitated momentarily, not fully trusting the purple alien before him, but then he recalled him mentioning something along the lines of Freeza being pissed if something happened to Vegeta. Trunks didn't understand that one bit since Freeza was the reason his father was so injured, but he didn't question it either. The teenager turned and walked out of the room. He took a deep breath and was thinking about where the hell he could go to find some tools when he remembered the thing he had taken out of Vegeta's hand. Making sure there was no one around to see, he pulled it out and curiously examined it. He was holding what looked like a small broken-off piece from a chest plate of armor. It was jagged and about an inch across, and the coloring was an old, worn, pale yellow that betrayed its years. The material was as strong as ever though. Trunks gazed at it in curiosity, wondering why his father would be holding what looked like garbage to him, and where in the world Vegeta had been hiding it. He wiped the blood on it away and turned it over, and his eyes widened. There was an intricate red design on the piece that Trunks instantly recognized. He reached down the front of his black suit under his armor and pulled out the chain his mother had given him shortly after Gohan's death. He raised the steel pendant at the end of his chain and held the two items side by side. The design engraved on his pendant matched the one engraved and painted red into the small, broken piece of armor. I thought maybe you would want to have this, Trunks. What is it? This is a pendant with the family crest of your father's royal Saiyan lineage. You're Vegeta's son, a prince in your own right. If anyone deserves to have this, it's you. The 13-year-old took the chain with the engraved pendant in his hands as if it was made of porcelain. He didn't have anything of his father's except his blood and his features. It was like he had suddenly stumbled upon the world's greatest treasure, and he treated it as such. Wow, this was really my father's. Bulma smiled a pained smile. The chain? Not exactly. I had it made for him, but well, I never got the chance to give it to him. I see, he said gently, holding the chain up in admiration. His royal family crest, he said in awe. Yours now. Trunks stared at the two items a moment longer, before panic hit him as he realized that Vegeta was sure as hell going to notice that the broken piece of armor was no longer near him. He put his chain back under his suit and thought about what he should do next. He decided to put the piece of armor away first and then look for tools. The teenager jogged back to the room the Saiyans all shared and frowned when he saw the scanner to get back in. Damn it, he thought to himself. Not knowing what else to do, he decided to just go for it and raised his hand to the scanner. To his shock, the door opened. Trunks immediately went over to the cot his father had been laying in, and grimaced in disgust. He put a hand to his mouth and covered his nose, the feeling of nausea coming back with a vengeance at the smell of the blood. The teenager held back a gag, before looking at the small piece of armor that his father had kept for who knew how many years. He put it down on the floor, tucked in the corner. If Vegeta asked, he figured he could say that it fell out of his grip when he helped him to the rejuvenation chamber. Trunks was turning to leave when he almost ran right into Nappa. Startled, the teenager sat down on Vegeta's cot. Nappa gave him a suspicious look. Did I interrupt something, kid? No, Trunks immediately replied, cursing the Saiyan's bad timing. Did you get Vegeta to a rejuvenation chamber? Yeah. Some guy named Kui set him up. Nappa snorted. That fish face freak talks too damn much. Vegeta is going to kill that guy one day. Trunks just nodded as he silently pondered whether or not to ask Nappa where he could find some tools. Well, I just wanted to see if you were hungry and wanted to grab some grub, kid. Almost on cue, Trunks' stomach growled. Nappa smirked as the teenager blushed in embarrassment. Guess that's a hell yeah huh. Well, actually Trunks started as he removed his red scouter and looked down at it. I think there's something weird with this scouter. Is there somewhere I could maybe find some tools to fix it with? Nappa looked down at the scouter, before looking back at Trunks like he was crazy. Just get a new one, kid. And here I actually thought you were smart, he laughed. Trunks sighed in defeat. He was resolving to just look on his own for tools when he suddenly realized that if they did have a big supply of scouters, they might have something there that he could use. The teen looked up at Nappa. Where can I get a new scouter? Nappa, didn't Vegeta take you to the equipment room to get changed? There are scouters there. Great, Trunks said, standing up now. He was pretty sure he remembered where that was. Nappa frowned as he looked at him. Don't you want to eat, kid? We probably won't eat for days once we start on our new assignments, which will be as soon as Vegeta's healed and ready to go. Oh, Trunks said in realization. Well, I guess I could eat when Vegeta eats. Nappa laughed loudly at that before turning and heading towards the door. If you like bloody body parts, sure. Suit yourself. Vegeta's diet will suit you just fine. Trunks paled a bit at his words, staring after him. Trunks shook his head, fairly certain that no one would willingly eat bloody body parts. Nappa must have just been busting his balls. The teenager hesitated momentarily. Now that Nappa had brought up food, his hunger was suddenly overwhelming. He was debating what to do when he realized that if they were eating, then surely there would be some utensils there. Maybe he could take one and salvage it into some kind of tool that he could use. A split second later, he tore after Nappa. Nappa snickered when the teenager fell into stride with him. Trunks glanced at him sheepishly. I guess I am kinda hungry. Well, you do have Saiyan blood, Nappa laughed. Trunks cracked a small smile. Yeah, I guess so, he said, looking around him at everyone they were passing by. They walked in silence for a while, before he looked over at Nappa. Is it always like this? Like what? Just, I don't know. Trunks struggled to find the words to convey the deadly intense atmosphere of the base. With everyone wearing scouters and armor, it had an incredible military feel that Trunks had never experienced. He realized Raditz wasn't kidding when he referred to it as an army. It's like everyone wants to kill around here. Nappa snorted, don't worry kid. You'll get used to it. How long did it take you to get used to it? Trunks asked curiously. I was the commander of the Saiyan army. This isn't anything new, though the respect could be a hell of a lot better, the Saiyan remarked in a bitter tone. Well, here we are. Trunks looked at the room Nappa had led him to. The first thing he thought of was that it looked like an enormous military-style mess hall. There were old, dirty tables filling the room with soldiers of all different shapes, sizes, and races all sitting about while they ate at a near-frantic pace. Trunks grimaced a little as he followed Nappa inside. Each table was filled with something that looked like food, and the soldiers were all digging in with their bare hands. Nappa led him over to a smaller table where Raditz was already sitting on the worn bench type of seating accompanying each table. Nappa took a seat next to Raditz and smirked up at Trunks. Dig in, kid, he laughed. Trunks eyed the food laid out on the table, trying to hide his disgust but not really succeeding as he tried not to gag. It didn't look appealing in the least. It looked like a horse had been slaughtered, skinned, chopped up, then left on the table for a week. On top of the odd-looking meat was a coat of gray slime that looked more like something out of his mother's laboratory than something he should be eating. There was something that looked like a huge square loaf of bread next to the slop, and Trunks was grateful to see something a bit familiar. On the far end of the table was a large bucket. Judging from the other tables and the other soldiers, that was what they had to drink from. Unfortunately, there were no plates, napkins, or cups of any kind. And worst of all, no utensils he could use. He sat down quietly across from the Saiyans who were digging and using only their hands. Eating like this was a buffet free-for-all. Trunks decided it was best that he breathed through his mouth as he removed his white gloves, putting them down in his lap. He then reached to a small piece of the meat and ripped it off, forcing back a gag when he saw that it was dripping in something that looked an awful lot like blood. The teenager warily brought it up to his mouth, but his sense of smell protested violently before he could bring it close to his mouth, and he put the piece of meat back on the table. He sighed in disappointment as he watched Raditz and Nappa go to town on the miserable excuse of a meal. Raditz just laughed at him with a mouth full of bloody meat. The boy's a damn female in disguise, Raditz said mockingly. Can't even eat like a real man. Nappa snickered as he ripped off a huge piece of meat and tore into it, while Trunks cringed in disgust. He reached over to the bread to rip a piece of that off, only to find to his dismay that the thing was rock hard. Here, kid, Nappa said, surprising Trunks by slamming his fist down on the bread and breaking it into pieces. The Saiyan picked up a piece and tossed it into his mouth, crunching on it like it was a potato chip. Trunks just gave a slow nod of gratitude as he picked up a small piece of the bread. He brought it up and tried eating it. He might as well have been chewing on a brick. Nonetheless, he forced himself to chew through as he looked around the table. He realized to his surprise that buried under a chunk of rotten-looking meat was a small piece of bone. The teen's eyes shot up to the Saiyan sitting across from him, but with the mountain of food between them and with their voracious appetites, they were hardly paying him any attention. Trunks reached over to the piece of bone and with a flick of his wrist, broke it off. He raised it and studied it. It was small and sharp. Just what he needed. He put the rock-hard bread down on the table and looked around to make sure no one was noticing him. He then pulled out the time machine capsule. He held it in one hand, making his hand into a fist and resting it on the table as he peered up at the Saiyans who were eating. The teenager grabbed the small piece of bread he had been eating with his free hand, and continued chewing on it. Raditz grabbed the bucket on the table and lifted it, drinking directly out of it as the liquid trickled down the sides of his mouth and onto his armor. Trunks scowled at the display but didn't say anything as Raditz slammed the bucket back down on the table. He noticed Trunks watching him and he gave him a smirk. Refreshing, he said with a snicker. Trunks said nothing as they continued to eat, losing track of the time. So what do you think Vegeta will think about our new assignments? Nappa asked through a mouthful of food. I don't know, but you guys better think of something, Raditz answered. Trunks lowered his eyes to his fist, knowing that they would be suspicious if he got up and left. He silently wondered what to do as Raditz continued. The first planet won't be a problem, but the second one, well, I heard about that planet. Liana. He scoffed. It ain't a pushover. That's for sure. We might have to wait until we can go Uzuru to take that one over. Raditz snorted. Nappa, I know that they're strong, but there is no planet that poses that much of a threat to us. Let's be honest. Liana? You kidding? The lions are well-respected warriors. They won't lay down and die like the freaks on Daria. Won't be a typical purge. We'll have to strategize, Nappa said as he motioned for Raditz to pass him the bucket so he could drink. It's too damn much, Raditz said in disgust as he reached over and grabbed the bucket with one hand. He shoved it practically in Nappa's face, carelessly, and Trunks noted with repulsion that the fluid splashed over the bucket and onto the food they were eating. That assignment alone is going to give us all we can handle. Then on top of that, we have to purge another planet, and deal with our favorite friends in the universe hunting us down every chance they get, all by Zarban's deadline. Fucking hell, man, Raditz growled in frustration. There are idiots who sit around here doing nothing all day and Freeza assigns us all this crap. Trunks was tinkering with his time machine capsule under the table, almost successfully jamming the small bone into the small screw holding it together, thankful that the Saiyans were practically ignoring him. He was listening intently though, and his eyes shot up in curiosity. He couldn't help it. He wanted to know. Who are these enemies that you guys keep talking about anyways? Army of Misfits, Nappa replied gruffly. Led by a man named Ares. He's to them what Vegeta is to us. Who is he? Trunks asked, putting the bone and the time machine capsule right next to him on the bench. He reached out for another piece of bread. It was wreaking hell on his teeth but he needed something in his stomach. Nappa raised a chunk of meat to his mouth and ripped off a good part of it with his teeth. He chewed roughly and impatiently, his eyes angered. Trunks looked to Raditz, but he was chugging out of the bucket again. Finally, Nappa swallowed and crudely used his forearm to wipe his mouth. Ares is the leader of the surviving Tuffles. The who? Raditz snickered. Runt doesn't even know his own history. How sad. Nappa just rolled his eyes and looked over at Trunks. The Tuffles and the Saiyans once waged a great war over the planet Vegeta. The Saiyans won when they went Uzura- when they went what? Oh, that's right, he has no tail, Raditz said mockingly. Of course he doesn't know what that means. Oh, you mean the transformation in the moon? Trunks asked, remembering Gohan telling him about that. Apparently, that had been the only way they could defeat Vegeta when he first arrived on Earth. The transformation in the moon, Nappa repeated with a scoff. Kid, you don't know the power of Uzuru or the connection we Saiyans have with this power. So don't even talk like you know, half-breed, he growled with sudden anger that startled Trunks. Okay, Trunks said as he quieted down. Anyways, Nappa continued impatiently, the Saiyans, our ancestors, went Uzuru and they demolished the Tuffles. Wiped out their pathetic race, or so they thought. Our ancestors didn't know at the time, but there were some Tuffles who were in space when the battle happened. They have been waiting for their revenge for generations and generations now. Since there were only a handful of them, they could do nothing against the powerful Saiyan empire that Vegeta's ancestors created. I see, Trunks said patiently, nodding with understanding and enthralled to learn more about his lineage and people. Then our planet Vegeta was destroyed, and the surviving Tuffles were thrilled, the little punks. Thought justice had been served. They didn't know that there were Saiyan survivors, us. That doesn't include you, half-breed, Raditz cut in. Trunks just nodded quietly as Raditz tore off another piece of meat and tossed it into his mouth. They would have never found out about us, but then we were sent on an assignment a long time ago when Vegeta was a kid. We were searching for, what were we searching for, he suddenly asked, looking over at Raditz who smirked. We were searching for a soldier who was conspiring against Freeza. Freeza ordered us to find him and kill him and it brought us straight to the Tuffle survivors. Course we didn't know it at the time. We decided to let Vegeta take the lead on it, since he was just a kid. Thought it'd do him good and it sure did. It didn't take him long to get to the truth of things and find that guy. Yeah, that's right. Vegeta sure was impressive for a kid, he made that guy squeal before he blew his head off, the fiery little rascal, Nappa laughed. Trunks tensed, feeling extremely uncomfortable with hearing that his father had been racking up a body count as a child. How old was he? Trunks asked. At the time, just under one Saiyan cycle. Vegeta was a baby and he was killing someone, Trunks asked in complete disbelief, assuming a Saiyan cycle was their equivalent of a year. Of course he wasn't a baby, idiot. He was just under one cycle, he said. Raditz snapped. Trunks frowned, realizing that of course they wouldn't tell age the same way he did. How old is he now? Just turned 3 not too long ago. When he did, we took the night off and threw a party. Kid, let me tell you. The whole damn universe probably heard us with those women that night, Raditz said with a snicker as Nappa laughed. Those chicks were fantastic. I've never had such a great lay. Too bad Vegeta got all the good-looking ones to himself. Nappa said with a sigh of disappointment. We should have kept them alive after we fucked them. Tough to find whores these days who are that willingly skilled, Raditz said with a smirk that sent chills down Trunks' spine. He ignored the implications they were making and grabbed another chunk of the rock-hard bread. So would that make me around 2 cycles old, he asked curiously, taking a stab to see if he could get a feel for their ages. Nappa shrugged. Yeah, you look like you're around 2. This one here is 4. I'm 5. Old man, Raditz snickered as Trunks put it all together. He was 18, so roughly around 20, that meant that Vegeta had to be around 30. It was his best guess anyways from what they had given him, if his assumption that a Saiyan cycle was the equivalent of 10 years was correct. He looked at Raditz and Nappa more closely, and found that they both also looked roughly around 30 as well. That must have been their prime age that their bodies held onto for as long as possible. Ares, Trunks finally prompted. Oh yeah, that's right, Nappa said as he remembered. Anyways, Vegeta annihilated this guy and word got back to Ares and his father that the Prince of the Saiyans was still alive. They've been hanging in the shadows all this time, 2 whole cycles, just waiting, letting us make more and more enemies. Now Ares is their new leader, recruiting our enemies, and they're getting ready for a war. Hundreds of them, building up right under our nose, Raditz said as he shook his head. Last week, they sabotaged our space pods while we were on a surveillance mission for Freeza. Almost killed us with poison gas. We barely made it back to base on time and we couldn't finish the other assignment we had. That's why Freeza was so pissed. Wait a minute, how long is a week to you guys exactly? 10 risings of the sun here on base. Keep up, kid. I see. The Tuffles, huh? Trunks said thoughtfully to himself. Rodents, Nappa hissed. The whole lot of them, hiding in the shadows like cowards. Won't fight us face to face like true men. Vegeta doesn't think they're a problem. Vegeta doesn't think a lot of things are problems, Raditz said with a hint of bitterness to his voice. That usually only leads to him getting hell from Freeza. Nappa growled, damn that freak, he hissed under his voice. He suddenly slammed the table hard with his fist, making practically all of the food rise up and plop back down. Trunks scowled and went back to eating his brick bread, contemplating the new information. Absent-mindedly, he reached over with his hand to grab his things so he could hide them down his suit again. Except, he felt nothing on the bench next to him. Trying not to show his panic, he glanced over and his heartbeat returned to normal when he saw that the time machine capsule and the small piece of bone had simply fallen off the edge of the bench. He took a deep breath and decided it was too risky. He had to put it all away and deal with it later. Maybe when he was in the space pod and he had actual privacy. Trunks leaned over to pick it up, when a white boot slammed down on the time machine capsule before he had the chance, breaking it into pieces. Trunks felt like the boot might as well have slammed into his heart as his mouth suddenly ran dry. You stay out of trouble, Trunks. The dismayed teenager slowly looked up, his blue, pained eyes meeting his father's. Vegeta's gaze was cold, dark, and empty. He was wearing brand new battle armor and a green scouter, his tail now wrapped securely around his waist. Miss me, kid? Vegeta asked, his tone emotionless and his face guarded. Trunks couldn't find it in him to respond, he was so shocked and completely overwhelmed with a sense of dread and despair like he had never felt before in his entire life. Vegeta didn't give him the chance to even try to compose his thoughts. He snarled and backhanded the teenager hard across the face, knocking him right off the bench seating and sending him to the floor, sending Trunks' scouter flying. Nappa ignored the display while Raditz snickered. Trunks stayed on the floor, wincing from his father's hit and trying to keep his tears at bay. How am I going to go home now? He wondered to himself, horrified as he thought of his mother alone with the androids. The despair rushing through him felt like it was going to suffocate him as he struggled to breathe. They're going to find her, they're going to kill her, and I will never forgive myself. How could I have been so fucking stupid? Didn't know I hit that hard. Good to know, Vegeta remarked curiously. He then reached down and grabbed Trunks forcefully by the hair, forcing the teen to raise his head and arch his back much like Freeza had done to him. Vegeta squatted down in front of Trunks and looked into his tearing eyes. So you think that was painful, do you, boy? Vegeta said, pronouncing his question like a statement. His eyes were frightening, Trunks could see almost no sign of sanity there. The teenager absent-mindedly wondered if Freeza had finally broken his father as Vegeta snorted. Well, you're wrong, kid. You don't know shit about what pain really is. Vegeta leaned forward so he was in Trunks' face, his eyes ice cold. But the next time that you embarrass me in front of Freeza and his lieutenants, I swear to you, boy, I will show you the true meaning of that word when I end your miserable existence and send you to the next dimension. Vegeta shoved Trunks' head to the side as he stood up and stepped over him. He shoved Trunks' gloves away and sat down in Trunks' place, reaching for some food. Raditz and Nappa didn't engage him in any conversation, neither wanting to try the prince's volatile temper. Vegeta then began eating quietly and with far more dignity and refinement than his Saiyan comrades. Trunks couldn't move from where he was, his eyes on the crushed capsule only a foot or so away from him. He stared at it for what seemed like a long time, before Vegeta growled, "You're an embarrassment on the floor, boy. Get up immediately before I force you to stay down there permanently." With a heavy heart, Trunks reached out to the remains of his capsule. He cradled it with the same care that he had once cradled the chain and pendant he wore religiously. With a shaking hand, he put the remains down into his suit where it could be supported by his armor, ignoring a voice telling him that it was no use. He felt as destroyed as the capsule, and he needed it close to him right then. Trunks sat down numbly next to his father, scouter back on, gripping his hands tightly together under the table. Nappa and Raditz were no longer eating, both of them just waiting patiently for Vegeta to have his fill. Trunks felt like he was barely breathing, just staring blankly at the slaughtered meat in front of him as he wondered hopelessly what he was going to do now. "Report," Vegeta ordered gruffly after swallowing a mouthful of bloody meat. "2 planets. One trivial and insignificant. Rhythika. The other could be a bigger problem." "Liona," Raditz answered mechanically. Vegeta just grunted, looking up to Nappa. "Warrior race like us. Not as good though. How serious a problem." "I haven't run the updated reports yet, but the Lions do have a reputation of being worthwhile warriors. I thought I'd wait for you. We're going to need a strategy to deal with them." "News on Ares?" Vegeta asked, motioning for the bucket on the table. Trunks grabbed it with shaking hands and handed it to his father. Vegeta noticed but didn't comment as he took the bucket and tipped it back to drink from. He did it with much more refinement than either Nappa or Raditz. "None. He's laying low." Vegeta lowered the bucket to the table, contemplated for a moment, before standing up. "Very well. Let's get it done. Get on a move on, now," he ordered harshly, fixing all three with a hard, authoritative gaze. "Yes," Vegeta, Raditz and Nappa both answered as they stood up. They both headed off towards the direction of their space pods, but Trunks remained sitting. Vegeta turned his intense eyes to his son. "What's the matter, kid? You look down." Is the life of a Saiyan not the grand adventure you were expecting? Vegeta asked in a deadly threatening tone. Trunks cringed at his words and looked down, his hair falling into his eyes. Should watch what you ask for, boy. Now move your legs, before I rip them the fuck off. Understand, Vegeta snarled. Trunks stood up slowly and followed Vegeta, his head down and tears still in his eyes. His only consolation was that at least he still had the antidote for Goku's heart virus. He could still make a difference. Yes, he could still save the fate of the Earth in this timeline, even if he could no longer save it in his own. As soon as the door to his space pod closed, Trunks cursed and slammed his fist into the side wall of the pod out of frustration, leaving a dent. He took off his scouter and let it fall by his feet, before rubbing his eyes with 2 fingers. The stress, the tension, the atmosphere, it was starting to get to him. His stupidity, more than anything, gnawed at him as he berated himself again and again for his impulsiveness and his lack of patience with his time machine capsule. Is there a problem, half-breed? Raditz' voice said over the sound system. Trunks was startled when he heard it, having forgotten that they could hear each other easily. No, sorry, Trunks replied sheepishly, brushing his lavender hair out of his eyes. His hand involuntarily began to tremble a bit, and he looked at it with wary eyes. The teenager clenched his fist and it went away. He was sweating now, and he wiped his brow with his forearm. Yeah, it was definitely starting to get to him. Lights flickering on the control panel of his space pod suddenly caught his attention. The teenager peered out of the oval glass window and could make out Vegeta and Nappa talking as they stood near their space pods. Or rather, Nappa was talking and Vegeta was listening intently, his arms crossed over his chest. As if feeling that he was being watched, Vegeta immediately looked over at Trunks' space pod. Trunks instantly leaned back to get out of sight, glancing down at the controls of his space pod. His anxiety and despair melted away as he realized that right there, at his fingertips, he had the power to change his course trajectory. If he could just figure out how to set the coordinates for Earth. His blue eyes narrowed in concentration as he studied the controls. There were various lights, tons of switches, and very little that made any sense to him. Trunks chanced to glance up through his oval window, and just managed to see Nappa's space pod closing after him. Vegeta, though, was still standing where he had been, and the prince was staring right at him. Trunks leaned back again, his heart pounding. He looked down at the controls again. Try his hand at setting coordinates that were likely to fail, or accompany his father on not just 1, but 2 purging missions? Did he dare? His hand was shaking again as he reached out to the controls. Trunks frowned and clenched his fist tightly, willing the shaking to stop. He blinked as sweat ran into his eyes, and cursed mentally as he wiped it away with his other hand. He went for it and pressed a button. Space pod communication system disengaged. Trunks blinked and looked around him, as if expecting something else to happen. Nothing else did. Raditz, he asked out loud in a wary voice. He got no response, and tried again. Nappa? You guys there? He got nothing. Trunks' mind began to race, and he finally felt a flicker of hope. If they couldn't hear him, then he could try a verbal command. Destination, he asked curiously. Destination set to Ruthless, galaxy number 13 in the north sector. His eyes widened, this was his key. Trunks was just opening his mouth to set a new destination when he was shot back into his seat as his space pod took off with its usual acceleration. He grit his teeth as he slowly got accustomed to the acceleration again. Both of his hands were trembling now, and Trunks clenched them tightly. He would have questioned his anxiety more, but he was too preoccupied with this potential opportunity to escape the madness of his father's world. Computer, change destination to the planet Earth, the teenager ordered in a firm voice. Authorization to overwrite destination denied. Fuck, Trunks yelled angrily, slamming his fist down into his thigh. He leaned his head forward into his hands and groaned into them, his elbows on his knees. He brought his hands up into his hair and stayed that way for hours. What do I do? He wondered to himself in desperation. He could not actively participate in these purges. To do so would make him a monster just like the androids of his time. Trunks refused to hurt innocent beings just because Freeza wanted him to. The teenager brought his hands down and covered his face with them. Vegeta was going to order him to do it, and to disobey him would undoubtedly create serious problems. It was either follow his father's orders, or be prepared to fight Vegeta, potentially to the death. Trunks groaned into his hands again. His father might have been a cold and heartless bastard, but Trunks didn't have it in him to hurt him. What the hell was he going to do? Destination overwrite set by Vegeta, soldier rank 3, the computer said in its monotone voice, startling Trunks. Updating coordinates. Trunks looked out of the space pod window, and could see 2 space pods flying just ahead of his. That assuaged his fear a bit that Vegeta had only changed his pod destination. The teenager sighed and focused on the sights he was seeing to get his mind off what he was going to do next. He was once again blown away by the vastness of the universe. So large, so endless, so much emptiness. Somewhere out there was a little blue planet with everything Trunks loved. He made a silent vow that no matter what, he would save that little blue planet. Finally, hours later, they mercifully landed. Trunks took a deep breath as the door to his space pod opened on a new, strange planet. He had decided that he would go along with the charade of participating in the purges, without actually killing anyone. How he would do this, he wasn't quite sure. But it was worth a shot. Trunks picked up his scouter and climbed out of his space pod at the same time as Raditz. Nappa and Vegeta were already standing on the new planet, both of them silently looking around, their backs to him. Vegeta looked over his shoulder, his dark eyes surveying the landscape. Trunks saw lights activated and running on his father's green scouter and realized that Nappa and Vegeta were both trying to pick up any signs of a potential threat. Trunks glanced around, but the planet was mostly barren with something like sand under his feet. The sand was actually black. Trunks looked up to the sky, but there was no light from a nearby sun, only the light of the stars illuminated them. The night air was cold, and it chilled Trunks down to his bones. All clear, Nappa said, before turning to the smallest Saiyan of the group. Vegeta, what's up? Why did we stop on this planet? He asked as Raditz and Trunks walked up to them, the four Saiyans forming a small circle. Vegeta wasn't looking at any of them, staring off into nothing that Trunks could see. Trunks wiped the sweat off his brow as they waited patiently for Vegeta's command. Finally, the prince grunted and turned to them. He crossed his arms over his chest and began to speak in a relatively patient tone. We can't do our assignments for Freeza until we get our scouters back online. I stopped here to get it taken care of. How, Vegeta? Raditz said curiously. Don't fry your brain thinking about it, Raditz, the Saiyan prince answered with a smirk. Now then, you and Nappa go and relax a while. Vegeta shifted his gaze to Trunks and his smirk suddenly turned downright sinister. Trunks shifted uncomfortably when he saw it. I will take the boy with me, and we will take care of business. Ah, that's no fun, Vegeta. There's nothing else to do around here, Nappa said in a tone dangerously close to whining as Raditz laughed. Come on now big guy, don't tell me you forgot Yuvi's tavern on the west end of this planet already, Raditz said with a snicker, slapping Nappa on the back. Oh that's right, Nappa laughed, his eyes suddenly bright with excitement. Hell yeah, let's go right now. Vegeta chuckled and shook his head a bit, suddenly reminding Trunks of a father amused by the antics of his children. The teenager cracked a small smile, his heart warming a little at the sight. You fools are too much, the prince said with clear amusement in his voice. Go, enjoy yourselves. You will hear me when our scouters are back online. Raditz laughed as Nappa gave a howl of excitement, before they both blasted off into the air. Trunks watched them fly off, before turning to look at his father. Vegeta was staring at him, his dark gaze as intense as ever. Trunks wiped the sweat off his brow again, feeling extremely uncomfortable under his father's scrutiny. So, where exactly are we going? Trunks asked nervously. Vegeta studied him for a few more moments, and it took all of Trunks' willpower not to look away. Finally, Vegeta smirked. There is an individual on this planet who has the intelligence and the ability to reset our scouter's communication ability to my specifications. He owes me a favor and that is the favor I want. He is a friend, the prince said, his smirk growing. Somehow, Trunks seriously doubted that. He nodded anyways. Which way? This way, Vegeta said, motioning with his head. Trunks waited for Vegeta to take to the air first so he could follow him, but he blinked in surprise when the prince just turned and began walking in the direction he had motioned to. We're not flying, Trunks asked, hurrying up a bit and falling into step next to his father. He blinked as sweat ran into his eyes again. How strange that was when it was so cold on this planet. Must have been his stress. He wiped his sweat away again. I want to enjoy the scenery, kid, Vegeta said in a tone Trunks couldn't read. Trunks glanced around, seeing nothing but endless stretches of black sand. He swallowed heavily, wondering if his father had completely lost it. Suddenly, Vegeta put a hand on his shoulder and roughly shoved him forward. Stay in front of me, boy, Vegeta growled. You never know what creatures are lurking about, and your lack of awareness is nothing short of astounding. Yes sir, Trunks replied automatically, now walking a few steps ahead of his father. Trunks' hands began to shake again from his stress. He was walking in what seemed like the middle of nowhere, on a dark and cold planet, with his father walking right behind him. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking the plank. He clenched his fists tightly to stop the shaking, which made Vegeta chuckle from behind him. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're afraid of the dark, Vegeta said. For no particular reason, his tone sent a chill down Trunks' spine. No, Trunks said, shaking his head. A Trucian fears nothing, not even death, Vegeta informed the teenager, taking on an almost lecturing tone. Trunks smiled a little at that, deep down imagining that this is what Vegeta would probably sound like while talking to him, if he knew who Trunks really was. They walked on in silence, trudging along in the sand. Trunks ran a hand through his now sweaty hair, feeling fatigued. He was wondering if he was getting sick. To get his mind off of it, he decided to break the monotony and try engaging Vegeta in conversation after they had walked about a mile through the dark desert. So these scouters, they're communication devices, the best of their kind, Vegeta replied in a guarded tone. Then why do we need someone to fix them? Because I disarmed all of our scouters and took them offline. Even yours is offline. Though it's brand new, I didn't activate the intercommunication mode on it. Trunks frowned in confusion. But why can't we just activate enough out of you, boy, Vegeta said, sharply cutting Trunks off. It's my turn now to ask the questions. Okay, Trunks said in a wary voice as he tensed up in anticipation. Do you want me to teach you the critical survival lessons of the universe, boy? Yes, yes. I would like that very much, Trunks replied eagerly, relaxing now and starting to feel a little more at ease. With his father on his side and walking behind him, there was little that could happen to him. Vegeta snickered at the teenager's enthusiasm. Well, the first thing you must know is that you never do something for someone else without getting something in return. I will tell you nothing, boy, until you tell me how it is that you can suppress your power level. "Oh, well, that's a simple technique," Trunks said with a smile as he took a quick glance over his shoulder at his father. Vegeta just raised his eyebrow at him, his eyes guarded. Trunks looked forward again and kept walking, trudging along. You just have to be in tune with your life energy all at once, and focus on it until you can control every bit of it. If you can control it, then you can bottle it up inside of you and no one will detect it. Simple yet incredibly useful technique, Vegeta said from behind him. Where did you learn such a thing? Trunks frowned and looked down a little. My master. He showed me the technique, he said in a soft voice. Why so blue, kid? He taught you well. He must be proud. He died some time ago, Trunks said with a wince as a familiar pain tightened around his heart. Hey, don't worry, Vegeta said in a surprisingly caring and sympathetic voice. I will take good care of you now, kid, I promise. Trunks smiled. Maybe this was the good side of Vegeta that his mother had seen. Yes, maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. Thanks, Vegeta, he said genuinely. Vegeta chuckled. Don't mention it. Now then, another question for you. Shoot. Tell me, half-breed, did you really think that Nappa wouldn't tell me that you lied to us about your power? Trunks slowly came to a stop, his breath catching in his throat as his father's words rang loud and clear in his mind. He knew. What's the matter? Was it something I said? His father's nonchalant voice asked from behind him. Whatever Nappa said, it's not true, Trunks said, trying to keep his desperation out of his voice even though he could practically feel the heat of his father's rage bearing down on his back. I am not dash. Vegeta released a furious growl as he grabbed Trunks by the arm and spun him around. Before Trunks could get up a proper defense, Vegeta had already landed a vicious punch to the face that knocked the teenager down hard, sending his scouter flying. Trunks coughed, his body suddenly beginning to tremble as blood trickled out of his nose. The teenager blinked and shook his head, finally realizing that something was seriously wrong with this picture. He felt zapped, like he had no strength at all. He slowly tried pulling himself up, but it was taking an extraordinary amount of effort. Meanwhile, Vegeta circled him like a shark that smelled blood. You lied to us about your true power. You conveniently stumbled upon us on a random purging assignment, 1 week after Ares failed an assassination attempt on the lives of me and my men. You must take me to be a goddamn fool, boy. Trunks glanced up warily just in time to see Vegeta slam his foot down hard right on his sternum, forcing him back down to the ground. Trunks cried out in pain at the impact, his father's violent blow cracking the plate of his armor. The teenager grimaced and looked up at his father, but Vegeta's eyes were cold and uncompromising. You show far too much concern over my well-being. You show far too much interest towards the Tuffles, as if trying to find out what we think about them. Then you play with your technological toy and almost cry when I destroy it. What was it, boy? A spying device for the Tuffles, he sneered. No, it was something my mother gave me, Trunks yelled instinctively, horrified at the conclusion his father had come to. His plan to join the Saiyans was rapidly backfiring in his face. The teenager desperately tried summoning up strength to remove his father's foot from his chest, but his eyes widened in panic when he realized it was to no avail. Vegeta tilted his head curiously as he looked down at the teenager, clearly seeing what he was trying to do. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. You should really pay more attention to what you eat, kid, Vegeta said as a sinister smirk spread back over his face. You poisoned me. Trunks gasped out in complete disbelief. Vegeta threw his head back and laughed loudly at the accusation. Give me more credit than that, kid. There is no honor in poisoning someone. It's a cowardly thing to do, wouldn't you agree? Vegeta then lifted his foot off Trunks' chest, and with a snarl, slammed his boot down onto his son's wrist, shattering it instantly. He snickered as Trunks bit back a scream, only releasing a hiss through his teeth to show his agony as he clutched his forearm. The teenager brought up his hand and wrist gingerly in front of him. His fingers were all twitching uncontrollably from the blow. The teenager grit his teeth and tried sitting up, only to find that he couldn't. Vegeta continued to circle him like a cat playing with a mouse. The prince licked his lips in anticipation, amusement bright in his eyes. That bread you were eating was loaded with a mineral that absorbs all of your strength. The stronger you are, the harder it brings you down. Freeza would force us to consume it to teach us to survive the hard way. The prince smirked. My men and I, though, have now grown immune to it. I ordered Nappa to give you some to toughen you up, and then he let me in on your little secret. I gotta tell you, kid, I don't like secrets. Trunks realized the truth and it made his mouth run dry. Vegeta had found out that Trunks was hiding his true power level from him, had classified him as a threat, and had brought him there to execute him. And with his strength and ki completely drained, there wasn't a damn thing Trunks could do to stop him. I took you in, you worthless piece of half-breed shit, Vegeta snarled, planting his boot down right on his son's throat. Trunks gasped and coughed, instantly trying to fight his father to get his foot off. Gave you armor. Vouched for you in front of Freeza, for fuck's sake. And this is how you repay me, Vegeta screamed. By playing me for a fool and working for my enemies behind my back. Trunks reached out desperately with his good hand to his father's leg, his face turning bright red as he struggled to breathe. He squeezed his eyes shut and tried transforming into a Super Saiyan as a last resort, but it was no use. He was weak and couldn't summon up the necessary energy. You offend my intelligence, boy, Vegeta said in a cold, empty tone, staring down at the teenager in the sand, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Trunks squinted up at him, his hand on his father's boot. He couldn't budge it, it might as well have been a steel anvil on his throat. You are with the Tuffles, and every breath you take is an insult to my honor as the Prince of Alcyons. I am not with them. Trunks gasped out, clawing desperately at his father's leg now to let go of him. His vision was starting to blotch, fading in and out. He was dangerously close to passing out. Liar! Vegeta roared furiously. He removed his boot from Trunks' throat, making Trunks gasp in desperate amounts of air to soothe his burning lungs. He barely had the chance to get in one good breath before Vegeta ruthlessly brought his foot down right on Trunks' broken wrist. Trunks screamed so loud his lungs hurt, tears coming to his eyes. He had never felt so defenseless in his life. Even the androids had been quick to knock him unconscious with their blows. His father, on the other hand, worked the opposite way. You are with them, Vegeta snarled. You are here to infiltrate us and feed information to our enemies, you lying half-breed piece of fucking trash. Were you waiting until I turned my back to unleash your true power and destroy me for good, you coward? Or was the plan to lead me back to Ares so he could do the job himself? Well, what was it, kid? No, I am with you. I swear it, Trunks screamed back. His lavender hair was plastered to his forehead from his sweat now as he looked up into the dark, merciless eyes of his father. I am on your side, Vegeta. Vegeta stared down at Trunks, his expression holding no compassion for the boy's pain. Trunks was lying partially on his side, clutching his injured arm. He was hissing as he exhaled, trying his best to hide his pain from his father. Even now, there was still an inexplicable shred left of his subconscious desire to impress his father. Enough of your lies, boy. Let's get down to business. We can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. Your choice. Vegeta's glare was deadly as he raised his right palm so it was aimed directly over the teenager's face. Trunks' eyes grew wide as his father's hand began to glow. You tell me where Ares is, and I will make your death fast and painless. Humph. And they say I am not merciful, Vegeta said with a dark, mirthless chuckle. Trunks instinctively yelled out, I am not with the Tuffles. Vegeta gave a tisk, and shook his head in disapproval. Wrong answer, he said, his voice void of emotion. He shifted his hand over and fired. Trunks hollered in agony, rolling onto his side and clutching his arm which Vegeta had just fired a ki blast on at point-blank range. It was the same arm with his now shattered wrist. The blast rapidly burned through the material of his black training suit and seared right into his flesh. Trunks' body started trembling and the sweat dripped into his eyes again as his skin turned raw and began blistering up, looking like dried pink glue that was peeling up on the spot. The teenager swallowed back his pain and grit his teeth, the smell of his own burning flesh making him extremely nauseous. With his foot, Vegeta callously kicked Trunks in the ribs, forcing him to roll over so he was on his back again. Trunks gasped as Vegeta planted his boot firmly onto his throat again. Care to change your answer now? The Saiyan Prince asked, cracking a smirk. No, Trunks hissed, breathing heavily and trembling, one hand on his father's boot which was mercifully not applying the pressure from before. Not with them. Vegeta stared at the teenager for moments on end, before finally closing his eyes and sighing. I had thought you could be on our side for the day we overthrow Freeza. You disappoint me, boy, Vegeta said in a tone that almost sounded regretful. Trunks looked up at him in surprise. So much potential. What a pity. The prince raised his hand so his palm was over Trunks' face. Trunks blinked when his father's hand began to glow again with dangerous yellow ki. The teenager could sense that this time, the energy his father was gathering up was lethal. This one wasn't going to be a warning blast. Trunks knew damn well that there would be nothing left of his head if this blast was fired. Vegeta's lips curled back into a cruel smirk. With the light emitting from his hand, he was a terrifying sight. Send Freeza my regards when he joins you in the next dimension, kid. The teenager suddenly got an idea faster than the speed of light. Out of sheer desperation, Trunks cried out, my father served your father. He was loyal to the king, as I am to you. Vegeta's eyes flashed at the words. Before Trunks could realize his mistake, Vegeta kicked him hard, right in the face. Trunks blacked out for a brief moment, before he slowly blinked, dazed from the blow. First you try to play me for a fool, and now you bring my father into this. Now you've really pissed me off, kid, Vegeta snarled, circling him again, rage burning in his dark eyes. I was going to put you out of your misery, but now, I think I'll enjoy taking you apart instead. So tell me, which limb do you want to lose first? Not lying, Trunks said, spitting out blood as his body trembled in the sand. He raised his head, groggy, his vision hazy as it came back to him. He squinted up at his father. The truth, show you. Vegeta laughed loudly as he crossed his arms over his chest. Oh, kid, you crack me up. I haven't killed anyone lately that's been nearly as entertaining as. His voice trailed off when he looked back down at the teenager. His eyes narrowed curiously at what the boy was extending to him with one trembling hand. It was some kind of chain, and for a moment, Vegeta thought he caught a glimpse of something awfully familiar on the pendant at the end of it. What is this? Vegeta hissed, snatching the chain out of Trunks' hand. He quickly examined the chain before his eyes settled on the pendant. He raised it up closer to him, and his eyes widened. Impossible, he whispered. The design was one he was very familiar with. Royal crest, Trunks wheezed out, before collapsing back to the sand from exhaustion. He blinked and stared up at the stars, thankful for the brief reprieve in the beating. I know what it is, Vegeta snapped, glaring down at the teenager. What I want to know is, how did a worthless piece of shit like you get your hands on this? Answer me now, boy, he screamed, brutally driving his boot down hard into Trunks' sternum again, shattering the plate of his armor and damn near shattering the teenager's sternum with it. Trunks cried out in pain and coughed up blood from the blow, wheezing as he looked up at his father through bleary eyes. Was my father's, Trunks spat out angrily. My mother gave it to me. Told me to serve you, if we ever met. My father was loyal to the king. Vegeta stared at Trunks for a while, before looking back down at the pendant in his hands. He removed his foot from his son's chest as he ran one thumb over the engraved royal family crest of his father and his ancestors. There is no way the boy could have come up with the design of my royal family crest on his own, he thought to himself, frowning thoughtfully. How, then, could he have acquired this? Vegeta's mind was racing. He had never seen the boy before in his life until recently, so the boy's father must have had some contact with his own. King Vegeta. Clearly, the king must have trusted the boy's father if he was allowed close enough to see the royal family crest of the Saiyans. The royal family crest was worn by the king and the prince on their armor, and their armor only. The boy couldn't have been with the Tuffles. The crest was only created when the very first King Vegeta had been crowned, right after the Saiyans had claimed the planet as their own. The Tuffles were long gone by then. Can it be true? Vegeta turned his hard gaze to Trunks and stared at him for a long time. His dark eyes were scrutinizing, contemplating. He looked back down at the pendant. Could this boy's father truly have worked for mine? Trunks took a shaky breath, taking advantage of his father's distraction to slip his good hand inside his broken armor. His fingers felt around, and he was relieved to find that what little remained of his armor had served to protect Goku's heart virus antidote. He let his hand rest on his chest when Vegeta turned his piercing gaze down to him. Trunks eyed him warily, his body tense for another attack. He braced himself for it. They stared at each other for a while, before Vegeta finally grunted. He looked down at the pendant and slowly rubbed the engraving again with his thumb. Do you swear your allegiance to me, boy, on your father's honor? Vegeta finally asked in a low voice. Trunks felt relief flood his body at his father's words, and he cracked a small smile. Yes. I would die for you, Trunks said with pure conviction, meaning every word. Vegeta looked back at him immediately, raising an eyebrow in curiosity and slight bewilderment over his words. The prince searched the teenager's blue eyes for any sign of a lie, and was honestly shocked to find none. Finally, he slowly gave a conceding nod. Very well. Your father served mine, and now you can serve me. I might still find some use for you, kid, he said with a smirk. Trunks settled back into the sand, breathing heavily and silently thanking his mother over and over again. Thank you, Vegeta, Trunks said in a weary voice. Shut up and get up immediately before I change my mind, Vegeta ordered. He tossed the chain so it landed on Trunks' chest. Trunks reached up with his right hand to it, taking the chain tightly in his fist. Vegeta crossed his arms and watched with hard eyes as Trunks slowly tried getting up to his feet. He raised an eyebrow when Trunks fell back to the sand, clutching his left arm painfully. Trunks sat in the sand, trying to catch his breath. He was wiping the sweat out of his eyes again when he heard Vegeta give a frustrated hiss. Your injuries are all trivial. Now get up, boy. We have to go see about these scouters, he said in a harsh tone. Trunks grit his teeth and forced himself to get back up as Vegeta looked on. The prince grunted when the teenager was standing again, before turning and walking off. Trunks looked after his father, a mixture of emotions flooding through him as he watched the prince walk away. Wearily, he reached up with his good arm and wiped the blood off his face. He spit out a mouthful of blood to the sand before examining his left arm. The pain had subsided from his burns, but his wrist was throbbing and swollen, straining against his glove. He sighed and slipped his chain back on, silently thanking his mother again. Trunks barely looked up in time to catch his red scouter flying at his face. Better keep up with me, kid, or I'm leaving you behind. With that, a bright blue aura exploded around Vegeta, creating a vortex of black sand all around him. A fraction of a second later, the full blood took off into the air, speeding away. Trunks growled, suddenly fiercely determined to prove himself in his father's eyes. He had, quite painfully, earned Vegeta's trust for the time being, but he was a long ways away from having anything that even remotely resembled respect from the proud prince. A second later, he shot up into the air as well, keeping his left arm close to him as he caught up to his father. Vegeta was flying low, no more than 5 feet from the ground, sand blowing up as he flew over it. Trunks followed his lead. He was still drained and even the act of flying was completely taxing. They flew in silence, with Trunks ignoring the very real implications of his physical condition. Without the trump card of his Super Saiyan strength, he was at his father's mercy. The teenager grit his teeth as it dawned on him that he was no longer in any position to disobey a direct order from Vegeta. The Saiyan had been merciful with him once, and he highly doubted he would receive the same kindness again. After about 20 minutes of flight, Vegeta finally descended, landing easily on the ground. Trunks followed suit, trying not to show how winded and spent he was. Vegeta instantly reached up to his scouter and activated it as Trunks glanced around. They were in front of what looked like a small village with little, humble homes that looked almost like cabins. Trunks frowned as Vegeta sniffed the air and looked around with his intense gaze, before advancing to one of the cabins. Trunks came up behind him as Vegeta reached up and knocked. The door finally opened, and a blue-skinned alien appeared in the dimly lit doorway. The alien had white hair and aging skin, and kind golden eyes that showed many years behind them. It was wearing a simple white garment that enhanced the aura of wisdom Trunks was sensing from him. Ulayan, Niteryde Vegeta, the alien greeted politely in a foreign tongue. Almost immediately, the translation appeared on Trunks' scouter. "Welcome, Prince Vegeta." Vegeta instantly looked over his shoulder at Trunks, staring at the teenager's lit-up scouter in surprise. He mumbled something under his breath about fancy new models making kids lazy these days, before crossing his arms over his chest and turning his attention back to the matter at hand. He gave a nod, before responding in the foreign language with the fluency of a native. Trunks looked at him in surprise, only keeping up with the conversation because of his scouter. "Enough pleasantries, old man," Vegeta said impatiently. "You know why I have come." "Yes," the alien replied, slowly stepping aside. "Please come in." Vegeta grunted and walked on in, with Trunks close behind. Trunks gave the alien a small, pained smile and a nod. The alien smiled back and Trunks instantly felt at ease with him. He was radiating warmth and kindness, two things that Trunks hadn't experienced since he left his world to travel back in time. It seemed that a smile was truly universal in its meaning. There was a low fire burning in the corner of the room that wasn't spreading, burning away silently in blue flames. Not far away from the fire was a low table about a foot off the ground. Vegeta was following the alien over to it. The prince remained standing as the alien very slowly lowered himself, so he was sitting on the ground in front of the table. Spread on the table, much to Trunks' surprise, was a variety of highly advanced technical equipment that could rival his mother's. Vegeta took his green scouter off and unceremoniously dropped it on the table. "I need this scouter reprogrammed so Freeza cannot eavesdrop on my communications with my men," Vegeta ordered gruffly. "It's offline right now so he can't track our conversations, but I need it back online as soon as possible. Preferably without the bastard or any of his cohorts listening in." "Yes, I have been preparing the chip that will do the job," the alien responded kindly and patiently. He picked up Vegeta's scouter and lifted up a small tool to begin tinkering with it. Trunks eyed the tool with slight bitterness, reminded that he was stuck in this time. He looked away. "This is not the same scouter I brought last time. That one was destroyed. This new one is the same model as the old one though. Can you do it, old man?" "It won't be a problem, Prince Vegeta." "Good. I also will need this boy's scouter to have the same ability. A simple matter of synchronizing his scouter's frequency to yours, like you did for the others. Only one of the scouters needs the chip I have designed." "Fine. Get to work then, old man." Trunks read their conversation and was genuinely surprised at the relatively calm way Vegeta was speaking to the alien. The alien was clearly older, and he was sure Vegeta could crush him with one hand if he wanted to. Yet there was none of his father's trademark hostility when addressing the powerless blue alien. Maybe he really is a friend, Trunks thought to himself as he slowly and gingerly lowered himself so he was sitting against the wall near the door. He took a deep breath and leaned his head back against the wall. "Also, have your mate come and tend to this boy," Vegeta ordered, glancing at Trunks over his shoulder. The teenager blinked in surprise. "His injuries will bring unwanted attention if left untreated. She will be in shortly." "She is visiting a friend," the alien said, having now disassembled Vegeta's scouter. He was studying the circuitry carefully. Vegeta just grunted and walked over to the fire burning in the corner. He sat down next to it in one fluid motion, cross-legged, leaning against the wall. He crossed his arms and scowled, closing his eyes. After a few moments, Vegeta hissed impatiently. "And just what are you staring at, brat?" he demanded, startling Trunks, who immediately looked away. Nothing. Just didn't think you cared about my injuries." Vegeta snorted as if that was the most absurd thing he had ever heard. "Here is the first lesson you must learn about survival, boy. Show no weaknesses. If you are going to be by my side, then you can't look like a weakling, as you do now. That is as much as I care." "Thanks, I guess," Trunks said quietly. "I told you. I'm a great guy," Vegeta said with a chuckle, before fluently slipping into the alien tongue. "Dritrosai, tell this boy how great I am." The kind blue alien smiled as he continued working diligently. "Prince Vegeta spared my life and my villages in exchange for technological services. He is very merciful." "Hear that, kid?" Vegeta said, opening his eyes and looking over at Trunks with a smirk. "I am merciful." Trunks didn't reply, ignoring his father laughing at his own words. The teenager just looked down at his broken wrist. He couldn't move any of his fingers at all. He tried to gingerly remove his glove, but he grit his teeth and closed his eyes shut tightly as a wave of pain shot practically up his whole arm. Sighing, he leaned his head back against the wall, his exhaustion suddenly overwhelming. Some time later, the sounds of the fire cackling and his father's low voice started to pull Trunks out of his haze. There was a female voice as well, and Trunks frowned, not understanding what they were saying. He slowly opened his eyes, with considerable difficulty, to see another blue alien kneeling in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and tried to see, but his sight was blurred. He shook his head and his vision slowly started to focus. The blue alien was old like the one still working on Vegeta's scouter, with black and gray hair and kind, gentle golden eyes. The physique was clearly feminine. "It's all right, child," she said gently. Trunks blinked and looked down to see that she had already wrapped up his burns. She now had his glove off and was tending to his damaged wrist. He couldn't feel a thing, and figured she must have given him some kind of anesthetic. The teenager felt his chest, but it didn't hurt anymore. He reached up to his face. There was some kind of bandage right next to his eye now. The swelling of his lips and his nose had gone down almost completely. Trunks smiled at the alien gratefully, not knowing the language enough to express his gratitude with words. She smiled back at him. Its operating frequency is completely out of the range of frequencies that Freeza scouters normally operate in, the other alien was explaining. Trunks looked up to see that Vegeta was crouching next to the table, surveying his repaired scouter. You should be in the clear now. Vegeta grunted and turned to look at Trunks. Toss me your scouter, boy. Trunks did as he asked, and Vegeta caught it easily. He brought it down and pressed a button on it, before motioning for something on the table. The alien handed him a small tool and Trunks watched in amazement as Vegeta opened up the scouter easily. He used the tool to turn a wheel here and there, before snapping the scouter closed. He then threw it back to Trunks and stood up. Vegeta slipped on his repaired green scouter and activated it, with Trunks following his example. After a moment, Vegeta scowled and spoke harshly, Raditz. Nappa. Come in immediately if you fools can hear me. Trunks could hear his father's voice coming in through his own red scouter. Nappa here, a voice cackled in. Raditz checking in. Is everyone else off the air? Let's see. Zarbon, one day, I'm going to rip you to pieces and leave you to rot, Vegeta said with pure hatred. There was silence for a while, before he smirked. Yes, it appears that we are not being surveyed like children. All right. Way to go, Vegeta, Nappa laughed. We're finally back online. I'll be there shortly, Vegeta said in a gruff tone, deactivating his scouter. He crossed his arms and looked down at the alien who was still sitting at the table. Good work, old man, he said with a nod of approval. He turned to the other alien tending to Trunks. Are you done with the boy yet, woman? Yes, Prince Vegeta, she replied, finishing up securing Trunks' wrist. He looked down at his hand. The alien had spread some type of strange ointment on his fingers that had brought the swelling and twitching down almost completely. He now had something that looked like hardened leaves wrapped from his knuckles down to his forearm. Trunks grabbed his glove and pulled it on, pleased when he felt no pain. Let's go then, boy, Vegeta ordered, already heading to the door. Trunks slowly pulled himself up to his feet, feeling a little better but still much weaker than he usually was. The female alien was heading over to her mate, and Trunks gave them a look of gratitude. Come again if you need anything else, Prince Vegeta, the old man said kindly. Vegeta just grunted as he and Trunks walked out of the cabin together, back into the darkness of the night. They hadn't taken 5 steps before Vegeta turned, automatically raised his right palm, and fired a vicious ki blast to the cabin, making it immediately explode into cinders. What are you doing? Trunks yelled in horror. Vegeta raised his other palm, ignoring his son, his eyes already locking onto his next targets. With both hands now, he began firing lethal blasts with deadly accuracy, each blast destroying another cabin of the village. Smoke and fire rose up into the air from the carnage, and the smell of burning flesh and death reached Trunks' nose again. Stop it, the teenager cried out in dismay. Vegeta ignored him until Trunks desperately grabbed one of his wrists to make him stop. With speed that shocked the teenager, Vegeta phased out and reappeared behind him, kicking Trunks hard in the base of his spine and forcing the teenager to drop to his knees. Trunks was still weak and his reflexes were far too slow. He grit his teeth furiously, his good hand clenching a fistful of sand in frustration. You are too fucking soft, boy, Vegeta sneered in disgust. These freaks are nothing to you, and yet you mourn their deaths. They trusted you, Trunks spat out bitterly. And you killed them like they were nothing. They knew too much about me and my equipment. They were weak and could have easily been coerced into helping the Tuffles track us down. I got what I needed from them. There was no reason to keep them alive a moment longer, Vegeta replied in a cold voice. You. Trunks shook his head, suddenly deeply ashamed to have any relation to the man standing behind him. Monster. Vegeta laughed loudly in response. Kid, you've got spirit. I like that. Now then, since you were so rude and interrupted me, you will now finish what I started. Time to get your hands dirty. Trunks felt his heart sink as Vegeta roughly grabbed him by the hair and forced him to stand up. Trunks reached up with his good hand and shoved his father's hand away. Vegeta just snickered, before pointing to the carnage. Look there, boy. Survivors. Trunks reluctantly looked, to find a group of blue aliens running away in terror. They were young children. He swallowed heavily, his senses picking up on Vegeta getting another ki blast ready. Except this one was aimed at him. Lesson number 1 in survival techniques was show no weaknesses. Time for lesson number 2. Kill or be killed, Vegeta lectured, still standing behind Trunks. What's it going to be, Mr. Loyalty? Are you going to make me regret keeping you alive? Because I can easily remedy such a mistake right now. They're children, Trunks said through clenched teeth. Precisely why they must die, his father answered, his tone now ice cold. Children are emotional creatures. They harbor grudges and swear revenge for their loved ones. Did you know that Ares was a child when he learned of my existence? Look at the clown now. Someone could have done me a huge favor and put the coward down when he was a brat, and saved me the trouble. I can't do it, Trunks said, his voice threatening to break. Vegeta growled impatiently. Either you do it, or I will. And I promise you, boy, I will not give them the quick death that you will. Bet on it. Trunks choked back the loathing slowly boiling up inside of him for his own father, before raising a trembling hand to the children running away. He concentrated and summoned up practically all of his energy, still incredibly weak. Finally, his hand began to glow, just as tears of anger and hatred came to his eyes. Do it, boy, Vegeta snarled from behind him. Trunks was sweating profusely now from the heat of the ki blast that Vegeta was aiming directly at the back of his head, and also from using so much energy to gather up his own simple ki blast. destroy them at once. There was nothing he could do. He took a shaky breath, before silently asking Gohan and his mother for forgiveness. He then fired. Loving this tale? Support Infinite Novel by subscribing for weekly audio adventures. Vegeta snaked his way through the tavern where his subordinates were. The lighting was dark and there was a decent crowd of aliens there. The Saiyan scowled, taking his time as he observed everyone around him suspiciously, scanning automatically for any signs of an enemy waiting with murderous intentions. But the only thing he saw in the eyes of those who recognized him was sheer terror. He shot them a smug smirk. The terrified look whenever he came into sight was always a tremendous compliment to him. Finally, he came to the back corner where Raditz and Nappa were sitting at a round table. There were already a slew of drinks in front of the Saiyans, and Vegeta snickered at the sight. Got the party started without me, I see, he said, drawing their attention. Vegeta, there are plenty of drinks to go around, Raditz said with a loud laugh. Vegeta observed them for a moment. He then frowned and silently pointed to his scouter, before giving a cutting motion with his hand. Catching his hint, the other two Saiyans deactivated the communications in their scouters. Did you take care of the kid? Raditz asked. Vegeta took a seat at the table and crossed his arms over his chest. He eyed the drinks on the table for a moment with clear distrust in his eyes. Finally, he shook his head. Kid's not a threat after all. He's a pure heart, he sneered. Raditz and Nappa both simultaneously groaned in disgust. A pure heart. I shoulda known, Nappa said as he shook his head. Vegeta ran one gloved hand down over his face, a contemplating look on his face as he gazed at the table in front of him. He remained silent for half a minute, and neither Nappa nor Raditz dared rush him. It was clear that Vegeta was falling deep into thought about something, and they knew from painful experience that Vegeta absolutely hated having his train of thought derailed. Finally, Vegeta looked to Nappa, his eyes narrowed. What exactly was the power reading that you say you got on the boy? He demanded. 36,000, Nappa replied automatically. Vegeta looked back down, frowning as he crossed his arms over his chest again. He shook his head slowly. Not possible, he finally mumbled, raising one fist so it was over his mouth, his features etched in concentration. I know, that's what I said, Raditz said, pulling a drink closer to him. Nappa's scouter must be malfunctioning because there's no way a boy his age can be that strong. Vegeta's dark eyes shot up to Raditz. He glared at him for a moment, before lowering his fist and grunting. Fool! The boy's power level is much higher than 36,000, Vegeta finally said, making Raditz and Nappa's mouths both drop in shock. Vegeta glanced past the aliens towards the entrance of the tavern they were in. He was completely defenseless against me. The Enrihe left him absolutely debilitated. The more powerful you are, the harder that mineral brings you down. The boy is powerful, much more powerful than any of us. Nappa and Raditz shot each other a look, both silently asking each other the same question. It was completely unlike Vegeta to know that someone was that much stronger than him, and not kill them when given the chance. You were merciful? Nappa finally asked, trying to keep the shock out of his voice. Vegeta looked over at him and smirked. I suppose you could call it that, now couldn't you? He then leaned closer to the table so his forearms were resting on it. Nappa and Raditz instinctively leaned in closer as well as Vegeta spoke to them in a hushed tone. Look, it's like this. The boy is a pure heart and won't betray me. Of this I am sure. If I can break him and get him to enjoy the taste of the kill, then he will make for a powerful ally. We can use him to help us with the Tuffles, and he can also help us finally defeat Freeza. By that time, I will be stronger than him. Vegeta's sinister smirk crept back up to his face. And then, once the boy has served his purpose, I will personally dispose of the half-breed myself. Until then though, we must fully gain his trust. So let's make the boy feel at home, shall we, gentlemen? Raditz smirked and nodded while Nappa laughed. That's good thinking, Vegeta. The punk will be useful after all. Where is he now? Raditz asked, glancing around and trying to spot Trunks. He's outside coming to terms with his first real kill. I knew he had it in him. He just needed a little coaxing, Vegeta said, his smirk growing. He lowered his eyes to the drinks in front of him, and his smirk disappeared. Everything clean here? Yes. I scoped the place out when we got here. No foul play, Raditz assured him. Vegeta grunted and narrowed his eyes, looking off to the side at some aliens walking past. What are we going to do about the Tuffles, Vegeta? Nappa asked, frowning as he thought of their enemy that was lurking in the shadows. Nothing, Vegeta said, to the shock of Raditz and Nappa. He ignored their looks as he reached for a drink that was untouched. He pulled it closer to him and hesitantly brought it up to his lips. He sniffed it first, trying to pick up anything suspicious with his senses. Grunting, he poured a little bit of the drink out on the table. The universe is too large to go on a wild, aimless chase, he finally said, fingering the liquid on the table as if it would dissolve his glove on contact. He finally picked up the drink again and smirked. We will wait and let the cowards come to us. As soon as Vegeta was out of sight, Trunks dropped to his knees and promptly vomited. His body was shaking, sweat running into his eyes, burning them and making him shut them tightly. It wasn't that he didn't have it in him to kill anyone. He definitely did, if the target was right. If he had a real shot at Freeza or if he could stand up to the androids, he was sure he would mercilessly make quick work of them and enjoy every second of it. He was truly his father's son in this regard. But this, another wave of nausea hit Trunks and he heaved again, shaken after what he had done. He had fired, he had killed, and now he had innocent blood on his hands and it was tearing him up inside. All his life, he had wanted to protect the weak. Here though, in his father's world, the weak weren't allowed to live. Trunks bit back a bile of disgust in his throat as he thought of his father. The same man who had laughed after Trunks had made quick work of the fleeing children of the village. The same man who had actually congratulated him on a job well done, as if what Trunks had done was honorable. Trunks wiped his lips with the back of his hand, taking a deep breath. He slowly got up to his feet, feeling much better now. The teenager frowned and raised up his good hand, forming a small blue ball of ki in his palm. He played with it and manipulated it expertly for a few seconds, pleased and relieved that it was effortless now. He quickly extinguished the ball and clenched his fist tightly, feeling the power flowing through his arm with restored vigor. It seemed that whatever the hell the Saiyans had made him consume and that bred back on Frieza's home base was finally leaving his system. Trunks looked up at the door his father had walked through, his blue eyes burning with a steely resolve as he swore to himself that he would not let Vegeta get the upper hand on him like that again. Never again. 10 minutes later, Trunks finally walked into the tavern. He was wearing a scowl and a suspicious mannerism that made him practically the mirror image of a particular Saiyan who walked in not too long before him. The teenager's blue eyes darted to and fro as he scanned his new environment. He was in what seemed to be an alien version of a bar. Seemed it was more than just a smile that was universal. The place was dungy and it seemed to him that no one there held a high moral standard. The tavern had a dark vibe, with aliens laughing loudly and drinking to their heart's content. Some were even engaging in obscene acts in the darkness, making Trunks redden in embarrassment when he caught glimpses of them. Around half of the aliens were natives, from their blue skin and their yellow eyes. Trunks didn't know what the rest of them were, but he did know what the three in the far back corner were. Vegeta caught sight of him first and motioned him over. Trunks' scowl deepened, maneuvering around the aliens around him. He clenched his fists and approached, already determining that he was not going to drink a damn thing that they offered him. Well, look who we have here, Vegeta said with a smirk. Trunks gave him an ice-cold glare which made Vegeta throw his head back and laugh loudly. Well now, someone is unhappy with me. Was it something I did? Vegeta asked innocently, that maddening smirk ever present on his face. Whatever, Trunks mumbled under his breath. Nappa pulled out a seat for Trunks and motioned for him to sit. Trunks observed the drinks on the table which looked like medieval beer mugs made out of wood, with handles to boot. There were at least 7 of them on the table. Sit down and relax, kid, you're too uptight, Nappa told him with a grin. Trunks shot his gaze over to the large Saiyan and remembered his betrayal. He glared at him, his fists clenching even tighter. Come now, boy, have a seat, Vegeta ordered. Trunks glanced back at his father and frowned, but reluctantly did as he was told. Don't we have to go purge the planets Zarbon assigned to us? Trunks asked hesitantly, taking in the relaxed vibe the Saiyans were giving him. It was very unnatural and it was making him incredibly uneasy. The half-breed is in a rush to kill, I see, Raditz said with a laugh. Take it easy, kid. Vegeta smirked and amicably clapped Trunks on the back. Trunks eyed him warily, wondering what his father's new game was. There will always be time to do Frieza's dirty work later. For now, we can relax a while. Here, have a drink, he said, pushing one of the beer mugs closer to him. No thanks, Trunks replied evenly. Raditz smirked. Don't worry, kid. I already scoped the place. It's clean, right? Trunks mumbled disbelievingly. Vegeta laughed at the clear distrust on the teenager's face. So you're learning a thing or two from me already, aren't you, boy? Vegeta said with a smug, satisfied smirk. Raditz is right though. The drinks are clean. Of all the places in the universe, we've never had a problem here. Plus, the drinks are exquisite. Trunks frowned at his father, before lowering his eyes to the drink that Vegeta had in front of him. Though Vegeta's hand was on the handle of the mug, the drink itself was still untouched. If the drinks are clean, why haven't you had any yet? Trunks asked in a challenging tone. Nappa and Raditz both looked over at Vegeta, who was staring intently at Trunks. He was smirking, but his eyes were giving absolutely nothing away to the teenager. The prince's grip tightened on the mug handle as he chuckled. So distrustful, even after the mercy I showed you. I already told you that the drinks are fine. Have I ever given you a reason not to trust me? Vegeta asked nonchalantly, his smirk growing. He picked up his drink and took a few large chugs of it to prove his point, before lowering the drink back to the table. He wiped his lips with the back of his hand, eyeing Trunks carefully. See? No harm, no foul, kid. Trunks frowned and slowly grabbed hold of the drink that Vegeta had pushed towards him, bringing it closer. He raised it up and took a sniff of it. He cringed. It was definitely an alcoholic drink, but it was impossibly strong. Nappa and Raditz laughed at his reaction while Vegeta silently studied him. The prince frowned thoughtfully, silently wondering just who the boy's father was. There was absolutely no way he could be so powerful and be the son of a low-class soldier. What? Ya never had a real drink, half-breed? Nappa asked mockingly. I don't really drink, no, Trunks admitted. What's next, kid? Are you going to tell us that you've never had a woman before either? Raditz said with a smirk. Trunks blushed uncomfortably and all 3 Saiyans burst out laughing at his response. Vegeta, we can't leave till we find a chick for this kid. Nappa laughed, clapping Trunks on the back and nearly bringing the teenager face first into the table as a result. Vegeta smirked. Sorry, Nappa. If anyone here is worth having, I will have her. Oh come on, Vegeta, Raditz growled adamantly. You always get first dibs on the good-looking females. Well now, I am royalty, Vegeta said with an amused chuckle. Now, if you fools think our usual protocol is unfair, we can always have a strength competition to settle things. He looked pointedly at Nappa, his smirk growing. Though I'm sure you remember what happened the last time we engaged in such a competition. Nappa blushed in embarrassment as Raditz howled with laughter. Vegeta had a full-blown, amused smile on his face as he observed Nappa. What happened? Trunks asked curiously, relaxing a little at the obvious camaraderie between the three Saiyans. Vegeta's smile turned smug. When I was a child, Nappa lost in a strength competition to me and had to pay the ultimate price for such a defeat. Vegeta shaved his hair off, Raditz said, before he and Vegeta burst out into loud laughter at the memory as Nappa reddened even more. A Saiyan's hair never grows back, Nappa grumbled. I've been bald ever since. Vegeta did it in his sleep, and Nappa cried when he woke up and saw his reflection. Raditz barked out. I did not cry. Nappa yelled adamantly. Raditz slammed one fist down on the table, raising his other hand to his eyes as he laughed hysterically. Vegeta lowered his head to his arms on the table, trying his best to hide his laughter but failing miserably. Against his will, Trunks cracked a smile at their genuine friendship. Ah, my favorite guests, an accented voice suddenly said from the side. Vegeta and Raditz both sobered up instantly as all four Saiyans immediately looked over. Trunks tensed, already bracing himself for Vegeta lashing out in violence. Standing next to their table was a native blue alien with a deep scar running down one side of his face. The scar left one of his eyes completely shut. His other golden eye was regarding them with warmth and a hint of gratitude. He had tousled orange hair that hung into his eyes. Ah, Yuvi, good man, Vegeta said good-naturedly, reaching out and patting the alien on the arm in a friendly gesture. Trunks eyed his father suspiciously, not buying the act this time, but the alien hardly seemed distrusting. Vegeta turned to Trunks with a smirk. This man here is the owner of this place, and I'll tell you, kid, there is nowhere in the universe where you can get a better drink. Ain't that the truth? Nappa said with a grin as he chugged a drink down while Raditz snickered. How's the family? Vegeta asked casually, eyeing the alien closely as he lifted his mug for another drink. Doing well, Prince Vegeta. My wife recently gave birth to a son, Yuvi said with a smile. The three Saiyans all hollered simultaneously at the news, startling Trunks. He looked at them all in astonishment, before looking down at the drink in front of him. He decided that their drinks must have been hellaciously strong for all three Saiyans to be acting like this, especially his father. He lifted his own drink and ventured a tiny sip. His face instantly turned red as he tried not to choke on it. Oh boy, isn't that something? Raditz remarked, drawing Trunks' attention. Were they being legit or was this all a charade? You must be proud. Teach the boy well, Vegeta said with a smirk, raising his drink in congratulations. Trunks instantly glanced over at him, hope bursting in his chest against his will at his father's words. Perhaps, if the truth came to light, his father would actually accept him. The teenager frowned and looked down. He was being ludicrous. He couldn't let Vegeta know the truth, it would definitely ensure that he would never exist in this time. Thank you, Yuvi said kindly with a small bow. I am retiring for the night to go be with them, but I arranged a special show for you out of gratitude for your past generosity, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta's eyes darkened with suspicion as Yuvi gestured with his hand to the opposite wall of the tavern. There was a stage with a light, the only light in the dark tavern. The Saiyans all instantly stared, and even Trunks found himself slightly mesmerized by the woman on stage. She was blue-skinned like most of the other aliens, but her skin was a lighter shade of blue, making her stand out. Her look was exotic, with jewels on her feminine physique that lit up as she danced hypnotically. Trunks swallowed heavily as the chatter of the tavern seemed to die down as everyone stared at the beauty with hazel eyes and black hair. Wow, the teenager mumbled to himself. Vegeta finally grunted after a few moments. He turned to Yuvi, his eyes never leaving the dancer on the stage. Arrange for the woman to come here once she is done. I would like a word with her. As you wish, the alien said politely, before heading off to pass the message along. A word? Raditz asked with a knowing smirk. Vegeta just gave an indifferent shrug, eyeing the girl out of the corner of his eye. More or less, he finally responded, his own smirk slowly spreading over his face. That's not fair, Vegeta. You always get the good-looking ones, Nappa said with exasperation. Well now, there is only one way to settle this dispute. Since I am in a good mood, we will settle this the old-fashioned way, Vegeta said, raising his drink and downing the whole thing to Trunks' astonishment. The prince brought his empty mug down roughly to the table before cracking his neck, as if warming up. He glanced over at Trunks and gave him a challenging look. You want in, boy? No thanks, Trunks answered sheepishly, not fully comfortable with the idea of being intimate with an alien woman he didn't even know. Good, the less competition, the better, Raditz said, cracking his knuckles. Trunks tensed, already preparing for a brawl to break out between the three Saiyans over who would have the right to claim the erotic beauty. Trunks nearly fell out of his seat when the three Saiyans started throwing their fists down repeatedly over the table in a game he knew all too well. How the hell do you guys know how to play rock paper scissors? Trunks nearly screamed from his shock. The three Saiyans all stopped mid-game and stared at Trunks like he had suddenly sprouted extra limbs. We learned it from the guys in the Ginyu Force, Raditz finally answered, as though the answer should have been obvious. Why the surprise, boy? Vegeta asked curiously. Trunks could hardly speak, his mind working too quickly for his mouth. They knew his language. They knew a game that he was fairly certain was not universal. Clearly, somewhere along the way, they must have known someone who had been to Earth. If he could figure out if that mysterious someone was still alive, he could maybe get the coordinates he needed to go to Earth. If he had the coordinates themselves, then maybe he could manually override the destination in his space pod. The teenager blinked in surprise when he realized that Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz were still staring at him. Nappa and Raditz were looking at him like he was insane, but Vegeta's glare was focused, his eyes narrowed as he coldly scrutinized the teenager sitting next to him. Trunks forced a laugh, brushing his lavender hair out of his face. It's just, I had no idea that people outside of my planet knew of the game, he finally admitted with a chuckle. It wasn't exactly a lie. Enough out of you, stupid boy. Back to business, Vegeta ordered gruffly, eyeing the woman in question for a moment before turning back to the table. Trunks watched in fascination as they resumed their game. 1-2-3. Raditz threw scissors, Vegeta threw rock, Nappa threw paper. Raditz and Vegeta glanced at each other briefly. They both smirked. 1-2-3. Raditz and Vegeta threw scissors, Nappa threw paper. Damn it. I always lose, Nappa grumbled, pulling a drink close to him and reluctantly joining Trunks in being an observer. 1-2-3. Raditz threw paper, Vegeta threw rock. Vegeta scowled. Ha! I win, Raditz remarked with pure satisfaction, pride filling his chest at getting one over on Vegeta. Now I get the WOM dash. That's as far as he got before Vegeta punched him viciously right in the face, knocking the larger Saiyan to the floor and surprising the hell out of Trunks. Vegeta smirked as Nappa burst out laughing. The woman is mine, Vegeta said smugly. Raditz reached up and put one hand on the table, but by then, Vegeta had already gotten up. Trunks watched with wide eyes as the woman slowly came down the stage with much applause and hollering from everyone else in the tavern. No sooner had she come down than she was met face to face with the Saiyan Prince himself. He eyed her up and down like she was a piece of meat, leering at her as the two exchanged some words. That's all it took for the woman to get closer to him, her hands going to his chest. Trunks blinked in surprise when Vegeta put his arm casually around the woman's waist and led her outside, behind the tavern. Wow, he works fast, huh? Trunks said, both awed and slightly repulsed. I should have known, Raditz grumbled, now seated and looking down at his red scouter in his hands, his nose bleeding. He seemed oblivious of the nosebleed as he frowned and tapped his scouter a few times. Now my goddamn scouter won't turn back on. Nappa just laughed at him. Maybe if Vegeta is still in a good mood, he'll let you have some of her before he kills her. Trunks blinked in surprise, before narrowing his eyes. He's going to kill her? How do you know? Because that's what he does, Nappa said with a nonchalant shrug, signaling someone for more drinks. He screws them, and then he kills them. Says it's the only way he can ensure that they don't get pregnant and have his kid. Trunks felt like he had been sucker punched in the stomach, the air knocked right out of him upon hearing the lengths his father was willing to go to, all just to ensure he never had any children. Did that mean that his mother had changed Vegeta's entire lifelong mindset, or had he been a mistake that his father had loathed from the very beginning right up until his death? He would do all of that just to not have kids? Trunks choked out with difficulty. Yeah, me and Nappa don't care, Raditz said with a shrug, finally slipping his red scouter back on. He licked the blood off his lips before wiping the rest off with his hand. Vegeta, though? Don't even get him started on the subject. He gets pissed just thinking about it. Trunks eyed his drink and frowned thoughtfully, forcing himself not to think about it. He had bigger things to worry about. So anyways, this Force, who taught them how to play rock paper scissors? Trunks asked as nonchalantly as he could. Raditz and Nappa glanced at each other, genuinely stumped by the question. Finally, Raditz snapped his fingers. You know, they probably picked it up from Lentei's. He was the only other one I knew who would play that game. From who? Trunks asked, leaning forward and paying attention. He was a guy who used to work for King Cold and then for Freeza. Traveled to a lot of planets and learned a lot about medicine and healing. They held him in the highest regard. He would help us recover and all that, when the rejuvenation chambers weren't up and running. Guy knew a lot, Nappa said with a shrug. Knew a lot? Trunks asked with a cringe. Yeah, Vegeta killed him one day after Freeza. Well, let's just say that Vegeta killed him despite Freeza. End of story, Raditz mumbled, reaching for his drink again. Suddenly frustrated and angered at his father for killing off his only real lead, Trunks hissed out his next words before he could stop himself. Damn it, father. Meanwhile, outside in the darkness of night, Vegeta violently shoved the erotic alien beauty face first into the wall of the tavern. Ignoring the pained cry that resulted from the move, he pressed himself up against her from behind, ravishing the side of her neck relentlessly. She eagerly leaned back into him as he impatiently yanked her hair out of the way to explore her skin even more, both of them breathing heavily. The Saiyan Prince suddenly stopped his rough onslaught when he saw a mark on her neck that he hadn't noticed until now. Narrowing his eyes in confusion, he pulled away from her enough to take a really good look at it. That's all Vegeta got out before his senses suddenly picked up something coming at him. Just as quickly, he caught her hand. He snorted when he saw that she had intended to sink a needle into him. Effortlessly, he crushed her hand to pieces, snickering when she screamed in pain as the needle fell to the ground. Well now, you're not playing very nice, are you, tough whore? He whispered smoothly from behind her in her language. That's okay. I don't play nice either. He instantly spun the girl around and seized her by the throat, slamming her roughly against the wall, making her squeal in pain. Tears were streaming down her face from the pain of her shattered hand. Vegeta leaned in as close as he could, his cold eyes locked on her hazel ones. "Where is Ares?" he snarled dangerously. "I don't know, and even if I did, I would never tell you, Saiyan." She then spat in his face, hatred burning in her eyes for him. He chuckled, raising his free hand and casually wiping the spit off. His tail was now swishing back and forth behind him, the fur standing on end. "Is that a fact? You do realize that you bear the mark of the tuffles on your skin?" he asked in a low tone. "What of it?" she challenged. "That mark has sealed your death, woman," he sneered in her face. He eyed her up and down, his eyes darkening with both hatred and lust. He trailed his free hand down her body, his tail wrapping around one of her thighs as he smirked. "But, perhaps, I will break you first before I kill you." He fisted a handful of her dark hair and brutally yanked her head to the side, chuckling as she yelped in pain. He leaned in closer and whispered against her skin, "What do you say, tuffle whore? Do you want to play?" "Vegeta, my death has been sealed for a long time," the erotic woman told him, a sly smile spreading on her face despite her pain. Vegeta pulled away a bit and frowned at the triumphant look in her eyes. "And now that we have coupled, so has yours." Realization dawned on him. His jaw suddenly set angrily as he pulled away, one hand still grasping her neck with a steel grip. He was usually extremely careful, but this was definitely a new tactic that he hadn't anticipated. Scowling now, he gave a conceding nod, as if acknowledging a job well done. It wasn't often that someone got one up on him. He grunted. "Poisoned me, I see. So I was right. You tuffles have no honor at all," Vegeta said in a completely conversational tone, shaking his head in disappointment. "Unfortunately for you, I am not afraid to die. But before I do, I will bring every last tuffle down with me." His hand around her neck began to glow and pulse, making her scream as the heat from his hand started to sear into her flesh. Vegeta gave her a cruel smirk, watching her agony with maniacal delight. "And I think I will start with you." The teenager's blue eyes widened when he realized what he said. Trunks started, desperately trying to think of what he could say to get out of this mess. Suddenly, Raditz started laughing. "This kid is completely intoxicated. These drinks have fucked up his mind completely. He thinks Vegeta is his father," he barked out, laughing. Trunks forced out a laugh, smiling a little in relief. That is, until he glanced over and saw Nappa staring at him with more scrutiny than before. Nappa frowned and opened his mouth to say something when all three of their scouters suddenly lit up. The three instantly turned in the direction Vegeta had walked out. A half-second later, there was an explosion outside, rocking the entire tavern. Drinks fell to the floor. Alarm rose into the air. Two particular aliens and one half-breed suddenly stood up. A heartbeat later, Vegeta violently kicked the back door to the tavern open. Trunks swallowed heavily when he saw his father, a chill going down his spine. Vegeta's rage was pulsing throughout the entire tavern, his tail waving furiously behind him as he stalked over to the table where they were. He was covered in what could only be the woman's blood. It was on his face, splattered across his white armor, entrenched in his dark blue uniform, staining his white gloves. With the dark lighting, the Prince of Alcyons looked more like the Prince of Death. "The Tuffles know we are here," Vegeta informed them bluntly, his voice cold and detached of all emotion. His dark eyes were burning with murder and intended bloodshed. "Raditz, Nappa, make sure no one leaves here alive. When you are finished here, purge the city. Everyone dies. Understand?" The two Saiyans nodded. Vegeta shot his dark gaze over to Trunks, who was staring blankly at his father in stunned horror. There was just so much blood, but Vegeta seemed completely oblivious of it as he stared back at Trunks. "You, boy, come with me. Now," Vegeta ordered, before turning and walking back the way he came. Trunks hesitated momentarily as Nappa and Raditz immediately started putting Vegeta's orders into effect. Trunks watched in sickened fascination as the Saiyans mercilessly and methodically began to dismantle every alien in the tavern one at a time, without even using their ki. Screams filled the air and blood spread on the floor, the smell so potent that Trunks could almost taste it. "I won't tell you again, boy," Vegeta screamed, startling Trunks. The teenager tore his eyes away from the carnage, before running over to his father. They walked outside, the nausea hitting Trunks hard when he saw the remains of the beauty on the ground. He choked back the urge to vomit, forcing himself to look away. Looking back at his father, he narrowed his eyes in confusion at the barrel Vegeta was now dragging behind him. "What is that?" Trunks asked worriedly. "Leverage," Vegeta mumbled hatefully, not looking back at the teenager. Trunks frowned, but Vegeta's blue aura exploded and the Saiyan took off into the air before the teenager could get another word out. Trunks wasted no time and followed his father's lead, deep down relieved that it was now easier for him to fly. His strength was back, but he was troubled by something else. Frowning, his senses were picking up something different with Vegeta's ki. He didn't know what it was, couldn't put his finger on it exactly. The ki wasn't weaker, just different. "You alright?" Trunks called out hesitantly. He was predictably ignored. The teenager sighed, before looking over his shoulder. He could see and feel explosions in the distance as Nappa and Raditz got to work. For some reason though, Vegeta was flying in the opposite direction. Finally, Vegeta descended in front of an isolated little cabin. Trunks felt his chest tighten in déjà vu at the sight before him. This time, the cabin was even smaller and less sturdy than those in the village Vegeta decimated earlier. Trunks' boot was barely sinking into the sand when Vegeta reared back and launched the barrel right at the cabin. It exploded on impact and left a huge dent in the wall, the side of the little cabin now drenched in alcohol. "Get out here at once or I will burn you alive," Vegeta screamed. The livid prince started to relentlessly pace from side to side, his puffed-out tail still swishing behind him, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Most of the blood had come off him during flight, but there were still small traces of it in his uniform. Trunks watched him warily, not knowing what had triggered this sudden rage. "What are we doing? Silence," Vegeta roared at the teenager. Trunks' mouth instantly snapped shut at the infuriated look his father briefly shot him. Vegeta didn't seem to have him in his sights right now, so he opted to just observe and not get involved in whatever this new situation was. Finally, a meek and frightened blue-skinned, orange-haired alien emerged into the night. Trunks' eyes widened when he recognized him as the quiet and polite owner of the tavern, Yuvi. Vegeta stopped pacing and released a deep and animalistic snarl at the sight of him, the sound slicing through the night. Terrified, Yuvi visibly began trembling with fear as Vegeta bared his teeth like a predator ready to make his kill. "Treacherous fiend," Vegeta seethed, slowly advancing. "Known you half my life and you side with the enemy of my ancestors? Very, very bad move, old friend." He stopped walking and raised his right hand, his eyes burning with hatred. "No!" Yuvi gasped out, backing up in terror. "I didn't. I would never you did. And now, you will pay." Vegeta fired a ki blast that disintegrated the alien's legs on the spot. The alien instantly fell to the dark sand with a howl of agony that seemed to resonate across the entire planet. Trunks' jaw dropped, his eyes filled with horror as Vegeta casually strolled over to the writhing alien in the sand. Vegeta was raising his hand so it was over Yuvi's face when Trunks grabbed his wrist. Vegeta coldly eyed the teenager out of the corner of his eye, feeling the strength in Trunks' grip. "Stop this, Vegeta," Trunks pleaded. "He has a family." Vegeta's eyes narrowed and lowered to the teenager's hand that was over his wrist. He stared at it for a few moments. The only sound was Yuvi desperately trying to haul himself away to safety. "The Enrihe was quick to leave your system, I see. You're powerful, kid." "I know this," Vegeta finally said in a low voice, closing his eyes as if it shamed him to admit it. Slowly, he began to rotate his head in an effort to crack his neck. "But hear me, boy. If it's true that my sentence has already been set, then rest assured, I am damn good and ready to bring you down with me." Trunks blinked in surprise. "Your sentence? What are you talking about?" Vegeta snarled and pulled his arm free, turning to give Trunks a glare that chilled the teenager. "The woman had venom in her, idiot. I am going to die one way or another, but not before I bring every last tuffle down with me. While I would rather you remain alive to defeat Freeza if I were to die, I can easily change that if you so desire." Thunderstruck, Trunks took a step back. Venom? His father was poisoned? Of course, the venom in his system must have been the reason his ki felt so different. Trunks scowled and grit his teeth, anger flooding through him over the way his father's world worked. No one to trust. Endless attempts on his life at every turn. Non-stop pain at the hands of Freeza. Trunks was finally starting to understand. Vegeta eyed his son with scorn, before turning back to the matter at hand. Trunks just watched in silence, the desire to intervene gone. He couldn't believe it, and was slightly horrified to admit it to himself, but he found that he wouldn't mind too much if Vegeta made quick work of the obvious traitor in front of him. His scowl deepened as he shifted his weight from foot to foot, not fully comfortable with that realization. Vegeta planted his boot on Yuvi's throat and smirked. Now, stay with me," Vegeta said in an almost sing-song tone, watching the alien who was bleeding out at his feet. "I need you to tell me everything you know about the Tuffles." "I can't say," Yuvi gasped out. "Come now, good man, you can do it," Vegeta encouraged, his smirk growing. "What do you know?" He was met with a stubborn silence. Trunks exhaled impatiently through his nose, silently willing the alien to just talk so this could be over fast. "So you want to be a tough guy?" Vegeta cocked his head to the side curiously. "Your physical pain tolerance is high, Yuvi. I'm actually impressed," he exclaimed with a laugh. He removed his boot from Yuvi's throat and slowly turned his gaze over to the cabin, his dark eyes cold and scheming. Perhaps I can get you to talk another way." Casually, Vegeta walked over to the cabin. "Just tell him," Trunks hissed angrily, his blue eyes pleading as Yuvi painfully glanced over at him. The alien was trembling uncontrollably. "Stop making this worse on yourself." "I can't," the alien whispered to him in a pained, raspy voice filled with regret. Seconds later, Vegeta emerged from the cabin, brutally dragging a shrieking female blue alien with him by the hair. "No, let her go," Yuvi screamed at him. "Please." Vegeta looked at the woman next to him who was trembling from sheer terror. She was trying desperately to free herself from his tight grip on her long, black hair, but it was impossible. Vegeta smirked, leering at her and letting his eyes wander down her body, his intent obvious. "You know, I didn't quite get the chance to finish what I started with that Tuffle whore. Perhaps your wife would like to finish the job?" Vegeta asked curiously. He leaned in and took in the woman's scent as she struggled to get free of him. He licked his lips as she struggled, using his tail to haul her closer to him. Trunks growled, fury suddenly coursing through him. This was too much. He could not and would not watch his father do this. A light flickered on the glass screen of Vegeta's screen scouter, making him instantly glance over at Trunks. He stared at the teenager in momentary shock, completely floored at the reading he was getting. 50,000. "Enough," the teenager screamed. Vegeta blinked and shook his head, quickly replacing the shocked look on his face with a scowl. Calm yourself, boy, Vegeta's voice suddenly rang in Trunks' mind. Trunks blinked in surprise, having sworn that he didn't see his father's lips move. I won't touch this woman. I just want information from Yuvi regarding the Tuffles. She is just leverage. At the suspicious look Trunks was giving him, Vegeta rolled his eyes. You have my word, kid. Trunks took a deep breath and relaxed a tiny bit as Yuvi tried crawling over to them in vain, ignoring his agony when he saw the way Vegeta was holding his wife. Please, she has nothing. He paused to cough up blood, tremors going through him. To do with this, he continued weakly. Just tell me what I want to know, fool, Vegeta growled. Do you promise to leave us in peace? I promise, Vegeta replied automatically. He roughly threw the woman away from him, sending her crashing to the sand. His tail wrapped around his waist and he crossed his arms over his chest, watching with hardened eyes as the woman crawled over to her wounded husband. Trunks watched as well, his heart breaking for them. Now talk, before I go inside and introduce myself to your son. I do so like children, Vegeta said with a cruel smirk. Ares tapped into FF Frieza's scouters, tracking you for a long time now. It's how he found Yuvi closed his one good eye, the tremors racking him. Trunks looked away. He found you and what? Recruited a weakling like you to his side? Vegeta sneered. No, told me to tell him when you or your men came again. Threatened me and my family if I didn't. You told him and he sent that woman to kill me, Vegeta finished, reaching a hand up and rubbing his chin thoughtfully as Yuvi nodded. What a coward, Vegeta mumbled in disgust to himself, falling into thought. Trunks found himself silently agreeing. Didn't know she was poisoned, Yuvi insisted, his voice pleading. Vegeta snarled and began advancing again. Where is he demanded threateningly. Rithika? Trunks and Vegeta both asked in surprise. Yuvi gave a weak nod. Vegeta tilted his back and released an incensed and slightly insane howl to the night sky. I swear. When I get my hands on that no-good coward, I will tear him to fucking pieces, the prince seethed, beginning his livid pacing again as he activated the communications on his scouter. Trunks watched him carefully, sighing with relief when he saw that Vegeta now seemed to be completely ignoring them all. Is it done? Vegeta growled into the scouter, turning away from all of them. Trunks glanced back over at the helpless aliens, wincing when he saw that they were trying desperately to get back inside their home and away from the ruthless prince. He snuck a look over at his father and frowned, before heading over to help. Yes, Vegeta. The city is clean, Nappa's voice cackled in with a laugh. Not one of these ugly freaks was left alive. Yuvi was trying to drag himself to safety with his wife trying her best to help him. Trunks squatted down and offered a hand, flinching a little when they both recoiled from him in terror. I just want to help, the teenager whispered, his heart aching when he heard a child begin to cry from inside the cabin. No one deserved this. Please, let me help you. Vegeta turned so his profile was facing them, watching the scene out of his peripheral vision. He scowled, his eyes darkening. Ares is on Rithika, Vegeta informed his men in a gruff tone, turning away again and staring off into the night. Vegeta, He is going to kill us all, Yuvi whispered to Trunks, who shook his head adamantly. No, he promised he wouldn't. Vegeta's a man of his word, Trunks insisted, easily helping him back into the cabin. Trunks bit back his nausea as the alien's warm, dark blue blood got on his hands and his uniform. He looked up at the alien's wife, and saw tears that made her golden eyes look like a shimmering sunset. Vegeta's darkness was consuming her alive, fear for her family paralyzing her. Trunks' jaw set and he had to look away. Well, that's convenient, Raditz said over their scouters with a snicker. We'll just take out the entire planet and be rid of this little problem. No, we cannot destroy the planet. It must be purged, Vegeta growled. Besides, I won't dignify him with such a quick death. He is mine, he spat out bitterly. Report to your space pods at once. We are going to Rithika immediately. Vegeta deactivated the communications on his scouter, before taking the scouter off. He reached up with his other hand, rubbing his eyes with 2 fingers. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated completely on his energy reserves. In tune with himself, he could feel the venom beginning to spread through his body. Frowning, he wondered how long he could last. It was possible that a rejuvenation chamber could rid the poison from his system, but it was hit or miss with poisons. In any case, to return back to base having fallen prey to Tuffle poison again, without killing the Tuffles, without doing his purges, would mean sure death. Not even his favoritism with Freeza would get him out of such a colossal failure. No, he had to go forward and go after Ares, but he could afford absolutely no more mistakes if he was going to make it out of this alive. Suddenly aware that he was being watched, Vegeta instantly lowered his hand and sneered over his shoulder at Trunks. Are you done? He barked out impatiently, one of his eyes twitching as he raised his scouter and slipped it back on, his hand slightly shaking. Trunks frowned, hesitating as he slowly walked up to his father. Yeah, are you sure you're alright, Vegeta? Trunks asked, trying not to show his sudden concern. His father's ki, usually steady and unwavering like a rock, had now dipped a small amount. The drop was hardly noticeable, but it was still concerning. Vegeta snorted. Kid, if you think some venom is going to bring me down, better think again. Now let's go, take the lead, he said, motioning for Trunks to walk ahead of him. Trunks frowned, hesitating, but finally doing as he was told. He was unaware of the smirk on his father's face when the teenager turned his back on him. Time to start toughening you up, kid. The teenager finally relaxed a little when he felt Vegeta walking after him. Trunks was about to take to the air when he chanced to glance over his shoulder. He turned just in time to see Vegeta release a ki blast right at the cabin. Immediately, the cabin was engulfed in flames. Enraged, Trunks crossed the distance between them in a hurry and shoved his father hard in the chest. Vegeta had already braced himself for it, but still had to take a few steps back from the force of the teenager's shove. "What are you doing?" Trunks screamed at him. "You promised him." "Did I now?" Vegeta asked innocently, his smirk growing at the incensed look in Trunks' eyes. "Silly me. Where are my manners? I must have forgotten." The blue of the teenager's eyes was burning with a ferocity as dark as the night, and Vegeta felt a tingle of genuine excitement crawl through his skin at the sight of it. Yes, if he could break this boy, he would have the ultimate weapon on his side to overthrow Freeza, once the Tuffles were out of the way and his venom was gone anyways, and with Freeza out of the way, it would only be a matter of time until he killed the boy, rose to power, and took command of the universe. Just like he was always destined to. "You say you have honor and pride," Trunks sneered in Vegeta's face, infuriated with that maddening smirk that never wavered from his father's face. "But your word and promises don't mean a goddamn thing." "Promises are meant to be broken," Vegeta said calmly, staring his son right in the eye. "My father taught me that lesson as a child." Trunks blinked in surprise, his anger suddenly giving way to confusion. "What?" "I said, promises are meant to be broken," Vegeta repeated again, leaning in so close his nose was almost touching his son's. "And if you don't like it, then do something about it, kid," he challenged in a low voice. Trunks leaned back, hissing and clenching his fists tightly as Vegeta laughed loudly at his reaction. The prince smirked and tilted his head back and to the side, raising one finger to the side of his jaw. He tapped it tauntingly. "Come on, boy. I'll even give you a free shot," he challenged. Trunks growled, highly tempted as Vegeta laughed at his hesitation. "What's the matter? Don't have the guts? Don't tell me your mother raised a damn cow." Vegeta hit the sand so hard, the sand seemed to practically explode around him from the impact. He blinked a few times, dazed as he slowly raised one hand to his jaw. The move had been so fast, he hadn't even seen it coming. Trunks' eyes widened in realization of the blow he had just landed. "I'm sorry," he immediately said as Vegeta slowly pulled himself up so he was sitting. Vegeta stared blankly at the teenager, his eyes wide in stunned amazement. His power was extraordinary for his age. Yes, this boy was definitely an ally worth investing in. He grunted, one hand cradling his jaw for a few seconds. He massaged it a bit, before turning and spitting out a mouthful of blood to the sand. Trunks winced, already seeing the swelling on his father's face, even in the dark. His guilt intensified when he felt Vegeta's ki weaken just a little, tiny bit more after the blow. Vegeta looked back at him, staring at him with a guarded expression. Finally, he snorted in amusement. "Perhaps there is still hope for you after all, kid," he said in a smug voice. Trunks blinked in surprise when he saw the almost triumphant look Vegeta was giving him as he got back up to his feet. "What?" A cunning smirk spread over Vegeta's face as he put a firm hand on Trunks' shoulder. "Kid, we are the last of the Saiyans. We have to stick together, which means you have to get over your soft-heartedness. Yuvi was a traitor and thus had to die." "Make sense?" he asked, speaking as though he were addressing a small child. "But, he was your friend." Vegeta threw his head back and laughed long and hard at that. He looked back at Trunks with clear amusement, shaking his head as if Trunks had told him the best joke in the universe. "Foolish boy. I have no friends. The third survival lesson you must learn is, don't trust anyone. Now, let's get going." "Yes. I have a date with the Tuffles that I must be late for." He patted Trunks on the shoulder and gave him another triumphant smirk, before turning and taking off into the air. Trunks frowned at his father's parting words, before taking a deep breath. One of his eyes started twitching, and he reached up and rubbed at it before reluctantly following after Vegeta. The third lesson was one he was very quickly learning all on his own. The first thing Trunks noticed when he climbed out of his space pod on Ruthless was that there was finally a semblance of daylight. He instinctively looked up, trying to see where the sun was, but it was obscured by large, thick trees that created a tangled overhead. They were in what looked like some type of jungle. Instead of seeing the usual green that he would expect on Earth, the jungle had a blue coloring that was almost welcoming. The air was thick with an intense humidity, the likes of which Trunks had never felt before. He climbed out of the deep, dirt crater his space pod formed, already breaking into a sweat from the heat. Vegeta and Nappa were already running their scouters when Trunks finally got out of the crater. Nappa looked over his shoulder and frowned at the teenager, making Trunks swallow heavily as he dusted himself off. He had almost forgotten about his slip back in the tavern, but clearly, Nappa hadn't. "All clear. No one with a power level over 10, and no one within 100 cryos," Nappa said, pressing the button on his scouter, looking from Trunks to Vegeta. Vegeta turned his head to the side. "Raditz," he ordered harshly. "Give me the updated report on Liana at once. I need to see what we're dealing with next." "Don't you want to wait until we're done here first?" Nappa asked. Vegeta shot him a glare, and the large Saiyan instantly added, "Then again, it wouldn't hurt to see what we're up against next. I have it here." Raditz brushed past Trunks, knocking the teenager off balance a bit as he hurried over to Vegeta, holding out a black handheld electronic device. "Just got the update now." Vegeta snatched the device out of his subordinate's hand, wiping the sweat off his forehead with the back of his other hand. He looked down at the device, scowling and pressing a few buttons on it. It beeped and he watched as numbers began scrolling on the device. Trunks walked up, seeing the reflection of the scrolling numbers in the green glass of Vegeta's scouter. The teenager shot a nervous glance over at Nappa, but the burly Saiyan had his arms crossed over his chest, waiting for Vegeta to say something. The numbers finally stopped scrolling. As soon as they did, Trunks felt Vegeta's ki weaken a substantial amount. Almost immediately, Vegeta raised his hand to his chest. The prince's facial expression still didn't change as he quickly recovered, making it look like he was just adjusting his armor. Trunks let out a shaky breath, trying his hardest not to show his growing concern. "You're sure that this is the latest report on Liona?" Vegeta finally asked in a guarded tone, his eyes glued to the readings he was getting. "Yes," Raditz answered, looking confused by the question. "What's the problem?" Trunks could hear the sounds of flying insects in the air, breaking the suffocating silence between the four of them as they stood in a circle together. Nappa and Raditz exchanged a look, both of them wondering what Vegeta was seeing in the report that was making the prince lose himself in thought. Finally, Vegeta grunted. "I have to strategize on how best to use this information," Vegeta finally said, his scowl deepening. "You three stay here. Raditz, find something to eat. It might be a while before we're back on base." Nappa frowned. "But, shouldn't we start dash?" He was instantly silenced by Vegeta punching him hard in the stomach. Nappa gasped and doubled over, falling to his knees in front of his prince. Trunks winced, but Raditz didn't react. He was as accustomed to Vegeta's violence as he was to breathing air. "We start this purge when I fucking say so. Understand?" Vegeta snarled venomously, before looking pointedly at Raditz. "Now go hunt. I will return." Raditz had hardly gotten the S sound out in the word yes when Vegeta was already out of sight. The prince moved through the exotic plants and trees of the jungle with graceful speed, as though he had traversed this jungle a million times before and knew every inch of it. Trunks hesitated, wanting to go after him but not wanting to incur his wrath. The teenager sighed, brushing his sweaty hair out of his face. "Alright, well, I'll go see what's worth eating around here," Raditz grumbled, turning to head off in the opposite direction of Vegeta. Trunks glanced at Nappa, who was slowly straightening, and decided he'd rather go with Raditz than risk an interrogation. Clearing his throat, the teenager slowly followed after Raditz. You want some company?" Trunks asked sheepishly. Raditz looked over his shoulder at the teenager, giving him a disgusted look. "I don't need your damn help, half-breed," Raditz sneered. "So just stay here." "But, Raditz, I can." Trunks' voice trailed off when Raditz took off, not letting him get in another word. The large Saiyan brushed past the plants with a silent stealth that left Trunks extremely impressed. The teenager frowned, before slowly turning around to face Nappa directly. It was time to face the music. The hybrid Saiyan stared at the full-blooded Saiyan, both of them standing in complete silence. Trunks had his fists tightly clenched, his muscles tensed as he waited for Nappa to say something, but the larger Saiyan just continued staring, a scrutinizing look on his face. Trunks was taking the silence as a chance to think his strategy through. His first line of defense was to claim that Nappa had clearly had too much to drink, and he had never referred to Vegeta as his father. His physical resemblance to the Saiyan prince could easily be filed away as nothing but mere coincidence. And if that didn't work, then he would simply deny it until he was blue in the face. If Vegeta had truly gone through such extremes to avoid having children, then the prince would never believe that Trunks was his son anyways. Yes, he could get out of it. Finally, Nappa snorted and shook his head, an amazed look coming over his face. "Yeah, looked just like him. I shoulda known." Trunks frowned and opened his mouth to object, but Nappa raised one hand and gave a waving motion. "Relax, kid. I won't tell Vegeta." Trunks blinked in surprise, the tension in his body melting away as confusion took its place. "What?" Nappa's expression turned serious. "I promised King Vegeta that I would look after his lineage." A look of deep shame settled over the large Saiyan's features as he looked away, thoughts of failure running through his mind as he remembered years of torture and abuse that Vegeta had endured at the hands of Freeza. It was the type of torture that he, a Saiyan elite himself and former commander of the Saiyan army, had sworn to prevent but had been completely powerless to stop. He frowned, his eyes filled with regret. "Of course, there was only so much I could do against someone like that freak, Freeza. But, I made a promise to my king, and I'm gonna do my best to keep it." He looked back at Trunks, and the teenager was almost taken aback by the look of respect Nappa was giving him. "Even if the royal lineage of our people now includes a half-breed, I don't know what you're talking about," Trunks said, his unsteady voice giving the truth away. Nappa laughed loudly. "I won't tell him if you don't want me to, kid. You're no threat like I thought you were. Though." He crossed his arms and looked Trunks over, disbelief in his eyes. "Vegeta definitely must have been young to still be merciful with your mother. You must have been from one of his first times." Trunks scowled and looked down, setting his jaw, wishing he could take his slip back. Without it, he doubted Nappa would have put all the pieces together. He took a deep, calming breath, and closed his eyes. He had to surrender to this new failure, and accept the fate and consequences that went with it. "Swear to me on your life that you won't tell Vegeta," he finally said, opening his eyes to make eye contact with the larger Saiyan. "If Vegeta asks me directly, I won't lie to him, kid," Nappa stated seriously. "He never believes me when I lie, and he gets pissed when I do, but, if he doesn't ask, then I see no reason to bring it to his attention. He has enough on his plate," he added, looking off in the direction Vegeta had gone in with a concerned look on his face. Trunks frowned, wondering how much Nappa knew about the venom in Vegeta's body. He was about to ask when Raditz came through the bushes and into the small clearing, carrying a huge, dead animal on his back. The Saiyan dropped the animal to the ground with a loud thud in front of Nappa and Trunks, making the teenager cringe in disgust. The animal resembled a cheetah in its feline shape, and it was covered in dark blue fur. "Nothing like some good heat to remind us of the homeland," Raditz said with a smirk, soaked in sweat. He lifted one hand and fired a ki blast towards the ground, immediately starting a fire. Raditz made a fist, controlling the spread of the fire, before looking over at the animal he caught. "Well, best get this thing cooked before Vegeta comes back. This will barely be enough for the three of us, Raditz," Nappa said with a frown as Raditz dragged the animal over into the fire. "And then there's still Vegeta who also needs to eat." "That's all right. I'm not hungry," Trunks said with a scowl, crossing his arms over his chest, not noticing Nappa's small smirk at seeing the familiar mannerism. The last time Trunks had eaten with the Saiyans had soured him on the whole experience. Though the teenager was practically starving, he knew he could last a little longer without eating. "Suit yourself, half-breed." As soon as Vegeta knew he was out of hearing range, he clutched his chest and collapsed to his knees, finally giving into the pain he had been hiding in front of his men. Practically panting now, he crawled using his other hand, which was still holding Raditz's electronic device, until he came up to a wide tree. The prince shifted so he was sitting up against it, squeezing his eyes shut and waiting for the burning pain in his chest to subside. After an agonizing minute, the pain mercifully started to dull. Vegeta scowled and leaned his head back against the tree, his breathing finally slowing down. He stayed still for a few minutes longer, letting his strength slowly come back while he wondered what the fuck kind of venom he had coursing through his blood. If the Tuffles had not been on his hit list before, they would have certainly cemented their place after this tactic. If there was one thing he absolutely hated, it was when an enemy resorted to poison. This was hardly the first time he'd been poisoned. In fact, he had been poisoned just last week by the Tuffles. Prior to that though, he had to go back to his childhood to remember the last time he had fallen prey to poison. Vegeta opened one eye and looked down at the electronic device in his right hand. He could read the latest report on Lion clear as day, but he had never seen anything like it. An average fighting power of 78,000? In a population of millions? With the Tuffles breathing down their necks? With poison running through his blood? Sweat ran into his eye, making Vegeta take his scouter off and toss it to the side. He started rubbing both eyes in an effort to concentrate. He needed a plan, and he needed it immediately. Nappa and Raditz were loyal, but they were brutes. The boy was powerful, but ignorant of the cruelty that defined the universe he lived in. As always, any hope of survival rested squarely on his shoulders. Trunks was sitting cross-legged in the grass, frowning as he watched Nappa and Raditz hungrily rip into the animal Raditz hunted down. He mostly kept his eyes on Nappa, silently wondering if he made a mistake with admitting that Nappa was right. The large Saiyan had outright said he would tell Vegeta the truth if the prince pressed him for it. Trunks couldn't think of a situation when his father would ask such a thing, but it still made him uneasy. "So where do you think Ares is hiding?" Raditz asked with a mouthful of semi-cooked meat. "I don't know," Nappa answered, squatting before the fire. He tossed a bone into the flames. "I still think we should have just destroyed the planet." "Damn what Freeza wants." Raditz snickered. "We gotta purge it, Nappa. Orders are orders." "Yeah, well, the longer we let the Tuffles live, the stronger they become," Nappa grumbled. He left out the part where he wished Vegeta would have taken the Tuffles more seriously when they first learned that there were survivors. Raditz nodded in agreement. "It's only a matter of time before they'll want to start a war." "There will be no war," a gruff voice suddenly cut in. "The Tuffles will never get the chance." All three looked over just in time to see Vegeta stepping into the small clearing. They all instantly stood up as the prince threw back the handheld electronic device back to Raditz, who barely got a hand up in time to catch it. Vegeta scowled and crossed his arms, looking over at the fire as Raditz looked down at the device. "An average power level of 78,000. That's impossible." Raditz yelled, his eyes wide. "What? That can't be right." Nappa cried, going over to take a look as Trunks watched Vegeta as nonchalantly as he could. His ki was notably weaker now, and the teenager knew that was definitely not a good sign. If Vegeta was anxious or concerned though, he wasn't showing it. "It is, and we must prepare for it at once. The boy and I will stay here on Rithika," Vegeta said harshly, shifting his dark gaze over to Trunks, instantly making the teenager uncomfortable. "We will complete the purge here to get his hands dirty, and we will take care of the problem with the Tuffles once and for all. As for you, Nappa," he said, shifting his eyes over to Nappa, "I want you to go to Liana ahead of us. Scope out the planet and find us a good spot where we can hide, until we're ready to attack. We'll know once we're there if we should go with a divide and conquer approach, or simply wait until we have a full moon to take them out. In any case, don't fuck up and get yourself killed before we even arrive, Nappa," he growled threateningly. "Once the boy and I have completed the assignment here and eliminated the Tuffles once and for all, we will meet you on Liana." Nappa nodded. "Yes, Vegeta. What about me?" Raditz asked with a frown. Vegeta scowled and looked over at Raditz, staring at him for some time. Trunks glanced over at Nappa, but he was already heading over to his space pod. The teenager let out a sigh of relief at the sight of him leaving without having words with Vegeta. It seemed like this time, Nappa might really be on his side. "How sure are you that Kakarot is still alive, Raditz?" Vegeta's words were like a needle scratching off a record, immediately drawing Trunks' attention again. Raditz visibly straightened at the prince's question, his expression neutral and guarded, but his eyes bright with excitement and anticipation. "I know he's still alive," Raditz affirmed. Vegeta grunted, looking over at the fire again. Having another Saiyan on our side with the ability to make the Uzura transformation would be useful. He mused out loud, his scowl growing more pronounced. Even if he's much weaker than you, it would be good to have his help on Liana. He looked over at Raditz again. What planet was he sent to? Planet Earth, Galaxy number 7, South Sector, Raditz automatically answered. Trunks tried his best to keep an impassive look on his face, but his heart was pounding. Vegeta's scowl hardened even more as he scoffed. The South Sector is filled with useless planets. Small wonder Freeza never found him there, if he is truly alive. Hey, Kakarot is alive. Raditz growled indignantly. Vegeta raised an eyebrow at his tone, and Trunks instinctively tensed, waiting for the retaliation blow. Raditz instantly cleared his throat, already backing up. I'm sorry Vegeta. Vegeta punched Raditz in the face so hard, the large Saiyan was sent flying back through the base of a tree, coming to slam against another one several feet back. Fruits and leaves immediately dropped down onto his face, while the first tree fell over to the side with a loud crash, away from them. Almost as soon as the tree landed, Nappa's space pod fired up and took off into the sky. Trunks glanced back over at it, scowling and wishing he had paid more attention. If he had focused on listening to the large Saiyan, he could have heard any special command needed to set new destination coordinates. Disrespect me one more goddamn time, and I will tear you to pieces and feed you to the birds. Do I make myself clear? Vegeta snarled dangerously. Raditz nodded mutely, brushing the blood off his face from the blow. Vegeta bent down and picked up the electronic device, casually brushing it clean as he straightened. He frowned. Now then, I want you to go and see for yourself if Kakarot is still alive. If he is, bring him back. The South Sector is far, so we should have purged Liana by the time you return, but it will still be good to have more hands for similar assignments in the future, and it will also be good to have helped taking Freeza down, Vegeta said with a cunning smirk. Raditz slowly pulled himself up, before smirking himself and nodding. I will bring him back, no matter what it takes. I swear it. Why don't I go with Raditz to help him bring Kakarot back? Vegeta and Raditz both looked over at Trunks in surprise. The teenager chuckled, trying his best to seem nonchalant. Finally, Raditz scoffed. For what? To sing for me when I'm bored? You're useless to me on a mission like this, half-breed. Trunks brushed his lavender, sweat-soaked hair out of his face, frowning at Raditz. I could damn well hold my own dash. No, Vegeta cut in, glaring intensely at Trunks. He's right. You stay here, boy. You lack the necessary backbone to get Kakarot to join us. Raditz doesn't. Besides, Raditz is Kakarot's brother. This assignment is his, not yours. The prince looked over at Raditz, not catching the disappointment on the teenager's face. Now then, Raditz. I want you to keep your communications activated on your scouter the entire time you're on planet Earth. I want to hear everything that goes on while you're there. Understand? Raditz was just picking up his scouter when he heard what Vegeta said. He scowled and tried turning it on. I don't know, Vegeta. My scouter's been acting up since we were back at Yuvi's. The comms come in and out. He very wisely left out that it was Vegeta's fault that his scouter was acting up. Sighing in exasperation, Vegeta removed his own scouter. Take mine then. I will use yours for now and get it replaced once we are back on base. Vegeta tossed Raditz his green scouter, and Raditz tossed Vegeta his red one. Both Saiyans slipped on their new scouters. I will think of something to not raise Frieza's suspicion over your departure. Now go, and bring me Kakarot. Yes, Vegeta, Raditz said, a smirk of eagerness on his face as he headed over to his space pod. Trunks kept his eyes on his father, though he was using his heightened hearing to hear any useful verbal command Raditz might use, so he could use it as well. And as for you, Vegeta said, turning back to Trunks again. He kept his eyes down, pressing some keys on the black electronic device in his hands. Trunks snuck a subtle glance over at Raditz, who was climbing into his space pod. When he looked back at Vegeta, there was a hologram of a planet floating over the device in Vegeta's hand. Trunks blinked in surprise at the green and blue pixelated planet that was slowly rotating in between him and his father. What is that? This is Ruthless, the planet we're on, Vegeta explained. He pressed another button, and the hologram of the planet suddenly lost all terrain. It was now a rotating blue sphere divided up with white grid lines. Vegeta raised one hand and pressed his index finger to the hologram. Instantly, a blinking red spot appeared. This spot here is where we are right now. With his finger, the prince divided the planet perfectly in half, a pulsing green line appearing where he touched the hologram. The north half of the planet is mine. You're going to take the south, kid. He pointed away from the hologram, behind Trunks. South is that way. Let me know when it's done through the communications on your scouter. Trunks nodded, even though deep down, he knew that he wasn't going to actually go through with this purge. Sure thing, Vegeta. The teenager's voice trailed off when his sensitive hearing picked up Raditz saying, set destination to planet Earth, Galaxy number 7, South Sector. Trunks then heard the now familiar sound of the space pod starting up again. He frowned. What the fuck? That's all he had to say? He was vaguely aware of Vegeta still talking, but he absent-mindedly looked away, thinking of whether or not he should wait until Vegeta was out of sight and try following Raditz's example. Maybe if Vegeta hadn't set the destination already, he could set it without needing an ovary. Vegeta violently struck Trunks in the face with the handheld electronic device, breaking the device to pieces in the process. Trunks' head was whipped to the side, and he took a step back, a trickle of blood coming from a gash near his right eye. Pay attention, boy. I fucking hate repeating myself, Vegeta sneered, his tone scathing. Trunks glared at his father, but said nothing, biting back the rush of anger flooding through him. His anger was quick to leave though when he sensed Vegeta's ki drop after delivering the blow. Vegeta closed his eyes and cracked his neck, the veins on his neck and face all strained with tension. The prince looked back at his son, his dark eyes distant as he detached himself from his pain. It took everything Trunks had not to look concerned as Vegeta continued, now then. If you run into anyone, you ask them if they are with the Tuffles before you do anything. If they are, let me know immediately and do not let them go. I will come to where you are and handle them personally. What if they're not with the Tuffles? Then kill them, Vegeta said casually. I'm sorry, but Trunks frowned and shook his head. It's wrong. Vegeta opened his mouth to say something, but stopped, thinking about it for a few seconds. Finally, he looked at Trunks with a seriousness that chilled the teenager. Look, boy. Freeza is going to sell this planet on the galactic market after we're done purging it. Do you know what he will do if he finds survivors? Trunks slowly shook his head, already knowing he wouldn't like the answer. The men who can fight will join the army. If they refuse, they will die. The women and female children will become sex slaves for the top lieutenants, to be used and killed once they have exhausted their purpose. The male children will join the army and be raised within it. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, before crossing them over in front of his chest, his eyes filled with a cold hatred that had been growing and festering his entire life. Now I don't know what kind of pampered world you grew up in, but in this world, kid, death is a better alternative to everything I just told you. Now do as I fucking say, and let me know when you're done. Do I make myself clear? Trunks tried to speak, but he was having a hard time finding the words. Up until now, everything was so clear to him. Right and wrong, black and white. He had been raised his entire life to know that killing was wrong. Killing was what the androids did, not him. Only the evil killed. Yes, he had killed on the last planet, but he had done it to save himself. He needed to stay alive to save his home. But after hearing the fates he would leave any survivors to, how could death not be a mercy? The teenager's head was swimming, his foundation of morality turned upside down. Vegeta smirked when he saw the horrified teenager lose himself and thought. The only truth he had told Trunks was the fate of men who survived a purge. The women and children were almost always instantly killed, deemed worthless by Freeza. The only male children who joined the army were either the sons of soldiers, they joined by default, regardless of the father's opinion on the matter, yet another reason he would never have children, or those children who showed such an extraordinary potential to be great warriors that Freeza could not pass them by. Like him. But the half-breed didn't need to know that. If it took a few little lies on Vegeta's part to break the boy faster, then it was a small price to pay. Now then. You have the south, and I have the north. Let me know if you find the Tuffles. If you don't find them, then just let me know when you're done. But, how will I know if? Trunks' voice trailed off when he saw Vegeta take off. If someone lies and says they're the Tuffles just to live, he finished with a sigh. The teenager wiped the darkened, sweaty lavender hair out of his face, glancing over at his space pod. Oh, he was tempted to try and escape. He looked back over at the direction Vegeta went in, and decided he would stick around just long enough to make sure his father could overcome this venom. With him there, Vegeta would only purge half of the planet, and that meant he could get help faster to cure him of his venom. The teenager glanced over at the space pod again. Technically, he had a lot of time. He could afford to wait it out a little longer. Trunks then took off running through the jungle in the opposite direction of Vegeta. He hadn't run a mile before feeling like he was going to suffocate from the intense heat. It was completely smothering, and made him wonder just how hot it would be if he wasn't in the shade of the blue trees of the jungle. He kept moving, dodging plants and trees and wishing he had his sword. He could have just sliced his way through. About an hour later, he was finally out of the jungle. Mercifully, the heat had lifted, but it was only marginally better as Trunks slowed to a walk. He frowned as he looked at the wide clearing he was now in, endless stretches of blue grass in front of him. He looked up at the sky, blinking in surprise when he saw that Rithika had 2 sons. Now the heat made more sense. Looking down at the black that he was wearing, Trunks decided it had to go. He was slipping his armor back on over his bare chest when his senses suddenly picked up something. He looked up and into the distance, having felt a huge power level but only for a moment. It wasn't his father, he knew that much. Hurrying, Trunks tucked his belongings down his armor, grabbing his scouter and slipping it back on. Vegeta, he asked, turning on the communications in his scouter. Vegeta, are you there? Trunks heard nothing but static. Cursing quietly when he remembered that Raditz scouter had been malfunctioning, he decided to go check it out himself. It seemed odd to him that Vegeta and Nappa wouldn't have caught such a huge power. Trunks ran non-stop for 2 hours until the grass finally gave out on a large cliff, the heat gratefully giving out a little as well as one of the sun set. He stood at the edge of the cliff, his eyes wide as he stared down at the city that was below. It wasn't large, but he could tell a technologically advanced city when he saw one. Stepping off the edge, Trunks slid down the wall of the cliff, easily balancing through the dirt and rock expertly as though he were snowboarding. Once he reached the bottom, he hesitantly approached the city, trying to pick up something with his senses and also running his scouter at the same time. He picked up nothing using both. Must be deserted, who could blame them with this heat, Trunks thought irritably as he walked closer. The dirt and rock under his feet gradually became concrete, which gradually became clean and polished stone as he stepped foot into the city. He could see futuristic vehicles on what looked like a city street, but the place seemed entirely deserted. That is, until Trunks took about 3 steps down the city street, when he was suddenly surrounded. Try-Malo. Invader, the translation ran through his red scouter. Trunks calmly raised both hands, not walking another step. There were at least 20 men surrounding him, having come out of nowhere. Each man was wearing a white, metallic-looking suit complete with helmets that made them look like space troopers. They were all holding enormous-looking, futuristic rifles that were all aimed at him. Trunks eyed them all carefully, already deciding that if they fired on him, he would take them all apart. He could see their eyes through blast shields on their helmets, and was shocked by the hatred he saw in them. "If you fire on me, I guarantee you that you will all regret it," Trunks swore to them, his blue eyes cold and his voice deadly serious. These people must have been the Tuffles, and they had poisoned his father in a cowardly move. Trunks was a bit taken aback to find that he needed very little provocation to kill them all. He frowned. Had Vegeta influenced him so much, so quickly? He couldn't be like his father. Clearing his throat, he started over. "If we could just talk, then no one needs to die today." They all took another step closer to him, raising their weapons higher and all of them yelling at once. Trunks braced himself for action when a voice suddenly rang out in a foreign tongue. The translation immediately ran through on Trunks' scouter. "Everyone, back down, now." Instantly, everyone surrounding Trunks lowered their weapons. They all looked over as a lone figure emerged from a tall building, stepping out onto the city road. Trunks scowled as the men drew away, his eyes locked on the figure who was approaching. He looked human, with red hair and piercing green eyes. He was dressed very casually, in dark blue trousers and a very light, white martial arts GI top. "Who are you?" Trunks demanded, lowering his hands and eyeing the symbol engraved in the man's top. "So you speak the universal tongue," the man said in a distinct accent, smiling. He spread his arms out wide, as if welcoming him. "I assure you, boy, you have nothing to fear here." "You didn't answer my question," Trunks replied. One of the men on the side growled and raised his weapon, pointing it at the teenager, but the red-haired man waved him down. "Well, I do think it's a bit rude that you come into our city, with the intent of hostility, demanding answers from us. Wouldn't you agree?" the red-haired man told Trunks with a chuckle. "I am here searching for the Tuffles." "Well, here we are," the red-haired man said, his smile turning into a smirk. "How can we serve you, boy?" Trunks gave the man a wary look. Was that a threat, or was this guy really being polite? Shifting uncomfortably, he said, "I want to speak to the man named Ares. Is he here?" "No. He is my brother, and he is not on this planet right now. My name is Myron." "May I ask what business you have with my brother, boy?" he asked curiously, crossing his arms over his chest. Trunks hesitated, before deciding to just speak from his heart. The opportunity was here at his fingertips, and he had to take it. He could end everything, right here, right now. Straightening his back, blue eyes meeting green, Trunks spoke confidently and smoothly. "I want to discuss an agreement to end the conflict between the Tuffles and the Saiyans once and for all." Myron raised one eyebrow in curiosity, his green eyes darkening ever so slightly. "Well, such an epic conversation cannot be held out here, now can it, boy? Come, let's go inside where we will be out of the suns," he said with a smile, turning and heading back down the street towards the building he had exited. Trunks followed after Myron, glancing back suspiciously at the men they were leaving behind. Even though he had stumbled upon the ancient enemy of his people, and even though Vegeta's words of "don't trust anyone" were ringing in his ears, Trunks was feeling surprisingly calm. Mostly because he honestly didn't think these guys were much of a threat to him. Not when he had his Super Saiyan transformation up his sleeve. "Gentlemen, we have a guest," Trunks' scouter translated as he stepped inside after Myron. There were 8 men in the room dressed in loose white clothing, all sitting at a round table. They all instantly stood up when seeing that Myron hadn't come back alone. "He wears a Saiyan uniform," one of them sneered, glaring at Trunks. "He is no Saiyan, he has no tail," another man added. "And he does not have black hair. Who is he?" "He is a pure heart," Myron said calmly, a smirk spreading over his face that Trunks couldn't see. Trunks frowned, not knowing what exactly Myron meant by calling him a pure heart, but it seemed to relax the vibe in the room. "As I said, he is merely a guest. I would like a word with him in private. You all have other business to tend to anyways. I suggest you do so at once. We will finish our discussion earlier." The men all looked highly displeased, but Myron gave them a nod and they slowly exited through a back door. Trunks didn't see the dirty and suspicious looks he was getting, looking around the room. It was gratefully cool in here, but what caught his attention was the large, embedded screen on the back wall near the door that the men were filing out of. There was a flat grid of the entire planet of Rhythica laid out on the screen, with data scrolling underneath it. Myron walked up to it and pressed his finger to the screen, making it go black. He turned and smiled at Trunks. "Please, have a seat, young man," Myron said kindly, motioning to the table. He himself sat down, reaching for a glass pitcher filled with an orange fluid. "A drink?" "No, thank you," Trunks answered, taking a seat as well on the opposite end of the round table. "I don't believe I caught your name. I don't believe I gave it." Myron chuckled, his eyes on his glass that he was pouring out. "Very well then, boy. What's in a name anyways? I don't need it to learn a thing or two about you, is that right?" Trunks asked, crossing his arms over his chest. "Your scouter and your armor give much away," Myron said, leaning back in his seat and eyeing Trunks carefully. "You are one of Frieza's soldiers." Trunks scowled. "Not by choice." Myron smiled. "I wasn't aware there was a choice." Nor was I aware that Vegeta was sending a boy to do a man's job these days. I assure you, friend. I am man enough to destroy you and all of your men in the blink of an eye, Trunks said calmly, a hint of arrogance sparkling in his blue eyes. You truly are one of Vegeta's men, Myron mused out loud, raising his drink and twirling it around a bit in his wrist. Trunks watched the liquid slosh around, instantly reminded of Freeza. Only they could know about the history between my people and the Saiyans, and only they could be so overconfident such as yourself, he said, his green eyes guarded as he raised his glass for a drink. I am confident. Confident that we can come to a truce and end this conflict. None of your people need to die, Myron, Trunks said genuinely, making direct eye contact with Aries' brother. Myron chuckled and chugged down his whole glass. He finally lowered it to the table and calmly looked back at Trunks. Last time I checked, it was your leader, the almighty Prince Vegeta that was poisoned and dying, Myron said snidely. Serves the coward right, I say. The universe will be a better place once he is dead. He was instantly slammed back against the screen on the back wall before he could get anything else out, the screen cracking from the force. Trunks leaned in threateningly, his blue eyes blazing with his own fierce hatred. Myron's eyes widened in surprise as Trunks gripped him by the throat. That is my father you are talking about, and he is no coward. Trunks snarled angrily. Myron's eyes widened even more at the sudden confession. We are here to purge this planet, and I should be letting him tear you and your little army here apart. I am trying to show you mercy, but believe me, I am this fucking close to taking care of you all myself, Trunks sneered. Okay, kid, okay. Let's talk about it, okay? Myron pleaded, trying to pull Trunks' hand loose. Trunks frowned, before slowly letting his hold go. He backed up as Myron doubled over, one hand on his knee and the other massaging his throat. He looked up at the teenager standing before him, his green eyes dark with fire. There is nothing to talk about. You are going to die by my father's hand or by Frieza's if you don't agree to put this hatred aside. My father is not responsible for our ancestors driving yours out of the home planet. That home planet was destroyed long ago and now there is nothing to gain in this madness except bloodshed on your hands. Just let it go. Myron straightened and clenched his fists. He glared at Trunks, who glared right back. What do you want from us, boy? Leave my father and his men alone. Pretend they are dead already, imagine you never heard they were alive, I don't care. Just stop this and leave them in peace, Trunks said, his face set in stone as he stared right into Myron's guarded green eyes. You ask for a lot, boy, Myron said, scowling and glancing towards the door behind Trunks. I fail to see where we would benefit from surrendering a war we are fully prepared to win. You would benefit by staying alive, Trunks replied. I will tell my father that I found you and your brother dead already. You and your people can leave before Freeza sells the planet. Vegeta won't look for you again. You can live your lives in peace. A tempting offer, Myron slowly admitted. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, looking Trunks over. The Saiyans would indeed kill many of our men in battle, but how can I be so sure that you will hold up your end of the deal, boy? I can assure you that I will do everything in my power to convince my father of this truth. Will you do the same with your brother? I can, he closed his eyes in momentary thought, before continuing, and I will. Trunks blinked in surprise. Really? A life of violence is not a life at all, Myron said with a frown, his hands now behind his back, his eyes on the black marble floor. I have been begging my brother for a peaceful end, but he has remained steady in his beliefs that the Saiyans would never show us such mercy. Clearly, he is mistaken. Proven wrong by Vegeta's son, no less. He looked over his shoulder at Trunks and smiled. I suppose miracles are truly possible after all. Trunks visibly relaxed and smiled back. He extended his hand out to Myron. I swear on my life, I will make sure Vegeta and his men never bother you or your people again. Myron eyed Trunks' hand for a few moments, before nodding, and I will do the same with my brother. Together, may we bring peace to the generations to come. He then reached out and shook Trunks' hand. Vegeta was livid. For one, Raditz piece of shit scouter wouldn't let him establish a basic communication link to the boy scouter, so he was completely in the dark as to where the kid was and what he was doing. And secondly, he hadn't found the Tuffles on the north half of the planet. He had interrogated, intimidated, and killed the natives, burning some alive to get answers. But no one seemed to know what the hell he was talking about when he mentioned the Tuffles. Then there was the venom which was starting to notably wreak havoc on his ki. By the time he destroyed the last village he found, it took an extraordinary amount of effort to summon up the energy necessary for lethal ki blasts. Needless to say, when he finally arrived back to the clearing with their space pods and saw no signs of the kid, he was not in a good mood. He scowled and glared at the kid's space pod that was still where it landed. Clearly, the boy was still on the planet. Vegeta decided to give him a few minutes. At that point, the prince would simply declare him dead and leave him there. He was just about to take a seat against a tree and rest, his chest burning up with every breath he took, when a lavender-haired teenager dropped down from the sky and through the trees. The boy landed in a squat in front of Vegeta, who took a step back, automatically lifting his right hand with his palm face towards the boy. Vegeta growled impatiently when he saw who it was, lowering his hand. Stupid fucking kid, I almost killed you. Did you find the Tuffles? Vegeta demanded harshly. Trunks straightened, frowning as he observed his father. He had flown back, but had lost his way. Finally, he had decided to just try and hone in on Vegeta's energy signal, but it was weak. He had chalked it up to distance, but now he was standing in front of his father and there was no denying how weak Vegeta was becoming due to the venom. The prince was covered in blood once again from the purge he had just completed, but, at least, none of it seemed to be his own. I found where they were, Trunks finally said, choosing his words carefully. But Ares and his men were all slaughtered when I arrived. There is no one left. Vegeta howled angrily up at the sky at the news. Now the gods were even taking his revenge away from him. Would anything ever go his way? Damn it, he screamed, taking off his scouter and dropping it to the ground, before slamming his foot down on it and breaking it to pieces. Trunks took a step back, a small hint of indecision and regret flaring up inside of him at seeing Vegeta's reaction. The teenager had been so proud to have defused the situation with the Tuffles without any bloodshed, that he hadn't taken into account what was supposed to happen. If he wouldn't have been sent to this time, then Vegeta would have purged the planet alone. He would have undoubtedly found the Tuffles and killed them all. No, I did the right thing, Trunks thought to himself with conviction. Sparing all those men their lives and letting them live in peace was the right thing to do. His mother would be proud of him, and so would Gohan. It's fine, Vegeta, Trunks said in an effort to calm his irate father down. Right now, we should get someone to look at you to get that venom out of you. Vegeta reached up and pinched the bridge of his nose as he paced furiously from side to side, his tail waving behind him. Screw the venom, kid. We have to get to Liana and purge that planet next. He shot Trunks a look, narrowing his eyes. You did kill everyone you ran into today, correct? Yes, Trunks answered automatically. He left out the fact that he hadn't run into anyone except Myron and his men. The teenager frowned as he watched his father continue pacing. But the report earlier said that the lion's going to be a force to be reckoned with. You should be at full strength when we face them. Vegeta stopped pacing, before slowly giving a conceding nod. The boy had a point. He needed a new scouter anyways. The prince grunted and walked over to his space pod. Trunks sighed and followed suit. The door closed with a hiss as Vegeta closed his eyes, sighing in relief. He was soaked in sweat and he was more exhausted than he would ever admit. He clutched his chest, wincing in pain as he leaned forward. Trunks tossed his scouter aside as soon as he was in his own space pod, not bothering to look around. If they were going back to base, then Vegeta would have to go into one of those water tank things. While he was in there, Trunks could leave and head to Earth with the knowledge that his father would be alright. Hey, Vegeta, we're going back to base, right? Trunks waited for an answer, but worry settled into his stomach when he felt Vegeta's ki weaken even more, and got no reply. He tried peering out of the window, but he couldn't see Vegeta's space pod from where he was. He reached down to unlock the door to make sure everything was okay. Vegeta opened one eye at the boy's question coming in through the sound system. He ignored the teenager, focusing on pushing his pain away. He opened his mouth to tell the boy to shut the hell up when his senses picked up that something was seriously wrong. He frowned, sniffing a bit. What the fuck was that smell? Glancing over, he got his answer in the form of a small black device next to the controls. And it was blinking red. Oh she dashed before he could finish the word, the device exploded. Trunks was launched clear out of his space pod and slammed into a tree backfirst before he realized what was happening. He hit the ground hard, instinctively rolling over to get up. He screamed, an excruciating pain flaring up from the motion down his back and his legs. Looking down, both of his legs were soaked in blood and burning raw. One of his legs was completely useless, a huge chunk of metal from the space pod jammed right into the side of one knee. He instantly grabbed it, bit his bottom lip, and yanked it out. He gasped and fell back to the ground on his back, his body starting to tremble in agony. He could hardly move at all. Glancing over, he saw some blue trees burning as his vision faded in and out. Just as he was about to pass out, he suddenly realized that he couldn't sense Vegeta at all. The sheer terror that knowledge gave him got him moving immediately. He crawled through the dirt towards the space pods, using only his arms. He only advanced a few feet before his strength gave out. He exhaled through clenched teeth, his face against the dirt, his eyes tightly shut. He had never felt such horrible pain in his entire life. The teenager finally decided to hell with all the bullshit. Summoning up all of his energy, he clenched handfuls of dirt, his ki exploding around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With newfound strength, he continued crawling, leaving behind a bloody trail as he finally approached the crater where his father's space pod was. Trunks half rolled and half fell into the crater. Trunks bit back the scream his lungs were burning for, his body trembling uncontrollably from both his agony and terror when he finally saw Vegeta in the wreckage of what was left of his space pod. No, can't be happening, he whispered, rolling his father's motionless body over so he was on his back. Trunks sat up next to him, his physical pain was completely forgotten when he saw the horrible sight of his father. The right half of Vegeta's body was badly burned, from his face down to his legs, his uniform seared right into his flesh. His armor was broken and in pieces. The other half of his body was soaked in blood, and this time, it was definitely his own. Trunks reached down with one shaking hand, biting back his vicious nausea rising up through him at the smell of burning flesh and blood. He very gently pressed two fingers to Vegeta's neck, trying to get a pulse, but he couldn't keep his hand steady long enough. In a desperate attempt to wake him, he shook Vegeta by what little was left of his armor, but he got no response. Trunks grabbed and lifted one of Vegeta's hands, gripping it tightly. A bright gold glow immediately surrounded their hands. He lay down on his side, resting his forehead against father's bloodied neck while he gave Vegeta everything he had left, his ki infused with Super Saiyan power. After a minute of transferring his ki, he felt no change. Trunks finally broke down crying, his tears mixing with Vegeta's blood. He had failed. This was his fault. And his father had paid the ultimate price. He had gone into the past to save his world, and had done nothing but kill his own father. "I love you, and I am so sorry, father," he choked out, his body racked with his sobs and his pain as he lost his transformation. He didn't notice Vegeta's eyes fluttering as the prince struggled to find consciousness. Well, isn't this just a touching scene? Trunks opened his eyes against Vegeta's skin, recognizing that voice. He weakly raised his head and looked up. There he saw a smirking Myron standing at the edge of the crater, his arms crossed over his chest. And he wasn't alone. Surrounding the entire edge of the crater were his men dressed in white armor, all of them holding the same weapons from earlier, all pointed directly at him. "You lying piece of shit," Trunks seethed furiously, "you did this to us." "Well, I don't want to take all of the credit, but, okay, I'll take all the credit," Myron said with a laugh. "Sorry, kid. We planted the explosives by the time you reached us, but if you would have killed us, we would have never detonated them. Good thing for us we got the pure-blooded, merciful monkey," he said with a sinister and cruel smirk. "You, your brother, and your men are all going to fucking die for what you've done to my father." Trunks screamed, not noticing Vegeta opening one eye halfway, in shock at the boy's words. The prince tried speaking, but he couldn't. A father? Him? Impossible, it was impossible. His vision faded out and he passed out before he could make any sense of it, his pain mercifully going away. "Sorry kid, but I have no brother. I am Ares, the man you were looking for." "What's in a name, right?" he said with a dark laugh. "Lying fucking snake," Trunks hissed, as Ares made a rounding motion with his fingers. "Bring them up. Vegeta and the next heir to the Saiyan throne won't die so easily," Ares said with a smirk. Trunks tried another Super Saiyan transformation, but couldn't manage it. He was weak and had given what little strength he had left to his father. Trunks winced when he felt something sharp hit him right in the neck. Falling next to Vegeta on his back, he reached up weakly and pulled out a needle. The drowsiness hit him instantly, darkness inking into his vision as his body grew impossibly heavy. The last thing he heard before he slipped into the darkness was Ares. "Should have killed me when you had the chance, kid." He should have killed the half-breed piece of shit when he had the chance. Vegeta glared at the boy sprawled on the ground through his left eye, his right eye burned shut. The prince was sitting up against a stone-cold wall, his breathing ragged. The pain he was in was nothing short of excruciating, but it had nothing to do with the severe burns down the right half of his body, or the venom in his blood that made every breath difficult. His pain had more to do with the metal collar clamped firmly around his neck. Instinctively, he had tried yanking the humiliating thing off as soon as he woke up, only to be rewarded with a high-voltage charge exploding down through his body. The shock had sent him into convulsions that almost made him yearn for one of Frieza's beatings instead. Too late, he had realized that there were also metal clamps around both of his wrists, and both of his ankles. Determined to escape, he had next tried blasting his way out of the prison he was in, only to find that the metal on his body was draining his ki. Infuriated at the thoroughness of his enemies, he had finally made one last-ditch attempt at escaping. With all else failing, he had decided to use his bare hands and pound the stone walls around him to dust. That approach had resulted in 3 shattered knuckles on his already damaged right hand, and another round of high voltage that had sent him collapsing helplessly back to the ground. To add insult to injury, he hadn't even made a dent in the wall. It didn't seem to be stone after all. Too weak to try again and at a loss for what else to do, he was now sitting and festering in the hatred manifesting for the boy in front of him. The proud prince refused to believe he could have possibly failed, but there was no other explanation. The boy looked just like him, and the kid's age left no doubt. After all, there were only 3, maybe 4, full-blooded Saiyans alive at the time the boy was conceived. How hadn't he figured it out sooner? And how could he have failed? He had always been so careful to prevent having any offspring, but now he had a son. Now there was an heir to the Saiyan throne. It was mind-boggling, unbelievable, impossible, infuriating. His son or not, Vegeta was going to make the boy pay dearly for putting his life at risk like this. The kid was a soft-hearted, merciful fucking idiot who had almost killed them both. The boy would pay not only for that, but also for coming into his life at all. If the kid thought for 1 second that just because Vegeta fucked some whore once upon a time and he was the end result, that he was going to welcome the boy with open arms, then the little shit had another thing coming. Trunks groaned, feeling like he was swimming in an ocean of black, thick water as he slowly came to. He lifted one hand weakly, bringing it to his chest as he searched for the comfort of his pendant. He frowned when he didn't feel it. Forcing his eyes to open, he squinted up at the ceiling, disoriented and wondering where he was. Slowly, he rolled over to his side, not realizing his father was staring a hole through him the whole time. Trunks forced himself up, wincing at the intense pain that welcomed him. The teenager finally brushed his sweaty lavender hair out of his face and looked down at himself through bleary eyes. As soon as he did, he felt his heart drop. His armor. His pendant. The antidote. It was all gone. A strangled sound of shock and despair escaped his throat at the sight of his bare skin. They had stripped him and left him only in his ripped and bloody black trousers with his white boots. He raised both hands up, staring at the thick metal bands around his wrists. Frantically, he tried grabbing one to yank it off. Trunks fell back to the ground, his eyes shut tightly as the metal bands ran a voltage through his body that he was certain would kill him. He was helpless to stop the spasms that overtook his body. The teenager opened his mouth to scream, but he couldn't. For the first time in his life, he wished he could just die. Anything to escape this torture. Anything to escape this failure. Vegeta pulled his right knee up closer to his chest, resting his forearm on it. He leaned his head back against the wall, watching Trunks writhe in agony with cold indifference in his one good eye. He had known this would happen, but the Saiyan Prince hadn't cared to warn the boy. He had tried to show the young hybrid how to survive in his cruel world, but the kid didn't want to listen to him. As far as he was concerned, the boy could learn the hard way. Finally, the voltage mercifully stopped. Trunks gasped for air, rolling over and putting a hand over his heart as if to assure himself that it was still beating. His teeth were chattering together as he trembled involuntarily. There was a metal band around his neck and his ankles, and each had released a voltage that should have killed him. A dark and cruel chuckle filled the air. "You almost resembled a fish out of water, kid," Vegeta remarked, his voice rougher than usual. "I give your flopping a 9 out of 10. Trunks instantly looked over at Vegeta with clear shock on his face. How had he not noticed his father in the room with him? "Why Yuri, Ali Liliv," Trunks sputtered out. All at once, a barrage of emotions ran through the teenager as he openly gawked at Vegeta. Relief, admiration, elation, and finally, deep concern. He could barely sense his father and they were in the same room, separated by no more than 8 feet. That was not a good sign at all. Vegeta grunted, turning his head to the left and giving Trunks a view of his profile. Trunks winced when he saw the blistering skin on his father's face. Vegeta spit out a mouthful of blood to the ground, his jaw set angrily. "No thanks to you, half-breed," the prince sneered. Trunks dragged himself over to the wall, unable to bend his right knee from the shard that had been embedded in it. He shifted over and sat up with his back against the wall, across from Vegeta. Like him, his father had also been stripped down to his dark blue pants and his white boots. The elder Saiyan looked like a complete wreck, his body a disfigured canvas of burns and blood. But if Vegeta was in any pain, he wasn't showing it, and neither would he. Taking a deep breath in an effort to still his trembling body, Trunks glanced around to take in their surroundings. He didn't need to be a lifelong soldier to realize that they were imprisoned. He didn't know if it was the realization of their situation or the cold in the room, but his skin broke into goosebumps. On his right and Vegeta's left were metallic bars instead of a wall. They ran from the ground to the ceiling, fused right into the stone. Vegeta saw what Trunks was looking at and snorted. "Go ahead, try it. Put yourself out of your misery," he snarled with pure hatred in his voice. As if punctuating his threat, a visible blue current ran up several bars with a deadly hum. Trunks racked his brain for something, before blurting out, "We could try blasting dash key absorbing." Vegeta interrupted, raising one hand to show off the metal clamp on his wrist. "If they weren't, then I would have seen to it that you never woke up at all," he growled. "You stupid imbecile, I told you explicitly to kill anyone you ran into. But you didn't, did you?" he demanded harshly. Trunks frowned and lowered his head in shame. He shook his head silently, a heavy knot in his chest. Vegeta sneered at him, "Being merciful and being soft gets you killed. You're pathetic, boy. A disgrace to our heritage and the royal lineage." Trunks blinked and slowly raised his head, his mouth running dry. "Vegeta knew? How? Royal lineage," he whispered. Vegeta's upper lip curled back in disgust. "Do not play me for a fool," he hissed through his teeth. "I am aware of our relation," he spat out the word bitterly, eyeing Trunks with pure contempt. He grunted and looked to the prison bars as another blue stream of electric current hummed its way up several bars. "How you were born at all is the greatest mystery of our times, boy. I never wanted any offspring, least of all, a weak-minded, soft-hearted, tailless half-breed mongrel like you." His harsh words hung in the air, and Trunks felt like they were deafening even though Vegeta hadn't raised his voice. Trunks had experienced quite a bit of pain in his devastating timeline, but nothing quite compared to hearing his father's cold and blatant rejection of him. He looked down again, making sure that the lump in his throat didn't manifest itself as tears in his eyes. He would be damned to let Vegeta think even worse of him, but he had never felt so devastated and so ashamed of himself. Even Gohan's death hadn't been as demoralizing as the situation now before him. Trunks had nothing to do with his mentor's death. Here, though, he had single-handedly failed to protect his time machine, Gaku's heart virus antidote, and now, his own birth in this timeline. He had damn near cost his father his life too. And then, to put the icing on the cake, Vegeta knew who he was and hated him anyways. The man he had grown up idolizing thought he was a disgrace to his royal blood. Right now, Trunks couldn't help but agree. Why hadn't he just killed off the Tuffles when he ran into them? How could he have been so stupid to think that they would change for the better? "Father, I'm S-. Do not call me that," Vegeta snarled, lacing every syllable with a silent, deadly threat. "I'm sorry," Trunks finished, not lifting his eyes from the ground. Vegeta didn't bother responding. His chest was harboring an intense pressure that made speaking hard. He had bigger things on his plate than the boy he was locked up with anyways, like how the fuck he was supposed to get out of this mess with the Tuffles. He had sorely underestimated their resourcefulness and now he was trapped. Time was now of the essence. Every moment that ticked by, he could feel himself growing weaker. His strength was bleeding away, and he didn't know how to stop it. His body was wrecked on the outside, and the inside was catching up in a hurry thanks to the venom in his blood. He cursed the boy for being there. Vegeta wanted to walk over to the bars to see how bad the electricity was. If it wasn't debilitating, he could use what little strength he had left and just yank them right off. As it was, though, he wasn't sure if he could even stand. That doubt kept him sitting there. Though he didn't give a shit about the kid, facts were facts, his son was stronger than him, and his pride refused to risk showing weakness in front of the boy. Something moved out of the corner of his eye. Looking over, Vegeta scowled at Trunks as the teenager raised one palm up to the bars. What did the idiot boy think? That he was lying about the metal being key draining? If it was that easy, then he would have done it already. Stupid fucking kid, Vegeta thought angrily as Trunks closed his eyes and focused. What does he think he's? Vegeta's good eye grew wide when he saw a faint yellow glow surround his son's hand. Just how powerful was this boy? He watched in astonishment as Trunks clenched his jaw tightly, but the energy dissipated before he could gather the required amount. Trunks hissed in frustration, lowering his hand and slamming his fist angrily into the ground. Damn it, almost, the teenager growled. Vegeta snorted. No discipline and no focus, pathetic. Trunks turned and looked his father in the eye. Very quickly, he was learning what Vegeta respected. Power and strength. And Trunks had both in abundance. Perhaps he might not ever win his father's love, but he would be damned not to win his father's respect. And there was no time like the present. I am not pathetic, Vegeta. In fact, he took a deep breath, before admitting, I might well be the most powerful being in the universe. Vegeta raised an uninterested and disbelieving eyebrow. Is that right? That's right. Vegeta opened his mouth to respond, but instead coughed roughly. Trunks' features softened into concern when he saw his father hack up blood. The prince roughly and impatiently wiped the blood away, exhaling in exasperation at his own weakness. Trunks wanted to ask if he was alright, but what was the point? He clearly wasn't, and there was nothing Trunks could do to help him. And even if there was, he doubted Vegeta would ever let him. Even if that were true, Vegeta finally sneered, his voice raw and rough, your strength won't save you here. He leaned his head back against the wall and closed his good eye as sweat ran into it. He was sweating profusely, his body relentlessly working to heal itself. It wasn't the first time that he had felt death slowly crawling through him, but it wasn't something he could ever get used to. His head pounding, he tried to come up with a plan. He had to think. Strategy. He needed a strategy. Furrowing his brows, he reflected on the last time Freeza had thrown him into the dungeons on his ship. How many days had he been locked up? 20? 30? Since we can't blast our way out of here, what are we going to do? Trunks asked, breaking the silence. Surely, his father could come up with a plan to get out of this. Vegeta growled in agitation at having his train of thought interrupted. That is what I am trying to think of, boy. Unfortunately for the Saiyan prince, Trunks was a teenager and his mother's son. Though mature for his age, the silence in the room felt unbearable to the boy. He pressed on undeterred, frowning thoughtfully, maybe we could call for them. Call for who, kid? The fucking Ginyu Force. Vegeta snapped angrily, opening his eye to glare at Trunks. The teenager frowned as Vegeta spit out another mouthful of blood, only making his concern grow worse. No, I meant call for the Tuffles. If we could get them in here, we could kill them and get the hell out of here. Vegeta stared blankly at Trunks, absent-mindedly wondering if his punishment for his evil deeds was being cursed with an idiot for a son. After some time, he sighed. Reaching up, he rubbed both eyes with 2 fingers, even though it hurt like hell to touch the one that was burned shut. Right now, being locked in this prison with this boy was making death look like an appealing alternative. First of all, kid, all they have to do is run the electricity through these metal clamps, and we would both be incapacitated. And second of all, even if we escape. His voice trailed off. He turned to face the bars, the muscle near his jaw rhythmically beginning to twitch. Though he wouldn't voice such concerns, Vegeta wasn't quite sure that he'd be able to talk his way out of Freeza killing him for getting captured by weaklings like the Tuffles. After all, Vegeta had stood by and watched as the lizard bastard mercilessly killed off his favorite soldiers over the years for the most trivial of failures. Failure was the one thing that was completely unacceptable in the tyrant's eyes. At best, Vegeta would lose his hard-earned rank in Frieza's army and be sent to get toughened up, thrown into the dungeon for weeks on end, torture and starvation being the only company he would keep. At worst, the bastard would finally give him the beating that would end his miserable existence he called a life. But that was only if the Tuffles and their venom didn't kill him first. Darkness started to creep its way into his vision right as the first shreds of hopelessness crept into his soul. He stubbornly blinked both away as Trunks quietly spoke up. It's Freeza, isn't it? Trunks asked, carefully observing his father. Vegeta didn't respond, his face expressionless as he glared at the bars of his new prison. Trunks frowned, I can destroy him, I know I can. I'm much stronger than him. Vegeta rolled his eye. Fool. You have strength, but it means little without any tactical fighting experience to go with it. Also, you have no killer instinct. You are no match for Freeza right now, boy, he said, trying to keep his voice indifferent. It sounded exhausted instead. You don't know how strong I am, Trunks boasted arrogantly. I assure you, Freeza is the one who would be outmatched. Vegeta scowled. Why the hell was he even bothering? The boy was an arrogant, stubborn jackass determined to learn everything the hard way. He gave an indifferent shrug. Let him kill you then. See if I care. It'll save me the trouble of doing it myself. A heavy silence settled between them after that, much to Vegeta's relief. The only sound was the occasional hum of the electric current as it shot up the prison bars. Trunks stared down at the ground, his lavender hair in his face as he wondered where things had gone so wrong. Every now and then, he'd glance up at his father. Vegeta was staring at the prison bars with a determined strength that made his physical weakness seem almost irrelevant. Trunks looked back down, examining his injured wrist that Vegeta had broken. It was discolored, but there was still no pain. He gently touched it, being careful not to touch the metal clamp. He scowled. Do you have any ideas on how we can get out of here? Vegeta exhaled through his nose, letting his eye drift closed. His pain was giving him a migraine, not letting him think straight. The boy's incessant talking wasn't helping. Right now, all Vegeta wanted was to just sleep. Of course, that was completely out of the question. He shook his head, forcing his good eye to squint open. Focus was the key. Someone would come by eventually, he knew it. It was his experience that captors got a perverse joy of seeing their captives powerless. He just had to wait for them to come. And when they did, he was going to be ready. I mean, maybe if we brainstorm together -HN, brainstorm, Vegeta scoffed. This isn't your pampered home we're in, boy. Leave the thinking to me. Trunks growled indignantly at the insinuation his father was making. My life wasn't pampered. It was hard, there were monsters who destroyed everything and were constantly hunting me down. Poor little boy, having to face life's hardships, Vegeta sneered in disgust. Trunks exhaled through his nose in frustration. Why was his father so difficult? And how in the hell had his mother, of all people, gotten through those thick walls that guarded the man he really was? I'm just saying that I didn't exactly have it easy either, that's all. Spare me your sob story, kid. I don't want to hear it. Aren't you even a little curious about me? Vegeta was about to shoot the boy down, before it dawned on him that he was indeed curious about something. He turned to look at the teenager, and studied him more thoroughly. The boy had such odd coloring that must have come from his mother. For the life of him, though, he could not remember having ever betted a woman with the coloring he saw on the boy, especially those piercing blue eyes. There was no way that color came from his side. Father and son both stared at each other for a few silent intense minutes, their hard gazes mirror reflections of each other. Vegeta grunted and looked away first, going back to staring at the bars as another hum of electricity ran up them. The chain you were wearing, he said, his tone guarded. I have never shown the family crest to any female. How did you acquire it, boy? Trunks' mouth ran dry as he contemplated how to respond. Of course it was just his luck that Bulma had been the first to truly dig into the depths of his father's complex personality. Did it really matter anymore if Vegeta knew the truth? He already knew that he was his son, and Trunks knew there was little hope that he would let his guard down with Bulma in this timeline. My mother gave it to me, Trunks said, choosing his words very carefully. But she had it made for you, she loved you. Vegeta laughed out loud, before it broke into coughing. He spit a mouthful of blood to the ground and then snorted. Love, give me a fucking break. What? She did, Trunks argued with a scowl, before mumbling under his breath, probably the only one too. HN. Your mother was a stupid woman then. Trunks' scowl grew. He was about to respond when something else suddenly got his attention. Do you feel that? He asked, sitting up straight against the wall. His blue eyes narrowed as he looked out through the bars, his senses picking up a substantial power level approaching. Someone is coming. There is no way you can detect such a thing without a scouter, boy, Vegeta scoffed, eyeing the teenager warily. If the kid was losing it, that meant he was going to be pressed into action sooner than was necessary. He was gauging whether he had rested enough to really engage and dispose of Trunks once and for all when the teenager whispered, there it is. Can you hear it now? He asked, looking back at his father with anticipation. I don't. Vegeta words trailed off. Even though there was blood coming out of his right ear from the explosion, his hearing was still more sensitive than most. He heard the footsteps, and caught the scent a moment later. His mind automatically assessed. Metal. Weapons. Multiple people. At least 5 from the rhythm of the steps. Likely 6. Trunks blinked in surprise when Vegeta swiftly got up to his feet, exhibiting a strength that the teenager had assumed was long gone. In fact, the only sign of Vegeta's physical distress were his burnt, twitching fingers on his right hand as he fearlessly stepped up to the bars. Of course, what Trunks didn't know, and would never know, was that his mere presence was accounting for a lot of that strength. Though Vegeta made it look completely effortless, the truth was that it was phenomenal willpower alone that was keeping him on his feet. The prince scowled as he watched the blue current rise up through the bars, his mind racing. He turned his head and frowned. Perhaps the boy could be useful after all. Trunks grit his teeth together and tried getting up to his feet, not wanting to appear weak in front of his father. He was struggling to move his wrecked knee when Vegeta's voice suddenly rang through his mind. Don't get up. I want you to attempt a key attack again when I tell you. Conserve your strength for now, and don't you dare fail again, boy. Trunks sat back down on the ground with a thud as if Vegeta had struck him down, astonished shock on his face. Before he could grasp the fact that his father wanted them to work together to escape, he heard a heavy door open followed by footsteps. Vegeta clenched his fists at his sides and wrapped his tail firmly around his waist just as Ares came into view, dressed head to toe in a slick metallic armor that looked 5 times more powerful than the armor the men following him were wearing. At the sight of the tough leader, Trunks grinded his teeth together so hard he thought he would crush them. Narrowing his eyes, he realized the power he was sensing was emanating straight from Ares. With both Vegeta and himself weakened, Trunks realized this might not be as easy as he thought. Well, would you look at this? The cowards finally show themselves, Vegeta sneered, trying his best to rein in his rage. It was threatening to spill over at any moment, but he had to be patient. He had to wait for the right moment. Ah, so you're Vegeta. The last prince of the Saiyans, Ares said with a smirk, walking up to Vegeta until he was an inch away from the bars. We meet at last. Pleasure's mind, Vegeta snarled, the vein on his temple throbbing dangerously as Ares eyed him up and down. HNN, gotta say, I thought you'd be taller, Ares said, his smirk growing as he raised a curious eyebrow. Vegeta almost lost it right there. Any inkling of an honorable death for his adversaries was now gone. No one ridiculed his height and lived to tell about it. The Saiyan took a deep breath, glaring into the green eyes of his enemy. I assure you, weakling, my height is more than enough for what I plan to do to you. Weakling, Ares laughed. Sorry, Saiyan, but it seems to me that you're the only weakling here. Come in here and say that to my face without these toys and gadgets in the way, you coward. Vegeta seethed, his voice raw with threatened bloodshed in every syllable. Trunks released a shaky breath when he felt his father's ki for the first time since he woke up imprisoned. It was extremely weak, but he could still sense it, and for that, he was relieved. What's the matter? Don't like it when people don't play fair? Ares asked, his eyes darkening with hatred. How many have you mercilessly slaughtered in your lifetime, Saiyan? How many never stood a chance against you and your men? Ah, so you have come to rid the universe of the wicked, have you? Vegeta asked in a dangerously calm voice, his tail now methodically waving behind him. Well then, you have come to the right place. It seems I have. Ares snickered. Going around causing destruction and taking lives at your whim, like you're a god, when in reality you're just an evil monster. A sinister and slightly mad smirk crept over Vegeta's face, as though he had just been paid a compliment of the highest order. You're exactly right, my friend. When this is all said and done, I will feed your beheaded carcass to the nearest mongrel I find. Saiyan, I will have you and your entire race ended before you die from the poison in your blood. Then you will have the privilege of being the last Saiyan in the universe before you die alone. Ares threatened in a cold tone. His green eyes flicked over to Trunks, who sneered at him. Perhaps I'll start with your son. What do you think about that? While I would love to see you try, you will not die by the boy's hands. I will be the one who stands in your blood when this is done, Ares. No one will be spilling blood except me, Saiyan. Ares snarled angrily, leaning in closer to the bars. You, your son, and your men will pay for what you've done and for what your ancestors have done. Your ancestors were weak and thus deserved every last fucking thing they got. Vegeta snarled back. He grit his teeth together, fighting a grimace as his chest screamed in pain. One of the men behind Ares growled at Vegeta's words, raising his sleek rifle up and pointing it at the Saiyan. The other 4 men immediately did the same. Get ready, boy, Vegeta communicated silently to a slightly alarmed Trunks. The teenager had felt Vegeta's ki drop practically to nil, but still, Vegeta was showing no signs of physical weakness. The prince was wearing his severe external injuries as easily as clothes, and Trunks couldn't help but feel his admiration for the man grow in his chest. Taking a deep breath, he began focusing on gathering up the right amount of energy. If he could summon it all up, all at once, he might be able to generate enough to blast their way out before the metal clamps drained all his energy. My ancestors were not weak, Ares yelled, his face turning red from his own fury. If anything, they were generous to the low-level inbred monkey pieces of trash that your ancestors were by allowing them to live on the planet. Vegeta laughed a bitter laugh. Is that what you call it? Generosity? Your people always thought they were superior to the Saiyans. They forced them to live in the outskirts of civilization like they were savages. Like I said, they got what they deserved. The only one who is going to get what he deserves is you, Ares threatened, glaring at Vegeta with a hatred the likes of which Trunks had never seen in his life. At least your ancestors fought with honor, Vegeta sneered. They did not resort to these cheap tricks to gain an advantage, and that's why they lost. I assure you, Saiyan, that I won't repeat that mistake. After all, if you can't beat them, Ares smirked. Neutralize them. Vegeta's voice rang out in Trunks' mind. Now! Soaked in sweat, Trunks instantly raised his hand to the bars, his entire arm trembling as his hand immediately began to grow. Before Ares could blink, Vegeta shot his right arm through the bars and grasped him by the throat in a steel grip that even Freeza would not have been able to break. With a snarl, Vegeta hauled Ares face first into the charged electric bars right as Ares' men in Trunks fired. Fired shots, an explosion, bodies falling. Finally, after a few seconds, there was silence. Trunks let out an insanely relieved bout of laughter when the smoke finally cleared. His body was trembling, it had taken everything he had to get through the ki draining metal on him, but it had worked. He had blasted off part of the bars of their makeshift prison. Meanwhile, Ares was convulsing on the ground, his mouth open in a silent scream. His men were still holding up their now smoking rifles, but the look in their eyes through their helmets was one of fear. They were mumbling to each other in their native tongue which Trunks couldn't understand without his scouter, but that didn't matter anymore. We did it. Trunks thought to himself, a smirk spreading over his face that made him practically the mirror image of his father. We're going to escape, we're going to. Vegeta suddenly dropped to his knees, bringing Trunks crashing back to reality. The prince reached up with one shaking hand to his bare chest where a needle was firmly embedded. He had used his left hand and forearm to absorb the bullets fired by Ares' men, but hadn't seen the needle Ares was hiding. The bastard had anticipated Vegeta's move, and had sank the needle into him at the same time that his face smashed into the bars. Vegeta plucked the needle out of his chest. What little strength he had left disappeared as soon as he did, and he collapsed to the ground. Father! Trunks cried out in alarm. With a dogged determination that could only be inherited when your parents were the Prince of Saiyans and Bulma briefs, he forced himself to move, his leg be damned. He dragged himself over to Vegeta who was lying on his side. He put a hand on his father's back, trying to see what was wrong. What happened? Where are you hurt? Trunks asked frantically. What the fuck is the boy doing? Why isn't he using the opportunity to escape? Get out, idiot, Vegeta growled weakly, feeling himself fading fast. Not without you, Trunks hissed. He had failed too much, and ensuring his father's survival was all he had left. I don't think so, a furious voice snarled. Trunks looked up just in time to see the Tuffles all aiming their rifles at him. His eyes settled on their irate leader, being held up by one of his men, who gave him a cruel smirk. You're not going anywhere. He pressed a button on a handheld device, triggering another round of voltage that sent the teenager collapsing to the ground. Trunks briefly wondered what the hell he had done to deserve this when the Tuffles swarmed both of them. Only focused on the excruciating pain he was in and not able to make a sound, the teenager was only vaguely aware of hands on him as his vision slowly faded to black. So you guys want to play like that, huh? Well, so be it. Sometime later, Vegeta winced, before slowly cracking his good eye open. His body ached, and he knew he had used up all his energy reserves in their botched escape attempt. In particular, his wrists hurt like hell. Slowly raising his head, he realized that he was hanging by them, and it left him a good 2 feet off the ground. The metal clamps around his wrists had been locked together and then hung from the ceiling. He had been in this exact position countless times before, but that had always been by Frieza's orders when he wanted him fire-whipped. The thrashings were random and given without provocation. The intention had been to toughen him up. Seeing as how he could barely move an inch and he was feeling weaker by the second, he sorely hoped Frieza's preparation had paid off. Trunks looked up when he sensed Vegeta moving. Unlike his father, he had been left on the ground against the wall, his wrists locked together over his head. The clamps had then been attached to the wall, and he couldn't help but wonder what the hell they were using. Even though he was severely weak, he was still stronger than almost everyone in the universe, but it just was not enough. I think they'll be back soon, Trunks mumbled. He was met with a stony silence as the prince glared at the blasted exit that was mocking him. They had been so fucking close. Trunks sighed when seeing that his father was ignoring him again, and looked down. I'm sorry, he finally said quietly. A muscle flexed near Vegeta's jaw in annoyance. For putting us in this mess, Trunks clarified. There was an uncomfortable silence for a few minutes before Vegeta finally broke it. It's not your fault, boy, he mumbled, his voice hoarse. You're not the one who fathered a weakling. Trunks was so frustrated that he blurted out his next words without thinking. Why do you hate me so much? It's not like I chose to have you for my... He caught himself and stopped, as if realizing what he was saying. The shame and regret immediately flooded his chest, and he wished more than anything that his father would look at him. That's not what I meant, of course it's what you meant, Vegeta grunted, letting his good eye drift closed. He was completely exhausted, and the boy wasn't helping things. Look, kid, this is who I am. I am no father, and just because you exist does not change that. Apologies if I have failed to live up to some ridiculous fantasy of an ideal father that you might have had. I know this is who you are, but you don't have to be like this, Father, Trunks insisted. You could be so much better. Yes, a better warrior. A better man. Vegeta snorted. Your philosophical moral bullshit code almost got us both killed, boy, so spare me. Trunks opened his mouth to respond, but he had nothing to say to that. Both of them smelled the burning at the same time a moment later. Vegeta and Trunks both looked over to see that the Tuffles had returned. Trunks unconsciously winced at the sight of Ares. The Tuffle was now sporting a thick, visible burn going down the side of his face. Vegeta smirked when he saw it. I like your new look. It suits you well, Vegeta said with a dark chuckle, before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Two can play that game, Saiyan, Ares snarled, walking right in through the large gap Trunks had created. He was followed by 3 Tuffle soldiers, and one carried something that instantly got Trunks' attention, a long steel rod with the symbol of the Tuffles at the end of it. Ares stopped in front of Vegeta and motioned for it. Seeing it glowing orange-red from heat, Vegeta scowled and instinctively leaned his head back as Ares waved the blistering hot metal an inch from his face. You scar me, I scar you. Fair is fair, I say. If you put that thing on me, I swear, I will track down everyone you have ever known and burn them alive, Vegeta threatened, his one good eye showing that he was more than capable, and more than willing, to follow through. By the time the tranquilizer passes through your systems, you'll both be dead. You'll never get the chance. Trunks' eyes shifted from the hot metal in Vegeta's face to the soldier coming up to him. He growled in warning when the soldier put his rifle right up against his temple. Vegeta clenched his jaw shut tightly at the sight. I have you and your son completely neutralized. That's what happens when you send a boy to do a man's job, Saiyan. Now, I am curious about one thing. Is this boy your only son? Damn the fucking kid. Not even one day had passed with him knowing he had a son, and his enemies were already trying to use the boy against him. This was exactly one of the reasons why he had never wanted children in the first place. Vegeta grunted and looked back into Ares' triumphant green eyes. You say you've heard about me, and yet you think I care about that half-breed mongrel sitting over there? If the boy dies, he dies. I don't care. Trunks grit his teeth as the rifle was pressed harder into his skull. He tried as hard as he could to break free, but the restraints currently on his wrist simply would not budge. He felt sluggish and lethargic, his arms feeling unnaturally heavy as Ares just laughed at them both. A son who defends a father who hates him. Is this what the royal family of the Saiyan race has dwindled down to? Ares asked casually with a smirk. I am going to rip you apart from limb to limb, Vegeta swore with a furious hiss. We have thousands on our side if that's how you want to play, Vegeta. There are many in the universe who would love to see you die a slow and painful death. We are ready to win a war, if need be. Fool, your cowardly toys and games won't save you forever. Toys and games. Ares interrupted with a laugh, gesturing to the room they were in. We have subdued one of the fiercest warriors in the universe. My men have come up with a chemical solution that specifically reacts with Saiyan blood and drains what's most precious to them, their ki. Once the ki is drained, then raw energy is consumed, leaving you weak and defenseless. The metal clamps release the solution into your skin without you even noticing. And, as if that wasn't enough, he knocked on his chest plate. We have designed a metal that will break a Saiyan before a Saiyan breaks it. Impenetrable. Makes your armor look like child's play if I do say so myself. Impenetrable, eh? Well, we'll see about that. Impenetrable indeed, Saiyan. Our skills with technology have evolved since the older days. We are well prepared for the likes of warriors of your caliber, Vegeta. Quite brilliant if you ask me. HN. Not that brilliant, Trunks scoffed. Ares and Vegeta broke their fierce stare down to look over at the teenager in surprise, neither having expected him to interrupt. I was raised with a real genius, and this is amateur compared to what she could do, Trunks boasted with a smug smirk. Amateur. Ares gasped in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief over the gall this boy had. Despite the dire circumstances, Vegeta was mildly impressed. He had expected the boy to break due to his age and how soft he was, but the kid was proving to be a resilient bastard. Yeah, you heard me. I broke through your brilliant restraints once, and I'll do it again, Trunks swore confidently. The Tuffle standing next to Trunks hissed angrily, pressing his rifle even harder against the teenager's temple. Trunks scowled, trying to lean his head away as Ares raised up one hand to calm him down. Enough. The boy is arrogant like his father, and he will get his. You and you, he said, pointing to another one of his men. Trunks straightened, grateful for not having that pressure on his head anymore. He sneered at the soldier who had put the rifle against his temple. Both of you come with me. I want to strengthen our, amateur, restraints, Ares said snidely, shooting Trunks a fierce glare. Trunks stared back, no fear in his hard gaze. Vegeta couldn't help but crack a small smirk. Ares turned to the third soldier in his group and handed him back the blistering rod. You, boy, hold on to this for me, and make sure Vegeta doesn't get out of line. Guard the key with your life. We'll be back. Let's go. Trunks watched them walk out of the room with quick strides, Ares in the lead. The Tuffle leader was growling in a foreign language Trunks had no hope of understanding without his scouter. He did recognize the tone though, and could tell Ares was swearing up a storm by how harsh his tone was. Guess I pissed him off, huh? Trunks asked with a chuckle. Vegeta snorted and rubbed his face on his arm, using the motion to keep himself alert. He's angry someone failed to get a proper scouting report on you, he finally said in his gruff tone. Trunks blinked in surprise. You mean you can understand their language? Of course I can, boy, Vegeta scoffed, his tone making it sound like that should have been obvious. He snorted again and spat out a mouthful of blood, coldly eyeing the soldier in front of him. The soldier took a wary step back from Vegeta, dropping the rod Ares had given him and raising his rifle. His hands were a little unsteady as he pointed the rifle at Vegeta. The prince raised an eyebrow curiously. It seems our guest understands our language as well. The soldier's hands trembled a little, making a maddening smirk spread over Vegeta's features. Though the man was wearing a helmet, Vegeta could see his eyes. He was young, around Trunks' age, and there was emotion in his eyes, one that the Saiyan prince recognized all too well. If there was one emotion he was well versed in that wasn't hatred, it was fear. Like a shark in the water, Vegeta smelled blood, and it belonged to a pure heart. So what made you join the Tuffles, boy? Vegeta asked casually. Trunks frowned as he observed this silently. He recognized the tone his father was using. It was the same tone he had used when they were crossing the Black Desert in what felt like ages ago. His father was up to something, but what? They were both too weak to do anything. Quiet, Saiyan, or I'll shoot, the soldier warned in a thick accent, raising his rifle in emphasis. You weren't down here earlier, boy. Matter of fact, I dare say this is the first time you've ever even held a weapon of that caliber, Vegeta mused out loud. I will shoot, so shut up, the boy warned furiously, forcing his hands to steady. A Tuffle with a backbone. Life is full of surprises indeed. Trunks scowled, what are you do dash shut the fuck up, boy, Vegeta's voice snarled in his mind. Trunks' scowl deepened into his features, the muscle near his jaw twitching anxiously, but he did as he was told. The young soldier growled angrily. I am no Tuffle. I am working for Ares because you slaughtered my family, you bastard, and I want to see you pay. Vegeta smirked. I did I? What planet was it, boy? Let's see if I can remember your family specifically, then we can find out if they died like cowards. With an outraged cry, the young soldier picked up the blistering hot iron rod from the ground and charged Vegeta. A second later, Vegeta had him where he wanted him. Trunks' jaw dropped at the sight in front of him. Had he blinked, he would have surely missed it. He had just been about to scream at the boy not to put that iron rod on his father if he knew what was good for him, but now it was over. Using raw strength that could only be summoned in cases of life and death, Vegeta had hoisted his body weight up using only his arms, raising his legs up. One kick and the iron rod went sailing out of the boy's hand. Another kick and the boy's helmet went flying. Before the boy had any idea what he had just gotten himself into, Vegeta had already locked his feet around the boy's neck. The prince smirked at the look of shock in the soldier's eyes while Trunks couldn't help but shake his head in admiration and a hint of pity. Of all the prisoners he could have chosen to mess with, the boy had picked the wrong one at the wrong time. Well, that wasn't very nice, kid. Here I am trying to talk to you, and you charge me like that? Vegeta asked, tilting his head curiously as he applied a crippling pressure on the young soldier's neck. The boy could only make choking gurgled sounds as he clawed at Vegeta's legs to let him go. I think if you make it up to me, I might alleviate the pressure bearing on you. Once upon a time, Trunks would have adamantly opposed this violence. Now, he just watched in silence, grinding his teeth together anxiously. I'm SSORRRRY, the soldier gasped, visibly turning purple. His veins were all more pronounced on his face as he clenched his teeth tightly in agony. Much to Trunks' dismay, his father wasn't looking much better. The vein on his temple pulsing rapidly, Vegeta used visible effort to tighten his grip on the boy's neck. Get me down now or die, boy, Vegeta snarled, breathing heavily and running on pure adrenaline and willpower. Unless you think that Fool Ares is worth dying for. Not needing to be told twice, the boy let go of Vegeta's legs and instantly produced a key from his pants. Vegeta raised an eyebrow curiously before looking up to examine the restraints on his wrists. Indeed, his strength was useless to break the clamps, but there was a slot for a key. The key wouldn't remove the clamps from his wrists, but it would at least separate them again. He snorted in amusement. Seems my son was right. The Tuffles are amateur indeed, Vegeta said, looking back down at the key. He reached around with his tail and grabbed it, before smirking triumphantly. Now don't you move, kid. I need you for leverage. Don't you disappoint me now, you're doing a great job, he encouraged, almost sounding genuine. Trunks knew better now, though, and he just shook his head again. The boy was as good as dead, but hopefully, this would work. 2 seconds later, Vegeta landed on the ground on his feet. The young soldier dropped to his knees in front of him, gasping for air and falling forward on his hands. Vegeta's smirk turned cruel. Do me a favor when you see Ares in your new dimension, kid. Tell him he should have taken his own advice and not let a boy do a man's job. Trunks winced and looked away right before Vegeta grabbed the boy's head and violently wrenched it, killing him instantly. With the seasoning that could only come from having done this thousands of times, Vegeta instantly grabbed the boy's body before it hit the ground. He looked up and squinted through the bars, trying to hear if anyone was close. Looking back and realizing what Vegeta was doing, Trunks whispered, "No one is down here." Vegeta instantly glanced over at him, narrowing his eyes. "You can really detect that without a scouter," he demanded incredulously, quietly lowering the lifeless body to the ground. He lowered to one knee, trying to hide his own pain, but it was nearly impossible now. "Yeah, I can," Trunks said, looking up at his own restraints. He looked back at his father, who was now on his hands and knees and trembling in front of the boy he had just killed. Through the dim lighting, he could see that Vegeta was soaked in the grimy combination of sweat and blood. Some of the burns on his side by his ribs were notably getting infected, and Trunks felt sick at the sight. "Father, please, let me go so I can help you," Trunks pleaded. "We can get out of here together." Breathing heavily, Vegeta squinted over at Trunks. A big part of him wanted to say to hell with the kid and leave him there to rot. And maybe he would have done just that, if it hadn't been the Tuffles they were up against. No matter what, at the end of the day, the boy had Saiyan blood in his veins. Vegeta grabbed the key and slowly crawled over to Trunks. Once he got in front of him, he very painfully forced himself up to his feet, avoiding the boy's grateful eyes. "Thank you," Trunks told him genuinely. Vegeta grunted as he worked on freeing his son. His hands kept trembling, making the task difficult. "I am the prince of all Saiyans. I would have no honor if I allowed the Tuffles to kill someone with Saiyan blood. Don't think this changes anything between us, boy," Vegeta growled. "You will still pay for putting me in this mess." Finally, Trunks was able to lower his arms. He looked down and examined his wrists, being careful not to touch the metal clamps again. The teenager frowned when he saw his father's white boots in front of him stained with blood, before looking up at him. "Now what? Now we go take a relaxing bath. What do you think, boy? Now we get the hell out of here." "But how? They have an army ready and neither of us can handle that right now." Vegeta smirked. "Watch and learn, kid." Addicted to this story? Infinite Novel has plenty more. Subscribe and stay tuned.